Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Northamptonshire and Wantage Road for this Metro Bank one-day cup game between Northamptonshire Steelbacks and Derbyshire. Earlier this morning, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. So Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay will be opening the batting for the Steelbacks on Cummins Community Day. Derbyshire taking the field, led by their captain, Brooke Guest. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe, and I will also be joined by Mel Farrell through the day as well. But Phil, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks. Thanks, Dan. We're all good. Looking forward to it. The weather's set fair, and it's a very, very big game for Northants. They still have an outside chance of qualification. This is a must-win game, so it's a bit like a cup final. Focuses the mind.
Yeah, it's two must-win games for the Steelbacks today and next up against Glamorgan. I'll go through the teams quickly. So Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay will open the batting. Sam Whiteman carded at 3, Rob Keogh 4, Lewis McManus 5, Tom Taylor 6, Luke Proctor back into the side replacing Justin Broad at 7, James Sales 8, Simon Kerrigan, Jack White and Ben Sanderson keeps his place from the game at Warwickshire. Derbyshire, Harry Kane, Lewis Rees, Tom Woods, Matt Lamb, Haider Ali, Brooke Guest, Harry Moore, Alex Thompson, Mark Watt, Sam Connors and Anuj Dow. And Sam Connors will open the bowling from the David Capel end. And that is flicked round the corner by Vasconcelos for a single to get off the mark straight away. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. You can get in contact with us throughout the course of the day if you'd like to on Twitter at NorthantCCC and email stream@nccc.co.uk.
That's exactly what you want, isn't it, as an opening batsman? First ball on the hip. Don't miss too many of those and just knock it away. On a good day, it even goes inside the fine leg for 4. But it's good to be off the mark very early on and rotate the strike, and that's exactly what you want. Known in the game as a hip ball, perfect.
Yeah, it's as you say, if you had to pick one, you'd pick it there, wouldn't you, as an opener? Unlike that one for Emilio Gay. Sam Connors, though, quality operator, played for the England Lions over the winter. Good young seamer for Derbyshire.
I'm a little surprised that Derbyshire don't have another catcher in here. They've got 4 men in the ring on the offside, all looking to save the single. I think at this stage I'd get one of those in at second slip. Emilio Gay has been caught in the slips a number of times, the ball going across him, so I think early on I'd do that.
Well, I think particularly throwing back to last time out against Worcestershire.
Yeah, where he was caught exactly there, wasn't he? Yeah.
He was indeed.
It may be somewhat of a reflection on the way they see the pitch. They maybe think it's a bit slow, it's a bit low, it's a used pitch, and yeah, I get that. But the ball, you probably know exactly what I'm going to say. The ball is only new. These white balls are only new for a certain period of time, not very long. So use the new ball, get your catches in, and take the chances when they come.
Yeah, that second catch is almost at a short cover, isn't he? As Emilio Gay plays an expansive drive to that one.
Dan, we might see at some point some balloons come over the ground.
Oh,
because today is the final day of the Northampton Balloon Festival. The balloons haven't yet taken to the skies because it's been too windy.
Oh.
I think it's a real narrow window of wind. It's either not windy enough or too windy, but hopefully it looks quite, not that I'm a ballooning expert, but it's a good sight when they come over.
Nicely played by Emilio Gay. There is a fielder down there. So just protecting the boundary rather than going for the catch, Derbyshire at the moment. And Emilio Gay gets himself off the mark off his 4th ball of the day.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the racecourse park, which is an old racecourse, is about less than half a mile from the ground here. The wind generally blows things this way from the racecourse. So if they do get up, they'll come this way, and it's a good sight.
Squared up a little bit, but well fielded at backward point by Anuj Dow. He's one of the 2 changes for Derbyshire in today's game. He's come in for Saranga Lakmal. And Wayne Madsen has gone back to Manchester for 100 duty. And he is replaced by... One moment. I do remember, but I don't remember.
Tom Wood.
Tom Wood.
Tom Wood.
Tom Wood.
Well, from a you want to see the best players, but from a Northamptonshire perspective, solely with the Steelbacks cap on, you're kind of happy that that he has gone back to Manchester, Wayne Madsen, because he is a fine cricketer, and he seems to particularly enjoy playing against the Steelbacks.
Well, here's a young man that we wouldn't have seen much of at all. Harry Moore made his professional debut last time out for Derbyshire against Worcester, and he's bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that's tucked away beautifully by Emilio Gay. That's the first boundary of the day, even just on leg stump. Thank you very much. Turned around the corner and 4 runs for Emilio Gay.
Often young bowlers will over pitch. They're rushing in. They're a bit nervous, and it's only a second outing at this level. Just lost length really there and tucked away nicely by Emilio Gay. But I'm looking forward to watching how he performs. This guy, 16 years old.
And that is a no ball.
Kind of backs up my previous comment, a bit eager to get in.
Yeah.
And yeah, he'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, 16 years and 116 days old, Harry Moore, born in 2007. So if anybody wants to feel old this morning,
creepers.
There you go. You're welcome.
Why did you say that?
Slow ball, well bowled. Good response by the youngster. Gets away with that free hit. Emilio Gay trying to hit him into the training centre. Goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, made his debut last time out against Worcester, and took 1 for 48 up at Derby on the 18th of August. And an absolute beauty after so a little bit of nerves maybe to start the day for Harry Moore with that leg stump half volley and then the front foot no ball, and he's responded with 2 absolute corkers to Emilio Gay.
Yeah, the free hit ball was great bowling. The arm speed was imperceptible. It was very similar to normal, and rolled his finger down the side of the ball. Great skill.
That's just drifting onto the stumps again. Emilio Gay tucks it round the corner for a couple. He's a big boy, isn't he? He's a tall lad.
He is huge. Well, he's 16, he's a fast bowler, and he's 6 foot plenty. There's some good attributes. Some good attributes there already.
Is there a bit of a Stephen Finn action at the crease as well?
Yeah, I would say so. Very straight run up. Find a bit more angle on that, but very straight. Nice cricket shot.
Yeah, lovely shot by Emilio Gay, straight down the ground to mid-off.
There's a lot to like. It's about the 5th, 6th ball I've seen the guy bowl, but he's straight in approach, but he follows through very straight, so he's not hauling away at the crease, which youngsters sometimes do to look for that extra yard of pace. He's very upright. Yeah, looks at the level.
And left alone. So Harry Moore finishes his first over of the day, and it's gone for 8. The Steelbacks are 10 for no loss after 2 overs.
That's a really good comeback from the young man. First ball, as he let it go, he'll have thought that's in the slot. It was very nicely tucked away by Emilio, square of the wicket for 4. Then he's bowled a nice length ball, and it's gone through the keeper. He turned around, the umpire's got his arm sticking out, so now he's under the pump. Bowled a lovely slower ball that deceived Emilio completely, and then finished the over very strongly, so good on him. He's got a bit of nerve. Good to see. Nice to see young fast bowlers coming through, isn't it? Young English fast bowlers in particular.
It's exciting. Anybody that bowls quickly is exciting. All right, misfield at point. Vasconcelos comes back for, well, he wanted 2 and Emilio Gay didn't, so I think rightfully sent back by Emilio Gay in the end. They didn't run that first one particularly hard, did they? So that 2 probably wasn't on. And you know what they say in village cricket as well, don't run on a misfield.
They do say that. Where I started my cricket, which was back to the racecourse, I started my cricket as adult cricket as about 12-year-old. They said, don't run 2 to the man in jeans. That's what they used to say.
So you were playing in kind of T20 kit before T20 kit was cool then?
Oh, look, I was immaculate. It was the others.
Blue jeans.
Yeah. Well, I think it was good advice from memory.
He had a cannon of an arm. The man in jeans.
There was some very, very good cricketers playing on the racecourse back in the day. One of my early games as a youngster was against Les McFarlane, who opened the bowl and subsequently for Lancashire and Northants. I had to carry the bail in because it carried to the boundary, the wicket before me.
Well bowled, Sam Connors. And a good start for Sam Connors, bowled 1.5 overs, just gone for the 3 runs. There's a World Cup final going on at the moment, Spain versus England. 5 minutes in, it's currently 0-0. What I will say, I don't want to talk about the football though. Well, I will do. We can keep people updated as we go through if we'd like to. However, it's £2 to get in today at Northamptonshire. So if you're in the area and you're watching the football at the moment, you think, blimey, fancy going down and sitting in the sunshine and watching some cricket this afternoon, then £2 to get in. It's a good delivery again. And I've just been told they are showing it in the Curo Wealth Lounge as well. So yeah, come on down if you're in Northampton. Fancy watching some cricket today. It's a cracking day. Must-win game for the Steelbacks. £2 to get in. Face painting, bouncy castles, indoor cricket, ice creams. I mean, what's not to like about that?
Cricket. Cricket
as well. I forgot about that bit. Oh, mind games from Sam Connors.
Wow. Don't see that very often.
No.
That's hard to do, that.
That takes some real skill, doesn't it?
It really does. You see the slow bowler do it occasionally, don't you? If a batter backs away or whatever. He just didn't feel ready to bowl it. I don't think it was in response to anything Emilio was doing. Hitting his air, isn't he? Connors, very little to hit so far. One ball that nipped away from Vasconcelos early on. He's just looking to bowl sort of 4th stump and hold his length.
Yeah, so he got that England Lions recognition. Over the winter. 50 championship wickets in 2022. Nicely played by Emilio Gay. Just held the post slightly, didn't he, after he flicked that one round the corner, and he's going to pick up a couple.
He did hold the pose, and it was confusing to me. I'm easily confused because the way he held the pose, I thought that's going to hit the boards any minute, and actually clothed it.
Yeah.
So you got to run as well, Emilio. That's the other part of the game.
3 done, 13 for no loss. How do you see the Steelbacks' chances to make qualification for the knockouts in this competition? As I say, they need to win 2. They need to win today. They need to win at Glamorgan as well. They do need a little bit of a slip up from either Worcester or Gloucester. That'll put all of those teams, or put the teams on 10 points. And I think the way it's looking, the net run rate is in the Steelbacks' favour at the moment.
Yeah, looks to be. Yeah. Well, what you've got to do, you've got to win the game you're in and not look too much further ahead. And I think it's as simple as that. I'll come back to that.
Good shot by Vasconcelos. There's going to be a chase on. Derbyshire fielders converging on it. The ball, well, I think it probably would have stopped before it reached the boundary. So Vasconcelos comes through for 3. So it's still, say, that bit of weather we had a couple of weeks ago. The outfields, they're slow, aren't they?
Yeah, that's always for at Northampton at this time of year. Square looks a little green as well for this time. It's good to see actually, but it's normally brown at this time.
Ooh, good comeback.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. This I don't know if this is just me thinking this way, but when you're in a situation where you need a number of results to go your way in order to qualify, for example, as when you kind of think, well, that all those results won't go our way. That's not possible, and you can get yourself into a negative mindset. The interesting thing about that is, which I'll come back to after this ball. The interesting thing about that is if you need a number of results to go your way to sort of stop you getting relegated or something, then you think it can happen. So you kind of get into a negative mindset. So ignore everything else. You know, here comes, get ready with the with the cliche alert. You just got to control what you can control. It's as simple as that. It's hard to do that, but that is as simple as that. Don't get ahead of yourself. Odd.
Yeah, it's almost trying to control the uncontrollables, isn't it, at that point, whilst you're looking at other results and on games that you have no control over at all.
You know, it is important to set that tone as well, and the language that you use and the conversations that you don't have really with your group. It's just about how you're going to win the game ahead of you, and everything else then looks after itself.
Gone. Harry Moore picks up Emilio Gay. Bit of bounce from the tall man, and Emilio Gay chops on to leg stump. First one gone. Gay's gone for 9.
So firstly, credit to the bowler. From not the start that he wanted, going for 4 square of the wicket first ball. He's bowled really well since that ball. Previous one, but last ball bounced quite a bit. He's entitled to get the ball to bounce. He's a big guy. And that one bounced a little bit more than Emilio expected. He played a kind of an indeterminate shot. Was he running it down? Should he have got his hands high and left it? Just watching the replay, not a great deal of foot movement or weight transfer, sort of played from the crease, and the extra bounce did for him. So that's using your attributes well. The line was great, well bowled. You may say he's unlucky. I say well bowled. He used his attributes well. It wasn't a wide ball. This morning, Emilio's been a little sleepy, I think, in terms of some of his foot movement. Connors went past him when he didn't really pick the length of the ball in the previous over. So that'll be disappointing. Another early wicket, and it's been a bit of a feature of Northants in this competition, has been losing wickets up front and not being able to provide a platform to the guys coming in.
Yeah, that top order struggle has continued, isn't it, throughout the different competitions for the Northamptonshire this summer. Harry Moore picks up his 2nd professional wicket then, that of Emilio Gay. As you said, Phil, it's been a really, really good comeback from the youngster who's just 16 years old.
Well, there's more to come.
I'm not, I honestly, I heard it and I just don't even want to acknowledge it, Phil.
That was strong from you.
It was. It was like a bit of a poker face, wasn't it?
It was.
Left alone. The new batter then for the Steelbacks is Sam Whiteman, Australian overseas, leading run scorer for Northamptonshire in the county championship this season. And he's joined Ricardo Vasconcelos. I'm used to cricketers, Phil, kind of saying a fair bit on the field, and I took that kind of mindset into that pun.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know where the bar is now. It's significantly higher than where I normally operate. If you're going to demand quality as well as quantity, then I might not be the right man for that. A really good start from the youngster. 16 years old. He's got to be quite nervous, but yeah, he looks a good prospect early on.
He really does, doesn't he? Sam Connors on the money. He's gone for 5 runs in his first 2 overs.
Really does I'm only going to bang this drum once more, and then I'll let everyone get on with their Sunday in peace. But you've got to get another catcher in here, surely.
Yeah, I would say so.
That's it.
You'd say for your strike bowler, which Sam Connors would be in this bowling attack.
100%.
As you said, this new ball's going to swing for 6, 7, 8 overs max.
Yeah.
Get your grabbers in. Get them in early. That I could be completely wrong, but I don't see one being clothed up to in the air to short cover.
No, the only that ball looked like it just stopped a wee bit on Vasconcelos. I want another catcher. I would rather have him at slip, but if not, let's get him in front of the wicket in a kind of like a short cover position,
yeah,
so that Vasconcelos has to get the ball down if he is going to drive it. I like that position. Honestly, I'd go for both. I'd get my second slip in, and I'd get a guy on the drive on the offside at this stage.
Yeah, well, 16 for 1 in a must-win game, following on from defeat at Warwickshire in what turned out to be a T10. That's a nice shot from Vasconcelos, but straight at the man. And then obviously defeat here last time out against Worcestershire, which, I say, the top order, well, it failed, didn't it, in short?
Yeah.
Tom Taylor got that 100 to take Northamptonshire to a score that was defendable, but ultimately Worcestershire came out on top, and yeah, I think put the pressure on the Steelbacks' top order. Oh, that might have missed the thigh pad, I think, for Vasconcelos. That sounded very fleshy, didn't it? As it thudded into the batter.
It caught him amidships. He's on his haunches, and he's taking a count of 8 as they do in amateur boxing. I think that's hurt him.
Yeah, that's well, he's quick, Sam Connors, and as I say, there was no kind of pad noise there at all, was there? It was very fleshy. It's quite amazing when you play cricket and you walk out there with your pads on and your thigh pads and your box and your arm guards, and it still manages to find its way through.
Yeah. Shorter
and straighter from Connors. Vasconcelos just turns it around the corner for a single.
What have you got to say about the Derbyshire kit?
I think I'm not the biggest Derbyshire fan, so I don't know the history of it.
Okay.
But I think it might be a bit of a throwback to a previous kit. I think Rowie,
a vague bell, actually. Yeah.
I think you're about to get your second grabber, and Harry Kane's just come in at first slip.
Good.
But yeah, I think it's a throwback, or a retro shirt. It's defended there by Sam Whiteman into his own pads.
You had to tell me before the start of play that it was actually coloured clothing, because I thought it was just dirty white. Looking the far end of the ground where the pavilion is, they came down the steps, and I thought, well, they've got the wrong kit on. They think it's a Red Bull game.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm a big fan of the throwback, the retro kit. Yeah. I like it. I like the nostalgia. Yeah. But yeah, it's a sky blue, isn't it? It's kind of a Coventry football shirt kind of colour.
Okay. Duck egg blue?
Could have duck egg blue, yeah.
I'm going duck egg blue. You see some side screens that colour, don't you, sometimes?
Sometimes, yeah. It'd look nice in a bathroom as well. Harry Moore to Vasconcelos. Off the back foot, cut away, well fielded. Bit of a sniff at a single there, but well picked up, wasn't it? In the covers.
It would have been a dangerous run, because it bounced at a nice height for him, didn't it? And he would have got a throw away. A good call not to go. He's getting through his over very quickly, or as well. Shortish run up.
Oh, big drive this time from Vasconcelos through to captain Brooke Guest. Well, he's not got the longest run up, has he?
No, he hasn't.
Harry Moore.
No.
I wouldn't have said it's the quickest run up either. There looks like a lot of shoulder at the crease, if in my very uneducated opinion and technical nous, but there's a lot of energy going through that shoulder. I don't know what pace he'll be bowling at. We have got a speed gun, but he's been on the money, hasn't he, after those first couple of balls this morning. I'm not going to steal Mel's thunder, but I'll let Mel use that for when she comes on with your conversation with Mickey Arthur earlier this morning. But yeah, he's been impressive. It's been an impressive watch so far this morning. Pulled away, Vasconcelos, dismissive, drops his length, and Vasconcelos just powers it through the leg side. That was nonchalant.
It was just kind of what Northants needed there. They needed something to just break through against the stranglehold that the Derbyshire bowlers have got them under hitherto. Just the wrong side of back of a length. Let's see how he comes back. But you're right. There's a lot of effort at the crease, but it's still a nice action.
Mm.
Well bowled.
Good reply, on the money. How do you go about, from a coaching perspective, Phil, when you've got a lad that's obviously so young as Harry is? How do you go about the process of integrating someone like that into a first team? Any examples whilst you were here at Northamptonshire?
I think Ollie Stone would be one. Just watch this one through.
cut away, well fielded. Brilliant stop at backward point. Looks like he might have hurt himself.
That Dahl is brilliant in there.
He is an athlete, isn't he, Anuj? So I think there might be just a couple going to check he's all right.
Yeah,
those ones, they don't go clean into the hand, do they, very often when they're hit that hard?
No, in fact, what you don't want to be doing there in many ways is trying to get the ball into your hand as though it were a catch. The best thing to do is present the biggest flat area you can. If it hits the middle of the hand, the fingers will close around it. If it doesn't hit the middle of the hand, it drops down in front of you. You're saving 3 runs. That's the job there, really.
Yeah.
Which he did very well. I think, yeah, I mean, for any young cricketer of that kind of age, I mean, he's 16, he's a baby, really. Get them in and around the group as often as you can, so that when they take the field with them, they're mates, they're in. It's not unusual for them.
Gone. Vasconcelos goes, he's gone for 11, and Sam Connors picks up his first wicket of the day. Straight at short cover, just chipped by the Steelbacks opener. And Northamptonshire are 22 for 2 after 6 overs.
So we said in Connor's last over that a ball stopped on Vasconcelos and he was through the shot a little bit earlier. I was asking for another catcher to come in front of the wicket. They didn't do that, but Vasconcelos is obliged in hitting it straight at the guy who was an orthodox extra cover fielder. That fielder is always there, almost always there. It was slightly on the up, timed it beautifully, and Vasconcelos has a long look at the wicket as though the wicket misbehaved there. I think, you know, we've said earlier, it's a little bit slow. It's a used pitch, a little bit on the slow side. You'd have to say at this stage of the game, you've got to let that ball come closer to you. Get it under your eyes before you drive it. It's not a wicket that you can just come in and start putting your hands through everything. It's not that kind of wicket. Let it come in a bit. And he did have notice there. So the 2 things you've got to do there is, one, early on, let it come right in. That might restrict the number of balls that you drive, but you hopefully get yourself in and you can make up later. The other thing is, if you are going to take it early, you have to go over the top. Because if you're going early on the ball, if it's on the up, if it's not a full half volley, you've got to hit that ball over that fielder's head, and he did neither. It was a nice catch, double-handed catch. He should have caught it. He did catch it. It was travelling to his left, so a bit of pilot error, really, a bit of a softie.
Yeah, that's a conversation you and I need to have off stream, I think, Phil, about how to go about opening an innings. So we'll save that for the lunch break. The new man for the Steelbacks is Rob Keogh. Breaks up that left hand top order for the Steelbacks. Right-handed Rob Keogh played his 150th game for the county a couple of fixtures ago, and he's in at number 4.
I think I'm seeing it might be Dahl go off, get some treatment on that left hand. Yeah, it is. Yeah, another guy coming in at backward point. Let's hope he's not done anything serious there. A good young cricketer.
Yeah, handy, isn't he? 3-dimensional. Nicely played. Well, squared up in the end and nicely played by Rob Keogh. Just opens the face of the bat and guides it down to Lewis Rees on the boundary in front of us.
We played Nottinghamshire many years ago, and they got well over 400, and we were chasing it. We were ahead of the game. There were a couple of injuries, and the Nottinghamshire coaching staff rang Anuj Dahl at home, got him from his home into the ground to come and field. That's how good a fielder he is. Well played.
Yeah, nicely played by Sam Whiteman. 2 fielders on the boundary or outside that 30-yard circle for Derbyshire at fine leg and deep third. Just the 1 slip still then for Derbyshire.
Am I allowed to go back to my... We get another catcher in?
Yeah, of course you can.
We get another catcher in. Dan, are you getting one in?
I would.
Thank you.
It's gone a bit squarer. There might be a couple here. Rob Keogh run that first one hard. Got that one just a bit squarer, didn't he? So a nice, comfortable 2 for Rob Keogh.
It's interesting to see Worcestershire bowled very, very straight at Rob Keogh early on, and I was suggesting they might just bowl a kind of channel and hold their length. And it's very early days. but it wouldn't surprise me if Derbyshire do the same thing. You look at the wagon wheel of a player and it tells you to bowl straight at him, but actually he gets out in the same area. Yeah, they're going straight, aren't they?
Yeah, could be another couple, I think. Yeah, Harry Moore down there on the boundary is very straight. It's going to be 3 in the end. Well fielded on the boundary.
So effectively, you've let the new batter just milk you for 5 runs without playing a shot. He's knocked 2 behind square and he's got a 2, come back and he's got a 3. Frustrating. I'm frustrated for Derbyshire. Need to get out more.
Nice drive from Sam Whiteman. Straight at the fielder at point. Dot ball to finish the 7th. And the Steelbacks 29 for 2.
We've hit that fielder at cover 3 times with balls that would have been 4s.
Yep.
I think there's a pattern here that we do hit ring fielders an enormous amount of times.
Yeah, I mean, do you think there comes a frustration after that, after you do that a couple of times as well, even as a professional? It certainly does in an amateur's game.
I think it does. I think you see it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd immediately say it shouldn't, but it does. You get a half volley, you hit it really well, and you hit the fielder 3 times. It may mean that you go after the next one that is not quite there.
Yeah.
Yes, it shouldn't do, but you know, they're human beings. But we do hit the fielder an enormous amount of times. And if I go back to the first game here at home with Pajara innings, he missed the fielder almost every time.
It's a good ball, isn't it, from Harry Moore? Bouncing more than Rob Keogh thought, and I think he's just indicated that it seemed back towards him as well. Ended up kind of wearing it on the thigh pad, didn't he, rather than getting the bat anywhere near it.
It was a challenging ball, wasn't it? In the right area again, grouping them together nicely.
Gone for the Yorker. Another dot ball. I suppose it must be really difficult for the batters today to face up against this guy as well. The other sports, you hear a lot of professionals talking about, oh, we watched the film. We've studied how this team do that, or how this player does that, or something else. I mean, this lad's played 1 game. I'm sure that there's been analysis done on him based on that performance against Worcester, but would the lads have kind of scrolled through the live stream of the Derbyshire versus Worcestershire game to actually have a look at him? You can't really gather a great deal from some of the end-to-end cameras either.
I mean, yeah, so it's a great question. There's a lot in that. There will be footage available, which I'll come back to. That's well bowled, well played. Turned him right round there. He's asking lots of questions. Nowadays, most academy games and most second team games are filmed, so there will be footage available. And as a coach, I would be saying to the guys on the laptop there in the corner, fellas in the coach's room, there's some footage of more if you want to have a look. And I'd be kind of quietly monitoring who does have a look and who doesn't. And oftentimes you'll hear batters say, I just want to, can you just get me a front on? I just want to see the ball out of the hand. And,
Yeah.
And they don't necessarily need to know what they're looking for or why, but if they just see the action a few times, okay, when's the foot there? Okay, they're just sort of rehearsing that in their mind. But it's very individual. Some guys like to do it and other guys do not want to do it.
Quality over there from Harry Moore. That's a maiden. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16 this morning. And my last point, Phil, before I hand over to Mel Farrell, will be, I suppose, that with the development of the cameras in the county game as well, although the footage might be available, actually the quality of it might not be actually that useful. But based on that final comment, I'm going to hand over to Mel Farrell for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. You can only do what you can do. I think Northampton have a very good analyst, and he will be trying to sort out some footage of Moore with a white ball rather than with a red ball. And I'm sure there will be enough clips of a decent-ish quality made available. As I say, it's then up to the players.
Bit of a swish and a miss from Sam Whiteman for the first ball of Connor's 5th over. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Mel. How are you?
I'm very well. The sun's shining. We're down here for the Commons Community Day, and crowds filtering in nicely. Bit of a difficult start, of course, for the north-end side, having lost 2 wickets early on. A bit of a theme, a bit of a concern. Oh, again, a play and a miss from Whiteman. Just interesting hearing you talk about the footage and getting to know the players who you might not have faced very much before. It's just changed so much, though, in recent times, hasn't it? When you think back to not that long ago, you might have been able to get some highlights, for example, but there's so much that you don't see on a highlights package, isn't there?
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's nicely driven, but nicely stopped as well. In the ring, a bit of a dive there.
When games started to be filmed, this is going back a number of years, and I was I was going to say young, I wasn't young, I was very inexperienced, relatively inexperienced coach at the time. Myself and a guy who was our strength and conditioning coach at the time, a guy called Ross Dewar, subsequently went to work at Worcestershire for a number of years, very successfully. We kind of developed our own in-house version of analysis.
Oh, it's tucked away nicely, and there's no one down at deep square leg, so that'll be 4 runs for Rob Keogh.
Timed that beautifully, didn't he?
He certainly did.
Yeah, Connors is too straight to Keogh, isn't he?
Yeah, it was just a nonchalant little clip in the end.
Shot, yeah. So yeah, we were dragging video footage from everywhere, and that was low quality. And but we were doing our best. We went to some analysis of each of the players before championship games. We kind of introduced a protocol then for upcoming games, and it led to some of our own players wanting us to analyse their game as well. I can remember Niall O'Brien was one of the first, to his credit, who said, "Phil, I've seen what you've done for opposition players. What would you say about me? What's available? What are they looking at? What are they saying about me as a player?" And one or two others followed suit after that as well, which was interesting.
You said too, you'd noticed, some players don't want a part of it. What reason would they have for not wanting a part of it?
That's a really good question, Mel. I don't know, and I really don't. I don't understand why.
And there is a fielder down at deep square this time around, so that will just be the single for Keogh to finish off Connor's over. 35 for 2 with 9 overs gone.
And my comment to players was often, I'm sure they got fed up with it in the end, was you're going into a boxing ring against someone. Do you want to have a look at them? Do you want to know if they're a southpaw? Do you want to know how they move? Do you just want to see that? Because it's all available to you. We've worked hard to get this footage. It's all available to you. If you don't want to see it, I'm not going to force you to, but it can't really do you any harm, particularly when you haven't seen this performer. I think if you've played against someone year in, year out, then okay, you probably have got an imprint on your mind. You know what they do and how they do it. But a newcomer, for example, this guy Moore, this youngster today, it'd be nice to have a look at him surely before you walk out and face it. Well played.
And there is Moore, who has been really impressive, the 16-year-old coming in.
He has.
I did have a chat with Mickey Arthur, the coach, beforehand, and he was saying to look out for this guy. He's the tallest in the team. I was watching them warm up before the match, and he's a very, very tall lad.
I guess he's probably not finished growing either if he's only 16.
That's a frightening thought, isn't it? I'm not sure exactly how tall he is, but he's got to be surely 6'4".
Yeah, you'd say so. Yeah. I mean, from here, that feels minimum.
At least 6'4".
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, so it's a good question, and I never quite understood why players didn't want to do that, but you're not going to force them. I mean, you can't force them. But it's interesting, those that do and those that don't.
Oh, and a little flash there outside the off stump. He gets good bounce, does more, which isn't surprising with the height at which he delivers the ball.
I do remember a conversation with Mal Loy, and he said to me, "Why do I want to watch someone knocking people's poles over all the time?" And I said, "Well, Mal, we'll get them going for boundaries if that makes it easier, more palatable." But that's a good challenge from Mal. Swap out again.
He's generally been on the money. Went for a boundary first ball, over-pitched a little bit, but I like the way he came back from that too. It didn't unsettle him. It didn't put him off his game. And he's been quite disciplined. Oh, again, he's causing them all sorts of trouble, is more. Just getting a bit of lift. This is a used pitch, but he's getting something out of it.
He's just gone past the outside edge, and he's challenged both edges of the bat consistently in the last 3 overs. There's no slip in, Mel. You know what's going to happen. He's going to nick one through there. It's written in the stars.
It's certainly looking that way, because that was another play and a miss to finish off Moore's over. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 17, picking up the wicket of Emilio Gay earlier. So that has been outstanding from the 16-year-old, who is very highly rated.
Well, on this viewing, you'd say you can absolutely understand why. I could say something else. He's 16 now. When he's 20, he will have a slip in there.
He'll be demanding
it. It'll be no conversation. It'll just be flicking his fingers and pointing the catcher into slip and walking back to his mark.
Well, in his first match, which was against Worcestershire, his professional debut, he did take a wicket. He was 1 for 48 off 6 overs, so a little bit expensive, but did manage to take a wicket. So,
did he open the bowling, Mel? You know, in that game?
I'll double check for you.
I'll have a look. Yeah, because it's possible. It's likely he did, and there's only 2 boundary fielders out, and those. So it's not disastrous, is it, for a 16-year-old on debut?
Full, and that's just guided down to deep third by Keogh.
No, he didn't open the bowl in that game.
No,
it was a reduced game. That was a 30-over game, so maybe you can understand the economy rate being a little bit higher than normal. This is a cricketer I've got a lot of time for, Lewis Rees. He is such a handy cricketer, this guy. All formats, bats and bowls. A very fine cricketer. They signed him from Lancashire a few years ago.
Just watchful. He's been in good form with the bat as well. He's made some in this tournament. He's made some really handy scores.
He's a cricketer who is, if you walk into a ground, he's not going to blow your hat off. But if you see him week in, week out, he is very reliable to a very high standard. As I say, in all formats as well. Goes about his business quietly.
Yeah, 2 scores in the 90s in this tournament. Another half century. Well fielded. Took 4 for 43 against Warwickshire as well. So he's been in the wickets too, has Rees.
Yeah, he can. I don't know if he will today. Obviously, the white ball is different. But he can swing the red ball. Certainly, he has opened the bowling in red ball cricket as well. So he can do a number of jobs and play a number of different types of innings. He can put 100 in T20 against Northants in the past. Got away with a. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding by extra cover. Whoever that is thrown it. It's a sort of, the ball was not almost dead off the bottom of Whiteman's bat, dribbled to extra cover, who threw it in hard straight over the keeper's head. 2 runs.
They almost didn't react quick enough for not realising. I can't see that fielder has his back to us, so Can't quite make out the number
he's got his
from this
back to
difference.
us,
I mean,
Melanie.
he's
pulled his
front
cap
to us.
over his face as well. He's hiding. His shirt's over his face now. No one.
Looking through the binoculars is not really helping me much. And that one's driven firmly, driven well, and 4 runs for Whiteman. So that is just what they needed at this point, because you're getting the feeling that they were just getting chopped up a little bit.
Absolutely, it makes everyone relax a little bit, just breathe a little bit more easily. It was a full half volley and nicely tucked away by Sam Whiteman. Doesn't drive the ball particularly straight, does he? He's square of the wicket, and that ball itself went a little bit squarer than it might have done.
Again, we've seen Whiteman play and miss quite a bit to Moore and now to Rees. That is the end of the 11th over, 43 for 2. So this partnership incredibly important for the Steelbacks, trying to rebuild after losing the wickets of Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay early on. First 2 wickets falling for just 22 runs.
It's been a feature of Northants batting this year has been top order really hasn't fired, and in 50 over cricket ideally you want a platform so you can go and play freely in the middle and the latter half.
So it's Moore to continue. Just squirts that one in front of square. It is, and it's, I guess, also psychologically in this tournament in particular, you know, they did have a few wins when they had Prithvi Shaw playing, and obviously scoring that massive double century and then the century that backed it up. And yeah, they have to try to just make sure that they have the belief in themselves that they can actually put the runs on the board without someone like Prithvi Shaw there. It's a huge loss. He was an excitement machine. We were lucky enough to be here for that 244, and it was remarkable, but they can't let that get them down with
Absolutely.
these 2 must-win games.
Absolutely right. I really like the way that Rob Keogh, I hope I don't put the jinx on him here, he's getting further forward than I usually see him early in the innings. He kind of grows into an innings, Rob. He can be a little bit jittery at times when he starts an innings. By the time he gets to 30, he's moving as well as anyone. He's actually started moving really well, and in particular to Moore, he's taken length away from him, which I like to see, getting right forward to him.
And that's sort of stopped by the keeper. Stopped enough that it didn't go for 4 runs. It just gets the single.
That's a good sign. Rob Keogh getting his weight well over a bent front knee on the front foot is a really, really good sign.
He's made contributions with the bat in this tournament. He's had scores of 22, 42, 35, 20. So they've been the contributing scores there. And that one's driven beautifully. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot from Whiteman. He's played and missed, trying to drive a few times, but that time he got all of that ball.
It was very full, wasn't it? The 2 balls he's put away in the last 2 overs have been what you'd call full half volleys. And it strikes me that when it's a full half volley, you know, on any wicket, you can put your hands through it, and he's done that well, but you have to wait until it's really full on this deck.
Brings up the 50. And this time he goes across the line. There's a fielder running back, and it just manages to fall beyond his reach. So a little bit of a wild hack there from Keogh.
Well, could the fielder have dived there, do you think? Am I being harsh?
Well, he could have dived. That's there's absolutely nothing to say there.
Get off the fence, Mel.
He could have dived.
He could have dived.
He could have dived.
And he didn't dive.
Whether or not he would have taken it.
Oh, that's a great answer. That's a great answer. Shut up, Phil. Yeah.
Not
I just
at all.
expected him to get a dive in and maybe even hold it. It would have been a great catch.
It would have been a specky if he had managed to do that for sure.
But I think the bowler looked a little bit down on the fielder, but as a 16-year-old, you're not going to let the fielder know about it. But it looked like it was in the air a long time. I thought he might have got got a hand on it, possibly.
So Reese continuing from the David Capel end.
That last over from Moore was a little bit expensive, and I noticed after he finished his previous over, he kind of looked at the captain as if to say, I'm probably going to have the shepherd's crook now off bolt 5, and you know, but they gave him another over, and I think that was the right thing to do. Actually, it didn't work out for them, but it showed, you know, we're backing you here.
Yeah.
We're backing you, going very well. Keep going. That's good captaincy.
Well, as I said, Mickey Arthur had told me to watch out for him. They've got a coach with a huge amount of experience, Derbyshire.
They do.
First met Mickey Arthur when he was coaching Australia, towards the end of his coaching time with Australia.
He's a good guy, isn't he?
Very.
I hear around the place he's a really good fella.
Very, very good guy.
Yeah.
One of the most amiable chaps you'll meet in cricket. Slashed away and caught at backward point. Another wicket falls for Derbyshire. And that is the end of Sam Whiteman. Just flayed away at that one, but straight into the hands of the fielder. He departs for 14, and the third wicket falls for 51 runs. Just as you felt they were starting to get going, Derbyshire.
That's a horror dismissal for anyone. Short wide is normally followed by 4, isn't it? From a commentator's perspective, it's not normally followed by wicket. Sam Whiteman, that is his strong area. You know, behind square on the offside is an absolute Sam Whiteman golden area. I think he just tried to overhit. It looked like he normally hits that ball, times that ball away, and misses any fielders behind square on the offside. First, he's got to get it past backward point, and then he's got to beat the third man. He normally manages to do that. He's just hit that straight at backward point. It looked to me that he was really flailing at it, possibly a little bit frustrated at hitting some fielders earlier. Who knows? But that is another soft dismissal from a Northants top order batter. You know, from a bowler's perspective, you let that ball go and you're just hoping that he misses it. He actually middled it straight to the man at backward point, so not a ball that really deserved a wicket, but there you go, that's the game.
Is indeed brings Luke Proctor to the crease. Back in the side.
Yeah, he missed out on what it ended up being a 10 over game. Yeah.
And a T10 shootout against Warwickshire. Weather wasn't great in Birmingham the other day. It's my hometown here, so I was watching just to see if they were going to get any play at all. I wasn't confident at one point.
Well, it would have been better for Northants with hindsight had they taken the 1 point for an abandonment. I just you said the other day about I think you said crabby crouchy about Luke. He is crabbier crouchier than I've ever seen him.
In general, or what you've just seen there?
In terms of his batting rather than personality. Yeah.
I'm sure he's not crabby and grouchy or crouchy.
No, he is pretty grouchy actually. I mean, they all apply. He wouldn't mind me saying that. He can't hear me anyway. No, but he squats, and he's always squatted a bit. But currently he's going down to where Owen Morgan used to get his head level with the bails at times, and it wouldn't be far off. This is a more exaggerated crouch than I've seen during his time with Northants.
I'm glad I wasn't imagining things when I noted it in general. That one just squirts off the outside. Been a bit of pad in that as well. It's that final squat that he does that makes it really, really pronounced as we finish off the 13th over.
The issue with any movement, so this is a particular movement, it's a particular squat. We don't see it very often. Owen Morgan used to do it. We don't see it to this degree. Many players. The key thing for Luke Proctor, if he's comfortable doing that, is that the weight goes straight down and straight back up again. When you're making a crouch, the temptation is you might just move the weight over the balls of the feet, and then your weight is going to the offside. So any big movement has more risk of it taking your weight where you don't want it to be. And such is the case with this movement. If he can time the movement well and get the movement going down through the centre of his body in terms of weight, going down and back up again, then that's fine if it works. But the danger is it's a complication.
Well, time for some left arm spin from Mark Watt, the Scotland international. Someone I describe, Phil, as a fun bowler.
You do?
I do.
He's a competitor, and I really like Mark Watt. I think he's a really good cricketer.
I just enjoy watching him, just because you're never quite sure where he's going to bowl it from.
That's right. Yeah.
What he's going to bowl.
Yeah.
Very watchful first up. So it was sort of deceptive when he comes in. It looks like he's going to release the ball quite close to the stumps, but at the last minute goes wide.
Well, there's variation already, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. And that's it. He uses every part of the crease. Sometimes he bowls from a couple of metres behind.
He does.
It as well. Sometimes it seems almost that he's bowling medium pace swing when he does that. But then he gets wide on that crease, and then with the left arm as well, creates that angle to the right-hander. Now changing, coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Proctor.
Yeah, it's good batting from Proctor, just getting himself outside off stump and knocking it into the hole on the leg side. Yeah, he's been a successful international cricketer for a number of years now, Mark Watt, and I think he's getting better, if anything, particularly his batting.
And that one's slapped away. A fielder trying to cut it off, won't get it down there at deep backward square leg, so that is 4 runs.
Kind of talked him into that. That's the ball. He'll be hating that delivery. That's the one ball he cannot bowl.
Yeah.
It has to go for 4. It's led to a field change. His slip has come out and gone to point, but he'll be cross with himself there. Nicely bowled. A little bit of inside edge from Rob Keogh. Lovely work from Mark Watt. The stifled appeal. He had no intention of appealing there, but he just let the umpire know. I'm thinking that's quite straight on. Stay switched on.
And there is that protection there now, and just so many things about him. His batting has become a real asset as he finishes his first over. End of 14 now, 57 for 3. He has the piece of paper, his notes that he pulls out and looks at in the middle of a match. His batting during the qualifiers, where Scotland, unfortunately for them, did not make it through to the World Cup but came ever so close. His lower order batting partnerships with Michael Leask in particular were really impressive.
He's one of my favourite cricketers as well, Michael Leask.
He is an entertaining cricketer as well. They're two. They're both of them. They are fun cricketers.
Yeah, I bet they're great together, those two, yeah.
Oh, nick there, and there's that slip position that would have been quite handy that you hear Phil calling for all the time.
All the time. So, in the previous over, this matchup, Rees bowled one to Proctor. He tried to turn through the leg side, got a leading edge, it went out to point, so the ball is swinging. Get your catcher in. There's a wicket there, isn't there? That's just gone at a comfortable height to first slip. Yeah, Michael Leach played some second team cricket for us many years ago, and one of the things about the Scottish guys is they're always at camps and they're always on qualifiers and all the rest of it, and Michael would jump in his car and drive overnight to come to a game, and so keen to play, so keen to impress. It's a great bloke to have around the place. And you know, we didn't have very much money at all at the time. Had we had some, I think we could have given him some professional cricket around that time.
I'll get a single there. Well, you talk about Leask and Watt. I mean, the two of them in that match against West Indies in Hobart during the World Cup, that was, I think they took 5 wickets between them, and in that win against West Indies. And that was an absolutely brilliant display of spin in the middle. West Indies just couldn't take them down, and that was instrumental. They've beaten quite a few 4-member nations in recent times, Scotland. Tucked away. Another single on offer.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have the services of Carl Kurtzer here for a number of years, and whilst he was Scotland captain for some of that time as well, and what a great ambassador he has been for associate cricket and for Scottish cricket and for the game of cricket. Just one of the nicest blokes, best guys to have in your change room you'll ever come across.
Yeah, sometimes a bit surprised that some more Scotland players aren't playing in county cricket. Shot through low. Chris Soule, who's very exciting, bowls above 150 kilometres an hour, playing in the CPL.
So Chris had some time at Hampshire. I think I'm not sure whether, I think he was on the staff there for a while.
He's picked up several yards of pace. It feels like he was bowling really quick in Zimbabwe.
His brother was here on the staff. Tom was here for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. I think one of the things with Chris is I think he may have picked up some injuries at kind of the wrong time, as it were.
I think you're right. I think he did as well. Spent some time in Australia. But here, it's the end of 15 overs. Score is 61 for 3 with Keogh on 20. He's very important to this team. Proctor on 4. Mark Watt is going to continue his spell, and I'm going to hand you back over to Dan.
Thank you very much, Mel. Still advantage Derbyshire, Phil, would you say? 15 overs?
Yeah, comfortably. Yeah. Going at 4s with 3 in the shed. Yeah, absolutely strong start by Derbyshire. And helped by some injudicious options from Northants. 2 caught in the ring is soft.
Yeah, I thought the Sam Whiteman dismissal, I feel like I've seen it quite frequently this summer, playing that shot, that cut shot, that shot of real strength for Sam Whiteman. Nicely played.
Beautifully played,
Rob Keogh.
That's high quality, that.
He's found a non-existent gap there. Yeah. He's run it down to deep third for 4.
Off the front foot, that fielder really can only be beaten. The man at backward, well, he's at short third man, really should only be beaten off the back foot. Yep. When you get your length wrong as a bowler and the batter just goes back and lays it inside that man, but he played that off the front foot. Lovely skill. Deserved 4 and got it. Quite quick, isn't he, Mark Watt? So plenty of pace to work with. Yeah. Good comeback from Mark Watt. Yeah, I've seen it quite frequently from Sam Whiteman this year. But I thought that the thing that kind of took me a bit by surprise, there was a chance, wasn't there, that fell not far away from Sam Connors. Yeah. Nice shot again, and well fielded at point. That'd just be a single that fell just shy of Sam Connors, and I wondered whether maybe that's the kind of the call, that's the moment, that's the chance to go on and score a big one. I wondered from up here, I don't know whether you had a better view on it from where you were actually, but I thought he could have dived at that.
Yeah, it possibly one of those 50-50s. Yeah. One of those ones as a cricketer that maybe you look at afterwards and you think, oh, could I have thrown myself at it? I get those quite a lot. Those the edges down the leg side as a keeper, and they go past and you go, oh, would I have got it if I'd have thrown myself?
Of course you would.
Well,
every time. We had a sort of a mantra that we were going to go for everything in the field. But the lads did buy into that very, very strongly. There's always a decision to be made by the boundary rider when the ball's coming at you, whether you go forward for it or defend the boundary. But that's sort of game conditioned. But in general, we said we're going to go for everything, which led to one of my Northants supporters remembers that we were in the finals day at Edgbaston, and the ball went up and Adam Rossington chased the ball and dive full length for it, which was a great effort, but the ball was still 15 metres away from where he finished. Not in the same parish as the ball. It was a great effort from Rosso.
Well, the coach said go for everything, so...
That was absolutely, you told me to do that. That's what I did. It was quite funny.
Nice shot.
Cricket shot.
Beats the fielder. A half stop in the end. He's done enough to save his team a couple of runs. Proctor picks up a couple. Just an eye on the other game going on in Group B that Steelbacks fans will be looking at. Sussex versus Worcestershire at Worcester. Sussex chose to bat and they're 65 for 4 after 15 overs. So
that's not what I wanted to hear.
It's not going the way of Northamptonshire that game. Just to keep you up to date.
Lewis Rees is bowling very, very full, and I think with Luke Proctor, he does give you a bit more margin on length. So good bowling, taking advantage of getting the ball up there. Interestingly, the wicket he got though was with a short wide delivery. As he let that go, he'll have thought, oh no, it's ended up being a scalp. So getting the ball down on that shot has got to be something Sam Whiteman needs to do better. Oh, what a delivery.
Absolute beauty from Lewis Rees. Just squared Luke Proctor up through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, as you say, you probably can bowl a bit fuller to Luke Proctor. He's one of the less likely to deposit you back over your head, isn't he? Yeah,
absolutely. He'll tell you himself he doesn't score many in the V. This over he played lovely on drive, which another day would have gone for 4. That is a rarity. Generally gets the ball squarer than most. So he's giving a little bit of margin on length away. These two will have crossed whilst at Lancashire, I think, when Lewis Rees's early days on the Lancashire staff. Been with Derbyshire a number of years now.
Yeah, very, very handy all-round cricketer, isn't he?
He really is.
Lewis Rees.
He can play a variety of innings as well. You know, he can play the stone wall when he needs to, but also he has got some inventive shots. White ball cricket.
Yeah, he's passed 1,500 list A runs this year in his career. As you said, ex-Lancashire, played for the MCC in Abu Dhabi in 2014, back when those kind of pre-season games and tours were a thing. So
that was always a good trip if you get selected for that. The lads used to love that game, getting picked for the early season game of the MCC abroad.
That was against the current champions, wasn't it? I think from memory.
It was.
That was the way that was all set up.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just to say, end of the over, Phil.
I remember Stephen Peters got selected for that game, and James Middlebrook actually, who formerly of this parish as well, got selected to play in one or two of those, and they loved the stash, the MCC stash, because you got kind of trousers and a couple of polos and whatever else as well. They absolutely loved that kit.
I think I love the fact that the professional cricketers still get really excited about the stash as well. You'd think you'd get to a point where you've had enough cricket bats and enough helmets and enough gloves and enough pads, etc., 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 to kind of go, it's not really that exciting anymore. But yeah, every person you speak to, it's kind of, I can't wait to get the new stick. So I've had 13 this year, and I'm going to get my 15th through the post next week, and it's just, I'm excited. Change of bowling then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Mark Watt's going to be replaced by Alex Thompson. Finger spinner for finger spinner. This one orthodox off spin though, rather than the left arm.
He's a staff's boy, I think, Alex Thompson. I think he was on the Warwickshire staff for a while, but he's now closer to home at Derbyshire.
He was indeed. I was trying to work out, because I did the NCCA T20 finals day at Tring Park earlier this year, which Staffordshire went on to win, and I was trying desperately to recall whether Alex Thompson had played for Staffordshire in that finals day.
Okay, he has played for them this year.
Yeah, but I don't think he did play finals day.
Okay. But you had a couple of my favourite Northamptonshire cricketers in that game with James Kettleborough.
Yes.
Would have been captain that side, and Tom Brett.
Yep.
Who had a great tournament, I think.
Yes. Yeah, very, very good. Very good outfit, Staffordshire. Nils Priestley scored about 160, I think, in the semi-final against Berkshire, and then they went on to beat Cornwall in the final. But it was one of those, I was looking through the players and I saw Staffordshire, and Alex Thompson suspended his career as a PE teacher was the opening line on ESPN Cricinfo when I was looking at the players. And I looked at it and I went, I've definitely read that before somewhere. So I started thinking it must have been the finals day, but I'm certain Alex Thompson didn't play. I think he probably played. A lot of those players that have got the county contracts played in the opening rounds of that T20 competition.
Yes.
So people like Ross Whiteley, I think, played for Dorset.
That's right, yeah. There's a lot of them.
Nice shot. I think Safe might have played for, is he Buckinghamshire?
Yeah, he's a Bucks
I think
lad.
he would have played for Bucks.
I think he did, yeah.
In those early rounds.
Yeah, but you're right, it was the early rounds, not the late, But yeah, congratulations to James Kelleher and to Tom Brett. They're featuring very heavily in a strong Staffordshire season on all fronts, I think.
And a good start here by Alex Thompson. Just the 3 singles coming off those first 4 balls. Width offered. Push through the offside. And a misfield which allows Luke Proctor to come back for a couple. I think they'd settled on that single, hadn't they?
Well, it's interesting because settled is the right word to describe. They didn't push, did they?
No.
Whether they did get the error, so it was a sloppy bit of fielding because he was under no pressure really. He should have been under more pressure. Save 2, wasn't, but they got it anyway.
Alex Thompson's first over's gone for 5 then. 18 overs done, 74 for 3, the Steelbacks. Rob Keogh 27, Luke Proctor on 10. The stream powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club on Cummins Community Day. If you're in the area and you'd like to pop in and join the other 2,000 plus cricket fans here today, you can do so. Just £2 to get in. So if you're in Northampton or around Northampton, you think, I'll go down and watch some cricket this afternoon. Good place to spend your afternoon on a nice day in Northampton. Still waiting for these balloons though, Phil.
Oh, you will wait. Yeah, they don't. I mean, you know, they're the star attraction. They're not going to go up early. You know, we're not daft Northamptonians.
The headline act.
Don't put the winning ticket into the raffle until late in the afternoon.
Down the ground by Keogh. He's using his feet this time against Lewis Rees.
It's the first time that this matchup has happened. I'm not sure that Lewis Rees has bowled many balls at Rob Keogh, if any, which is unusual because he's been at the crease for quite a while. He's on 27. Certainly the first time he's come around the wicket to him. I think maybe the first time he's bowled to him.
I don't recall Lewis Rees having bowled to Rob Keogh so far today. Just tucked into the leg side. Run the first one hard, but I don't think there's going to be a second one on offer. I think that's Haider Ali, isn't it, out there on the leg side boundary doing the fielding. Pakistani international. I think he's got 33 caps in T20 cricket for Pakistan.
That'll be the Mickey Arthur connection that's probably been instrumental in making that signing happen, I guess.
Well, that and Saranga Lakmal, who misses out today, but Mickey Arthur would have had relationships with both, wouldn't he, during those periods of time? It's a shame not to see someone like Saranga Lakmal play. I was looking through last night. I think he's second only to Chaminda Vaus in Sri Lankan Seamer wicket takers.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. What a bowler that guy was.
Phenomenal cricketer. And I think Saranga Lakmal probably doesn't get the credit that he deserves as an international.
Fair comment. I was lucky enough to be able to watch Chaminda Vaus up close. He was with us for a few seasons, and what a craftsman. Absolutely beautiful. We got, I was running the academy for some of that time. We got the academy keeper to come in and just keep him. had like an open net, really, side nets, but it was open so it could go through and the keeper could catch, because the bowler wanted to see it going through. And so many times the poor keeper was going the wrong way as the ball went the other way.
Single for Luke Proctor. It's 11 off 23, just rebuilding this innings, isn't he? Building a bit of a platform for Northamptonshire so that they can accelerate later on in this innings, having lost those 3 early wickets earlier on today. And first time Brooke Guest, captain's going to come up to the stumps as well. He's seen Rob Keogh use his feet against Lewis Rees for those 2 or 3 balls at the start of this over, so he said not today. And he's turned that one into the leg side for a single off the last ball of the over as well.
Yeah, Lewis Rees's reaction, he's not the most sort of excitable cricketer, but he's suggesting that ball was very, very straight, and Rob Kerr played around the front pad, knocked it into the leg side. He got enough bat on it. The key thing about that was that, which is a feature of Rob's batting today, is that his head was really well forward. You know, for anyone listening, any youngsters listening, if you get your head forward, it does give you far better access to the ball. You can get to the ball far more easily. If your head is back and you're playing around the front pad, you're going to miss a number of those balls. You are going to do get your head forward. It gives you options, and that's what allowed Rob Keogh to work a straight ball into a gap on the leg side. So it is, you know, it's a skill game, cricket, but those little bits of technique can make a difference, as it did there. It'll be interesting to see if Northampton try and attack Thompson.
A single added to the score. Do you think they're in a position to be able to do so? That would be my first thought. Or do they need to actually rebuild? Which is, I think, clearly what Derbyshire and Brooke Guest have kind of gambled on here. That
they have.
Can we sneak through some overs with Alex Thompson?
Exactly that. Exactly that. And so for me, I would want to put the bowler under a bit of pressure, but go through gears of risk. We're not saying go to gear 6.
Yeah.
If both these guys are in now, it doesn't look the easiest wicket. It's not an absolute row, but just a little bit more intent. Just we can't allow this guy to bowl 10 overs for 45, for example.
Yeah, the fielder at mid-on's just gone back outside the circle, but cover and mid-wicket are pretty tight. Opens up the offside, and just for another single out there.
Very pleasant shot, that, wasn't it?
It was nice.
Because you see Luke Proctor do a lot is close the face on that ball and work it into the leg side. He went the other way, hands inside the ball. Very elegantly played, Procky. I like that.
Rob Keogh much of a sweeper. The slog sweep is on if he wanted to take that option on this angle.
It's something that he hits the ball incredibly hard when he sweeps. I wouldn't say he's a natural sweeper, but he's built it into his game. I think he'll go to it if he needs to, rather than it being a front line option for him. And he hits it very hard.
There is that sweep.
When he hits it.
There is that sweep. He was eyeing up that boundary. Those two fielders at short fine leg and just backward of square. Well, he's just going out to deep backward square. He's seen the sweep shot and they've put the man out, but and that's out. The fielder's gone back and Rob Keogh's tried to work it into that gap on the leg side. He's got a leading edge and he's chipped it straight back to the Derbyshire bowler, Alex Thompson, who gets his first wicket of the day.
Innocuous wicket, wasn't it? It was just just a normal off spin around the wicket delivery, kind of middle stump. As you say, the man had just gone back to the square leg boundary, which opened up the gap for Rob Keogh to knock it into the hole for a single. I watched the replay quite closely. But his head's gone over to the offside on that. His head goes over to the offside. He's not in control of the bat face well enough, and that ends up being a leading edge back to the bowler. It was a great David Houghton, who actually was coach of Derbyshire for a number of years and director of cricket, had a couple of spells there, and he could play spin. Part of the wicketkeepers union, of course. He was our batting coach for a while here. And David Houghton used to talk to batters about getting their body across the crease to work the ball into the leg side. Get your body there. Don't get your head there or your hands. Get your body there, and the shot becomes a lot easier. And I think that was a case in point there. Rob Keogh was a bit static, tried to work the angle with his body, his head, sorry, going across to the offside to create the ability to work the ball, and it didn't go well for him. So again, you'd have to say that's quite a soft dismissal.
I would agree with you. 20 overs done then, 79 for 4. Rob Keogh the man to go, and captain Lewis McManus makes his way out to the middle to join Luke Proctor for another little bit of a rebuild. It's funny, I could see you shaking your head out the corner of my eye when the fielder went out to deep square, and I thought as well, I agreed with you. I thought that's a little bit of a negative move, I thought, for Derbyshire. That you've seen the sweep shot played once by Rob Keogh that was a failed sweep shot, and I thought, well, you're just giving him the easy one into the leg side. And as it turns out, that man who dropped out to deep square created the indecision for Rob Keogh to, well, he fell for he took the bait, I suppose, is probably what you would describe in a fishing term.
Hook, line and sinker.
Absolutely. Luke Proctor then, Lewis Rees. It's left well alone. Still got a little bit of shape on it, this one, isn't it? You see Brooke Guest just having to take a couple of steps over to his left-hand side to take that.
Yeah, although it's sunny, there is cloudy, and it's quite muggy, isn't it? It's a little bit muggy, so there's a bit of atmosphere there. And Lewis Rees he's been on the money with the one poor ball he's bowled. Got Sam Whiteman out. Actually, hasn't bowled very many loose balls at all. Bowled particularly well at Luke Proctor, almost exclusively at Luke Proctor.
It's a big inside edge, big expansive drive from Luke Proctor that time. A thick inside edge makes its way to short mid-wicket. Not much of a gap, is there, between short cover and mid-off, but that's certainly where Luke Proctor was trying to pinpoint that ball from Lewis Rees. What's the conversation there then between Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus having seen that shot, 79 for 4? Is it a case of, come on, Procky, we need to bat here for 20 overs?
I would say exactly that.
Nicely played off his hip into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, although he's obviously captain of this side, from the time that he joined Northampton on loan, I was very impressed with Lewis McManus in the way that he got his points across to other players, whether they were senior, junior, whoever they were. If he had something to offer, he was happy to offer it, and I really like that. He was a leader well before he was a captain.
He's someone, during my time here this summer, that I've not really had a great deal to do with. It's the first time I spoke to him was after the victory against Sussex. Up to that point, our paths hadn't crossed at all, but he came across, there was a real kind of calmness and almost authority in the way that he spoke. And you kind of, yeah, you got that vibe that when he talks, people listen to him.
It's funny that Rips was on, wasn't he, a couple of days ago with us, and we used to have a sort of a shorthand really where we'd say he's a cricketer, and clearly they're all cricketers. You know, it wasn't that much of an insight, but it was, they think like a cricketer. They talk. You know, he's a wise cricketer. He understands the game.
Full toss that time. I think that's okay though. I think it's just dropped, isn't it? No signal from the umpire. It's square leg.
But you'd have to say, Lewis, for all of those plaudits, which I'm happy to give him, probably been a bit light on runs, and he will know that.
Yeah, he missed about a month, didn't he, of the county championship. He got a finger injury against his old county, Hampshire. I think he wore one on the gloves from James Fuller whilst he was batting, and ended up missing a couple of rounds of the championship. Came back for the blast, didn't he? But he must have missed 3 games, I think.
I'd say something like that. Yeah.
So has had a little bit of a stop-start season, but as you say, will certainly be, well, he'll know that he's been a little bit light on runs this year for the county. One benefit of being a wicketkeeper though, and being multi-purpose, I guess, or a genuine all-rounder, is that if one discipline of your game isn't quite going to plan, then you do obviously get the other one that you can rely and shine on. And he's been immaculate with the gloves, I think would be fair to say, across the course of the year.
Kind of goes a bit unnoticed, doesn't he? And That's a good wicketkeeper for me. You're noticing the keeper. Okay, it might be a brilliant catch, but it's often times when they haven't done things particularly well. You haven't noticed him like a good football referee.
I think I was talking to... I went down to a club down near Southampton, and I was talking to one of the parents, and one of their kids was a wicketkeeper, and they said that we really struggled to get kids to actually want to do it. And I think that's probably the point of what you've just said, is the fact that if you do something well, no one cares, no one notices, no one says anything.
Yeah.
The second that you make one mistake, it's all of a sudden, it's like, well, if you'd have taken that catch, then we'd have won that game.
Absolutely.
It's like, yeah, but you've bowled 5 disgusting long ops in that over, and you've bowled one good length delivery that's taken an edge, and I've made the mistake, and it's all my fault. It's all the kids' fault.
That's a fictitious conversation. You've never had that conversation, have you, Dan?
Well, to be fair, there's some of the bowlers I keep to, they can bowl 6. They can bowl 6 in an over, Phil, rather than just 5. But it's that kind of thing. It's same as being a football goalkeeper.
Yeah.
You can make one mistake.
I think it's the hardest job in the game. If it's not, then opening the batting just pips it. But for me, it's right up there with opening the batting in red ball cricket is keeping wicket. I think it's such a difficult job. Yeah, and thankless too, generally. Bit of squeeze on Lewis McManus, another man in the ring. The square leg has come up. Don't give him an easy option. I like that.
Yeah, well, they'll know that he's been short of runs, and maybe a little bit of a crowd catch there. So yeah, get the players in. Would you find a slip here, or would you look at a bit more of a catcher somewhere else rather than to keep him on 0?
I think I would probably stay where I am.
Yeah.
With this, it's okay. 6 in. I don't know that the ball's going to run past the outside edge on this pitch, particularly from round the wicket there. So I'd be pretty happy to stick where I am. In this matchup with the left-hander, more chance of the ball going to slip. So they've got one in, which is good.
Possibly not on that length though, Proctor.
Yeah, that ball there is it's a bit of a nothing ball, isn't it? But you have to hit that. For me, you've got to hit that ball for 4. That is a very poor delivery in the context of how well he's bowling. Short wide, you've got one man to beat on the boundary. You have to hit that for 4. And that relieves so much pressure and puts pressure back on the bowler. But you cloth it for a single, and he's got away with it. Nicely bowled.
Looks like he's getting a little bit of grip on there as well, isn't he? It's a used pitch. It would have been the same pitch that was used against Worcester the other day. That was a fresh one then, wasn't it? So it's had 100 odd overs of cricket on it now, and it was a little bit stoppy then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
for the seamers anyway. So maybe not that big of a surprise that it's taken a little bit of turn, but
it kind of flattened out, didn't it? I know Rips was very, rightly so, was very keen to point that out in the context of analysing the game, was that the wicket did flatten out in the second half. Let's hope that isn't the case today.
Well, I'm sure it would have been taken into consideration with Derbyshire's decision at the toss to have a bowl first. McManus using his feet this time. See how many times he's allowed to do that before Brooke Guest comes up to the stumps and cuts that option off for McManus. Lewis Rees so far today has bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. He's going at less than 3 and over.
He's bowled very well, hasn't he?
He really has. He's been on the money the whole time. As you say, he's bowled a lot to Luke Proctor, who's 15 off 31. He's not given him much to score off at all. Dropped into the offside, rotating the strike. I think that's something that needs to be done proactively, isn't it now?
Yeah, so, a few times I'll talk about taking a little bit more risk, and that's a great example how Lewis played that. Is early in his innings, but he's just shuffled down the wicket a wee bit. The bowler dragged his length back well, but perhaps a little bit too far, just fractionally, and it allowed Lewis McManus to get off strike. So opening up the game with a low risk option.
Big appeal for LBW. I think there might be a little bit of bat on it. There is not. It's going to be a leg by. I thought I heard a couple of noises. Maybe Luke Proctor got himself outside the line of off stump. He did kind of shuffle across, didn't he, as he tried to work that one into the leg side.
Yeah, he did. He did. He does. You know, as we know, he does shuffle across a wee bit. Neil Malander, who played for Northants back in the 80s very successfully, gave that not out. Nicknamed Ghosty because of his appearance, I think. Ghost-like.
Drive ball driven at mid-off, who half stops it. Does end up saves his team a couple of runs. Is it Mark Watt?
It is Mark Watt.
Wasn't the quickest to get back to his feet, was he? I think Proctor had a look for two.
Yeah, and then Mark Watt. Of course, Mark Watt to throw a very strong throw in. Just say no, don't think about that. I've got a decent arm.
Yeah, not on my arm.
Yeah, he's a competitor. He did the main part of that job well, didn't he? Which was save 4. That's
Yes.
the first thing you've got to do. Then that's what he did. Ball just dribbled away from him, but it was a good tumbling stop. Yeah, so that is an interesting one. Luke Proctor looks really fed up with that ball because he would expect there to be enough pace on the ball that if he just leaves the bat face open, it runs off down to third man and he can trot down the other end for a single. But it was so slow onto the bat that it ran off square, and he looked a little bit disgruntled there. But it's just just picking up indicators that the batters are saying it's not easy to time the ball.
Straighter from Lewis Rees and just flicked off the pads for a single to end the 23rd over. Steelbacks 88 for 4 after 23. Lewis McManus on 4, Luke Proctor on 16, and Lewis Rees 7 overs, 1 for 20. I'll hand back over to Mel Farrell.
Thanks, Dan. Just been downstairs briefly, and it's great to see so many kids in the indoor nets. Of course, it's the Commons Community Day down here, only £2 entry. So if you're in the area, great way to keep the kids occupied for a few hours while you watch the cricket. One of the things I thought was great, Phil, was that I think there were more girls there than there were boys.
That's great.
So that's certainly a sign of how things have been changing in the past few years. Thompson. It's a nice little wristy flick. Won't get a run for it. Mark Watt prowling there. Backward point.
Interesting. Thompson, I don't know if deliberately or not, he's just moved his line a little bit wider to Luke Proctor. He's got fed up with him knocking it into the leg side. So he's asking him to beat a fielder on the offside. It's a good challenge. I quite like that. And there he goes again.
And this time just getting it just in front of square. So there was a single on offer. It does feel, and it's been that way in a number of the games here, that they're always on the rebuild.
Yeah.
It's a constant rebuild with Northants.
Yeah. That's a very good point. It's a bit like always having 6-footers for par. You know, it wears you down after a while.
It does. It just not being quite able to get that significant partnership. There have been some. There was that great partnership between Taylor and Sales in the last match. And that's something I was just thinking about as well. I'm going to be quite interested to see when they send Tom Taylor in today, Northants. He's been batting at 8. He did in that T10 match. He came in at 4 in the last match, but that was a T10. So they sort of moved the batting order around quite a bit, as you can imagine they would in that circumstance. But we were discussing a couple of games ago here whether or not Taylor should be coming in up the order. Scored a century in his last outing here at home and has really stood out. This is a very tidy over from Thompson.
Really good over. Really good. I'd like, as I said earlier, I'd like Northampton just try and put the bowler under a little bit more pressure, but there's not much you can do with that. He's landed every ball almost exactly where he wanted to. It's really well bowled. What would you do, Mel? Northampton lose a wicket now. Are you sending in Tom Taylor?
Yes, I am.
So am I. Do you want to think about that a bit more? That was a great answer. Yeah, it's a no-brainer, isn't it?
I think it is.
I do, yeah.
Just having come in here, not really having seen a lot of Northants before, but coming in and seeing him, he's just looked the most comfortable, most confident out there.
Yeah.
He's been in the runs, he's been in form, he's played a couple of really good hands for them.
Yeah.
So I definitely would. So we see Mark Watt coming back into the attack, change of end, now coming in from the David Capel end. Bowled 2 overs in that first stint for 12 runs. Very watchful first up. Mark Watt is also, I was talking before about him being a fun cricketer. He's responsible for probably one of my favourite ever cricket tweets.
Okay.
Are you a Twitter man? No, we're supposed to call it X now, but...
No, I'm not. I'm an ex-Twitter man.
Well, it's now called X.
I'm not on either.
Just drag that one down a little bit. It was after that World Cup game that we were talking about, when he and Michael Leask bowled so well together. And everyone was fascinated by him pulling out his notes.
Yes.
Just beat the fielder. I'll get a single. And if people haven't seen it, he does have he just pulls it out of his pocket. He's got little notes written about certain batters and reminding himself what he needs to do. I've never seen another bowler do that, ever, on the field. And he was doing that in that match against West Indies. And so people were quite tickled. And he was being asked about that a lot, because I think it was probably the first time a lot of people had seen that. He was asked about it afterwards in the post-match media and in the press conference. And he wouldn't say exactly what was written on it, but later on he tweeted a photo saying, here were my notes. And the photo was a piece of paper on which he'd written, "Don't bowl slot."
I remember. I have seen that.
See, that's why it's my favorite. I've never forgotten it.
Yes.
It was very, very funny.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think he's got the same piece of paper with him today, because he hasn't bowled slot there either. What he has done really well is dotted up the Northants batters. At times they had 7 men in the circle there. So they are saying, we are going to strangle you. A bit like Sussex did with their slow bowling against Northamptonshire earlier in this tournament. And as you said earlier, Mel, being 4 down, it's always rebuild. So it absolutely limits the amount of risk that you're going to want to take on. So the fielding team here, Derbyshire, recognising the moment, let's really squeeze tight. And with Mark Watt bowling, you've got a bowler that you can set that field to, because he bowls very little slot, very little anything else.
Well, just a single coming off each of the last 2 overs. So things just slowing down a little bit. That strangle Phil's talking about, working nicely. So can Thompson keep that going? Certainly does with that ball. Proctor is on 18 of 40 and McManus 4 off 16. So they have to be careful that they don't just get too bogged down here, Northants. Make it really difficult for themselves, leave the likes of Taylor a lot to do.
That's the place. I was just looking, Mel, then as you were talking, to think, okay, so if I'm Luke Proctor, where am I going to go? And an extra cover seems to me to be the best low-risk option for him to go, and well played, Proc. He did do that. If they've got the fielder at cover very straight for Luke Proctor, I think that's a really good place for him to go as well. That fielder in the game has got straighter and straighter over the years. Used to be sort of level with the batting stumps, and now the fielder is generally level with the bowling stumps on the cover boundary.
One fielding position that I've noticed that you just don't seem to see very often anymore is there's a proper regulation point.
Mhm.
You look always backwards.
Yeah.
Is that gone out of fashion?
Yeah, I think it has. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I'm going to have to think now. That's a really good question.
So something I've just noticed, even if it's just a little bit backward of point.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, definitely that man has gone. That man has gone behind, and I think at the same time, I'm giving myself some thinking time. I will try to answer it. I don't think I can. At the same time, third man has gone wider in general. So is it? I'm wondering, is that part of the same thing? What are we seeing? Why is that? Why haven't I thought about it before? Why have you stumped me?
I don't know. I think of lots of weird things. Oh, he's got
shot.
underneath that sweep, and there's no one down on the boundary there. So 4 runs. That is the breaking of the shackles that were threatening to strangle the North Ants batters. But a little bit of release there, and that's very welcome for the home side. They'll be hoping there's a bit more of that to come.
I think I'd need more time to think about this and probably bring some others in and kick it around a bit. But I think the man going behind on the point position is about doing more than one job. I think it's something to do with you covering more shots from there. So if you square, you're kind of covering a square cover drive. Anything to your left is going to beat you because of the pace the ball will come. You go behind, you can maybe get a dive into the square cover drive, and the backward drive and the back foot shot. You're probably in the game for that as well. So is it a percentage play that you're just covering 1.2 shots rather than one shot, possibly?
Okay. No, that could be right. It's good. I'm going to think about that a little bit more.
Yeah, me too.
26 overs gone, 97 for 4. As what continues from the David Capel end.
I think another thing which may be connected, may not, because it's more white ball. Come on to that in a sec. Is that you used to start the game, your best fielder in white ball cricket would be at point, and very often they're now extra cover. So is the ball just being hit straighter? Which wouldn't argue to the other point, but these things are developing in the game, aren't they, all the time?
Absolutely. Delicately played, beautiful late shot, but there is a fielder running down, so it won't get to the boundary.
Mark Watt was really cross with himself there. Kind of blinked a bit, didn't he? That was a quicker ball, and just a stump of width, and Luke Proctor played it beautifully inside the shorts. Third man didn't manage to get to the boundary.
Goes for the sweep and sweeps hard, but straight to Harry Moore, 16-year-old. Bowled very well early on. Oh, went back. Slashed at that one.
Another quicker ball there.
Yeah, he does it. He varies his pace so much. He varies the angle, varies the point at which he releases. Just moves across the crease there. Proctor brings up the 100 with that single. So 100 for 4 in the 27th over. It's been a little bit torturous at times. Difficult, constantly trying to rebuild after losing regular wickets. Down the pitch and squirts off the inside edge. Managed to scramble a single.
I think that was another quicker ball there, and nearly stuffed Lewis McManus there.
Yeah, it certainly provides a challenge. Mark Watt, he's none for 17 after 4 overs. His first couple of overs went for 12, so just 5 from the next 2. Let's work that out. It must be a really tricky bowler to face, just because you're not quite sure what is going to come from him.
Do you know, I talked about Simon Kerrigan, another slow left armer, being a very very good poker player, and I don't know whether Mark Watt plays poker. It wouldn't surprise me. They're on the road a lot, these guys. They've got to keep themselves occupied. But he kind of gives the illusion of things happening when things are not happening. And as you say, as a batter, you're wondering, where is it coming from? How wide is he? Is he straight? Is it quicker? Is it lower arm? Is he going to look at his shopping list now? What's he going to do? Is it 24 yards away? Is he 9? Where is he? And all the time that you're thinking that, you're not really watching the ball as close as you might do. So he's going to make, as Shane Warne would say, create a theatre, and he does that.
Change of bowling. Tom Wood for the first time this afternoon.
I think Tom Wood's back in the game with Derbyshire. He had some time with them, and then I think he was out of the game for a while, and went away and just churned out runs in the cricket that he was playing in. Got back onto the radar, as it was, and forced his way back onto the staff. That's commendable.
And they've obviously decided that the slower bowling is the way to go at the moment, because he hasn't bowled, he's only played 15 list day games, just has the 3 wickets.
When I saw him warming up, I thought, is he going to come on to bowl, or is he just kind of, having a bit of a joke with the captain and saying, actually, I wouldn't mind bowling on this, but it's a genuine move, and it's a smart move. It's proving difficult to play the slow bowlers. If you've got another one, let's get him on. It's nicely played.
Yeah, only for a single. Yeah, I think he's just played 3 games so far. This is his 4th game this season in this format. And only bowled once.
Yeah, he's in the side for Madsen today, isn't he? Who would do exactly the same job, I guess. Mel, it's a hard man to get out of the team. Wayne Madsen bowls, bats and fields brilliantly, and an identical cricketer to Tom Wood in many ways.
And Madsen, of course, being recalled to the 100, but that is the end of Tom Wood's first over. So 4 runs coming from it, just a few singles, 105 for 4 now.
So the conversation between the 2 captains at the moment, the 2 Northampton captains, that is, won't be when do we go, it'll be how do we go. How do we now start to accelerate? What are the options going to be?
Well, these middle overs with the spinners coming in that really have found it hard. We've seen the odd boundary, but generally it's been singles, not a lot of 2s. A lot of dot balls, a lot of singles. And after that mid-pitch conversation, we'll see here if the approach changes. It's a dot ball first up. Both of these players basically going at a run rate of a strike rate of about 50. So that's not ideal, obviously. But again, follows up with another dot ball. This has been terrific from Mark Watt in this spell.
When's he going to go slower, Mel? So the last 5 balls he's bowled have been quicker.
When's he going to pull out his notes? When's he going to bowl from, 2 yards behind the crease?
There's a slower one.
Yeah, toss that one up to Mark Wood, and that's been put away. Dealt with nicely by Proctor. I wondered when he might toss one up. It
was going to happen, wasn't it?
But I don't mind that either.
No, not at all.
You've got to be prepared to
absolutely
to go for some of those. Well, create a chance. It's just tweaking his field a little bit.
When are we going to see the 23-yard ball? We haven't seen that one yet.
No, I know.
Sometimes bowls are almost from behind the umpire, doesn't he?
Look, it's like Mark Watt bingo should be a thing. I don't feel we've had enough of it yet. Oh. Oh my God, you just
Okay, it's not called that wide, the ump, so that must have been very close. I mean, previously anything down the leg side would have been called a wide. It didn't hit the pad, otherwise it would have been an appeal. So it's what I think the umpires now call it profile wides. The batter moves across his stumps.
So the single, yes, of course, they changed that particular law. They did the revamp, taking into consideration now in white ball cricket how much the batters move around the crease.
I was talking to a first-class umpire a few weeks ago about the profile wide. I won't name him. He said it makes our job a whole lot harder.
well, yeah, I guess it would, wouldn't it? Because you have to take so much more into consideration, and it becomes very subjective. I mean, I suppose it is subjective anyway, in a way.
Nicely bowled.
Very nicely bowled by Mark Watt. To give away a boundary in that one, but don't mind seeing him toss the ball up, give it a bit of flight, tempt the batters, especially when they have been so good at squeezing them through this part of the game.
When it's not easy to time the ball, and particularly at almost any time against slow bowlers don't at this level don't bowl you many bad balls. Have to capitalise on what they do give you. We've missed out on a few occasions and hit fielders, but actually overall they haven't served up many bad balls at all. Been difficult going.
Wood. Again, there are singles on offer, and they are coming. But again, it's just going at about 50 as a strike rate. You can't afford to do that for too long if you're going to have anything to defend. Goes for the reverse, straight to the fielder.
Played it well, didn't he? He's a little bit unlucky there. It was, as you say, right at the field. It was a quicker ball as well from Wood, but Lewis McManus was up to it and struck it well. It was right at the man. He's only got one man to beat, so it's a good option.
You said before that the conversation will not be about when do we go, but how do we go. But at some point, there might have to be a when in there as well.
Well, what I meant was now. We've got to start. We've got to go. And I'm not talking about running down the wicket and trying to hit it into Mars, but I'm talking about taking a bit more risk. We've seen a few more sweeps. There seems a bit more intent. We've got to knock bowlers off their lines and lengths, because if we're going to rattle along at 4 and over, we're not going to get a number that we can defend. Nicely bowled. He's held that back, didn't he?
Yeah, it's been impressive as well from Wood since he came in. They've just given very, very little away, all of the spinners. They're okay with that. They're okay if they're giving a single away down to long off. That's not going to really hurt them in the long run. It's the end of the 30th over. 115 for 4, so still kind of crawling along a little bit, Northants.
I'm glad it's got to 30 overs, because it makes the sums a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Are you doubling, are you? Well, 230 would be a total I would call modest.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I'm not sure it's a winning score, but we're going to wait and see how well Northants bowl and field. But yeah, 230, and would need to go at what 6s in order to get there. 6s is doable, but it's not going to be a score that we're going to be happy with. So 250 looks like to me to be minimum, which means we're going to score it closer to 7s. More boundaries required.
Well, played a similar shot previous Mark Watt over. This time there's fielding protection there.
Lewis McManus is very good at picking the ball up over the leg side. Mid-on is up. There's no man in front of square on the leg side boundary, so that looked for me, Sunset Boulevard is a place to try to go. Yes, it's a kind of against the spin in inverted commas, but if he gets close to it, he can close the face on on the bat and get the ball up and over. Actually, oh, this is good cricket from Mark Watt. Brilliant cricket. He's brought mid-off up into the ring, so he knows that Lewis McManus is going to have to do more than knock it down the ground for a single. Really good.
Oh, it goes up in the air, just behind the keeper.
I think.
Went for the
Yeah, there's a bit of glove on it, I think.
bit of glove.
That's what Lewis McManus was kind of indicating to Mark Watt there. Mark Watt thought it could have been straight onto the pad. It was pretty adjacent if had it hit straight on the pad, but I think luckily it flicked the glove on the way through.
Just played that to towards deep backward square, who runs in, who was in on the circle. He had two, well, he's coming back in now on the circle. So he's got two fielders behind point at the moment, too far away from each other. Down the pitch he goes towards Sunset Boulevard. That's the area where there is the vacant space. That's the area where there are runs on offer, and he gets 4 of them. Perfect.
Strong option for Lewis McManus, and got it away, executed it well. Mark Watt's a clever cricketer. He brought the mid-off up for one ball, he's put him back for another ball. He's kind of getting inside Lewis McManus's head. To his credit, Lewis McManus said, no, I'm sticking with my strong options. That was one.
Oh, it's up in the air, but drops short.
That was interesting.
And Mark Watt unhappy, perhaps thinking that he could have maybe got further forward and dived for that one. The end of his over.
I'd love to see a replay of that, because Mark Watt bowled the ball and looked like he almost recoiled from the crease. Whether it was a 24-yard delivery that he sometimes puts in, I didn't see the release. But certainly Lewis McManus was early into the shot, and the ball carried almost all the way back down the wicket, almost landed in the crease. And you would expect the bowler to be there, square on, ready to take it, but he wasn't. He was behind the crease, and he is very disappointed about that, because he kind of he earned the error with his accurate bowling.
He did, so that was an unusual one. And we have seen some tame dismissals. We've seen a caught and bowled. We've seen the ball being chipped back, slapped straight to the fielders. Certainly they'll be relieved that there wasn't another tame dismissal there. As we see the 16-year-old Moore, Harry Moore, coming back into the attack, impressed, opening the bowling. 1 for 24 after 6 overs. Probably just gave away a few more in that 6th over. Might have been tiring a little bit, but generally bowled very well. Tall, lanky figure. Playing his 2nd game professionally, senior. He's played that one late. Proctor.
Not sure I'd have changed things up particularly. I was Derbyshire. I mean, you know, if I take Derbyshire, I'm Derbyshire. We're in charge of the game. Tom Wood's bowling nicely. We haven't gone for a boundary from this end for quite a while. I'm not sure I need to change things up. That does give us the opportunity to see more of this guy, Moore, who is worth watching. A 16-year-old, 16 years old. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
Well bowled again. Must be quite something to be brought in to the side. Still at school, I guess. And there has been a bit of a feature of this Metro Bank One Day Cup that we are seeing some teenagers come in with some players out. So there's a real mix of hardened, all-season players. And that's going to be called wide. It is. Yeah, so there's mix of teenagers with those who, the real journeymen, if you like, of county cricket. So there's, I'm sure, plenty of wisdom being handed down to the youngsters.
A great learning opportunity, isn't it? Yes. Lewis McManus just having a little shuffle, trying to put more off his length, but he just dragged his length back as he needed to account for the batter being closer to him. It's good skill. Watching the batter's feet, able to adjust.
Certainly not being flustered at any point as more.
Two's the shout, and 2 it is.
Get back comfortably. Throw coming in from Mark Watt. I guess it's this point in the innings when we're talking about moving Taylor up the batting order, and yeah, whether or not it suits his game to come in later when the pressure's on, I don't know, but I'd like to see him with more time.
Agreed. I agree. I'm pleased to hear you say that. There's a lot of talk, in particular in T20, but it kind of comes into this game a little bit as well, into the 50-over game. You know, when do we want this guy at the crease? How many balls left is it best that he goes in at? I think Tom Taylor has shown to us that he's a proper batter. He's got more options than others. I think at times he's got more boundary options than some of the others. But the innings that I've seen him play, he has played proper cricket. So it's been he because of the extra skill that he has, he can hit the ball on the top of the bounce. It doesn't have to be a half volley, and it doesn't have to be too short before he can pull it. He's got this brilliant reverse sweep that he can play fine. He can hit it for 6. It means he can play at a sort of a relatively lowish risk. So there's no reason why he can't bat for 40 overs, 30 overs, 20 overs, 10, whatever it might be. So he needs to be at the crease now, really. And what that means to me is that Luke Proctor in particular needs to start taking bigger risk at this stage.
Start of the 33rd over. Sam Connors back into the attack. Big crouch from Luke Proctor before he plays that one very fine. It's funny that the more I watch of that crouch, he almost jumps into it.
Yes. Yes, he does. Yeah. And as I was saying earlier, it just makes balance that much harder. The more moving parts you've got to get them all right in order to be where you want to be every time.
Well, he has moved on to 37 off 63, so important that he keeps going, stays out there, but that they start to lift the run rate. There's no way through there.
It'll be interesting to see how these two worked it out. You know, there's 2 good cricket brains out there. We know the run rate has to increase. So, as we said, it's not when, it's how. And then it's who, I guess, after that. Is it going to be both of them? Is one of them going to play the chief aggressor role where the other one takes only a little bit more risk? Be interesting to see how they decide to go about it.
Oh, there's a nick and he's gone. Lewis McManus, the captain, he did decide to go. He flashed at a short and wide one, and Sam Connors has come back into the attack and picked up the wicket of the captain.
He just backed away from that ball to open up the offside. That's, for me, that's a good option. It's a relatively low risk option. He perhaps went too far away from the stumps. You see it on the replay when it comes up. Certainly backed away from the stumps to try and create room to hit through the offside. And in the end, he wasn't close enough to the ball. It's not too bad. It's a good length, actually, wasn't it? Just a good length ball. So he backed away to create the options through the offside. The bowler did well, held his line, held his length in particular. Lewis McManus didn't really adjust from there. Still tried to play the shot probably over the infield and nicked it. And it got to Brookguest pretty quickly, but a comfortable catch for the keeper. It does bring Tom Taylor to the crease.
We got our wish.
We got our wish, perhaps not the way we'd have wanted.
So McManus departs for 21, but that brings Tom Taylor to the crease. The 28-year-old has been, well, really outstanding for his side. He's scored 112 against Gloucester, 42 not out against Sussex, and then that 100 against Worcestershire as well. So he's been in fine form. Now, just looking at that shot, I think his movement made me think that ball was
wider than it was.
Wider and even shorter as he got down as well. But when you look back at it, it wasn't so much. It was more the movement of Lewis McManus.
And like I said, I think, you know, in terms of your options and the risk that you're going to take, backing away a little bit is great. Opens up the offside. He hits well through there over extra cover. The length was the danger. It was well bowled by Connors. He held his length very well.
So first ball for Taylor. Just defends that. And you've really felt that he is the man most likely. We've bigged him up here.
Yeah.
So he has been batting at 8. Just if you weren't listening earlier, he did come in at 4 in the last game against Warwickshire, but that was reduced to 10 overs a side. So they did do all sorts of unusual things with the batting order that day.
Just been trying to get a read on the World Cup score, and Dan's going to help me. Can't see Dan. Spain have won. But I asked.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
disappointing.
Sorry. That is the end of Connor's 6th over. He's 2 for 20, 127 for 5 is the score, with Taylor, the new man out there, to join Luke Proctor. And on that note, I'm going to hand you back over to Dan.
Thanks very much, Mal. And yeah, sorry, Phil.
Yeah, it's deflating enough.
Yeah, I think from the vibe I've picked up, I think Spain have played well. I think they've probably been the better team as well. So for all of the Spanish Northamptonshire and Derbyshire fans listening and tuned into the stream,
big group.
Congratulations.
It's a big group, though.
I'm sure the one of you are thrilled. Harry Moore to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Goes past the outside edge of Luke Proctor. I think something that's gone a little bit unnoticed here, Phil, is the absence of Anuj Dal. I don't think he's come back on the field after that bit of fielding at backward point earlier on today. So Derbyshire have got the Steelbacks 127 for 5 without a bowler as well.
Yeah.
Anuj definitely would have bowled by this point in the
He'd have been tricky on this one
in the game.
Well. Yeah.
But as Mel alluded to earlier, it always feels like there's a rebuild on, and I mean, we've got another one now, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. It's interesting as well. And Tom Taylor, he just played a 4 defensive shot in the last over. The ball cannoned back into the pitch, and the bowler fielded it on one-handed on his follow-through. He's only got middle at the moment, hasn't he, Tom Taylor?
Yeah, it's a nice place to be as a batter, isn't it? When you're in that, you've got that much confidence.
I can genuinely say I don't know. Don't know how that feels.
I've seen it a couple of times, and it looks like quite a nice place to be. But
yeah, exactly, I can imagine it's a great place to be. Yeah.
Do you think Tom plays is this a stick or twist kind of innings now? To get a score that's going to be defendable, you could defend 200. You're going to have to bowl incredibly well.
I think it's a wicket where he's got time to bat, so I wouldn't go too hard too soon. We know that Tom Taylor, as I was saying earlier, has got a lot of scoring options, so it may well be if he gets something over length, he'll put his hands through it and lift it back over down the ground. But I don't think he needs to go too crazy too quickly. He's got time to get himself in and still make a big number, a biggish number.
Harry Moore just dropped his length back a touch there, whether he saw Tom Taylor take that step forward and just adjust it, but he is off the mark. He's just got his first run of the day out towards Haider Ali on the offside boundary. But yeah, it's a loss, isn't it, to lose Anuj Dal so early in the game.
Yeah, it's a real shame. It was also a great bit of fielding that led to the injury, so doubly unfortunate.
Cut away, powerfully cut away. It is just going to be one. There is a fielder out there sweeping on the boundary in front of the football stand. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. Cummins Community Day as well. Loads of activities going on around the ground, and just £2 to get in. There's bouncy castles, face painting, which I think, Phil, you're going to at lunchtime, aren't you? I've heard.
That won't be happening.
Oh, it's a shame. Come back as a tiger or something.
It reminds me of the great episode of Phoenix Nights where guy gets his face painted, but it's permanent paint. Guy used to walk around as a tiger for a number of days.
But anyway, it's £2 to get in. So if you're in the vicinity now that football is done and dusted, you feel like coming to sit down in some sunshine and activities for the kids. A couple of ice cream vans in, some tea and coffee vans as well. The bar's open for a couple of quid, and a few hours of cricket sounds like quite a nice way to spend your afternoon.
Nice way to finish your weekend off, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Watch the Steelbacks fight themselves out of this corner and then bowl like geniuses and catch everything. Win the game. Keep their hopes alive. That's how I'm seeing it, Dan.
I like the sound of it. In which case, £2's cheap.
That's right, yeah. I'd pay £2 for that.
Short from Connors. Tucked underneath. One for the over. Good short ball. 2 men out on the leg side. One at deep square, one at deep fine leg as well. One on the pull, one on the hook.
Haven't seen many, have we? Haven't seen many short balls, and one of the reasons for that is because they haven't sort of needed to go to that option. There's been enough in it, and it's got a more typical lines and lengths, and that's where they've lived and done well.
Gone. Straight through Luke Proctor. Sam Connors runs straight past Luke Proctor. Full pint off stump. And the Steelbacks are 6 down for 131. And Luke Proctor's got to go for 39. And that's going to bring James Sales to the crease.
Didn't look very convincing as a shot, did it? It kind of looked a little bit, if I might say, a little bit desperate. It's like I'm running out of options here. I tried to pick up a length ball over the leg side. I think it may have bowled him off his pads, possibly, which suggested it was a bit straighter than he thought. Let's have a look on the replay. But it wasn't a convincing shot. It wasn't a Luke Proctor strong area. Kind of just been strangled here. Yeah, I think it might have just come back off the pad. So he's looking to pick that ball up over the leg side, but it's not a shot that Luke Proctor particularly plays a lot, and the bowler was just ahead of him, just got through his defences, and that's been the story of the day so far, is that really Derbyshire have got on top in this game, and they haven't taken their foot off the throat, to use that expression. They've got the upper hand and pressed home their advantage, and it now looks very difficult. But that said, James Sales is a fine all-round young talent, and he's still got 16 overs, 15 and a half overs to bat, so he's got time to get himself in a little bit, play for Tom Taylor, and then once he's in, and he's getting fairly quickly, but once he's got himself in, he can then look to expand, because he's got some game, this kid, and it's only a matter of time before he shows the Northants public quite what a talent he is with the bat, I'm sure.
It was a brilliant partnership earlier on in the week, wasn't it, between James Sales and Tom Taylor. 100 runs plus between these two against Worcestershire to put the Steelbacks into a position where they could defend. I think it was about 240 odd, wasn't it, against Worcester that they ended up on, and almost all of that was done down to the partnership of these two. Tom Taylor getting 100 in that innings. So they're both in form, and they've both batted together for a long time, not that long ago. So still good signs for the Steelbacks. However, you'd say everything is going Derbyshire's way.
Yeah, he got 25 in that innings, JJ, as Mel wants us to call him. So that's what we'll do, because we do what we're told.
Yeah, why not?
Quite right too. Yeah, he's a handy guy to have coming in at number 8, James Sales. I think his number will go further up the order. He will go further up the order. I see him as a 6 probably in a number of formats.
Nice shot off the mark. Finds a gap as well. And he comes back for 2. Beats the dive at backward point. opens his account with a couple of runs into the offside. Nicely timed.
Yeah, he can play. I mean, you know, I've not been around the club for a couple of years in terms of, you know, day in, day out. But he was kind of just starting to show what he was capable of. He's sort of a late bloomer, really. Went under the radar a bit, but I've had him down as a batter who can bowl. Hasn't proven to be that way yet in his career.
Short ball from Connors. Well evaded by James Sales.
I guess it's the nature of most county squads that they've got plenty of batters. Bowlers are a little bit in shorter supply, so his opportunities therefore have leaned more towards the bowling side of his talent than the batting. But I see a genuine all-rounder who can get hundreds from number 6 and bowl. Well, it's to be determined really whether he takes a new ball or not. That's how I'd see it.
Short again, nicely played down to deep third for a single. Yeah, we had that conversation, didn't we, on Wednesday about whether he was going to be an out-and-out kind of tear away quick, or whether he was going to be a bit more of a art and guile kind of bowler in the same build as Ben Sanderson. So nice to be in a position where you've got a couple of options to kind of choose between as a professional athlete. I mean, one thing we do know for certain, he's a terrific athlete. He's fantastic in the field.
Yes. Yeah, on the pace thing, don't get me wrong, nobody wants to bowl slower, do they? Really? Very few people really want to do that. So yes, he must optimise his pace, but for me, not at the expense of being able to get people out. That's the key thing, and also not at the expense of breaking. Sometimes you've got to break to know what your limits are.
Yeah, possibly the most important thing for an English teamer as well is try and stay on the field. Alex Thompson is back, so we know we're going to have at least 10 overs between Alex Thompson and Tom Woods, with the absence of Anuj Dowell. They will be the fifth bowler between them. Thompson so far has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 19. Woods 2 overs, none for 9. So potentially Thompson would be your first choice, wouldn't he? I think out of those two.
He would. Yeah,
Can he get through these 3 overs?
And in normal circumstances, I say normal, in other circumstances, Northants would have been able to attack Thompson early in his spell. As he's not a part-timer, he's more than that, but as a sort of second string spinner behind Mark Watt. But because of those early wickets, they've always been, as Mal said, they've always been in rebuild. It means you can't attack as freely as you would want to. And he's bowled well, to his credit as well. He's bowled very well.
Nicely bowled, wasn't it? Nice bit of flight on that one.
Interesting move. The fielder at long on has come about 15 yards straighter. It's more the young seamer. So there's a huge gap now wider of him in the cow corner area, but they know that Taylor hits straight. That's a good decision from Tom Taylor. James Sales herring down the wicket. He's now apologising. The ball went straight to Lewis Rees at backward point.
Well, I've got a feeling James Sales might have made it, but I think Tom Taylor would have been struggling.
Correct.
It's going to be tough to get that reverse sweep out on this angle as well, isn't it? There's only one fielder there protecting that boundary, but it's not really going to give you the line to really throw your hands through that reverse sweep that we've seen Tom Taylor play over the last couple of games. You say there's still so much time left in this innings, 14 overs to go still. Just don't need to do anything silly, but at the same time, you do wonder with the rebuilds that the Steelbacks have tried that haven't really worked.
No.
Could there have been a counter-punch earlier on in the innings that maybe gave Brooke Guest and Derbyshire something else to think about? But then you look at the middle order.
But I think you have to.
You look at the middle order and you wonder who that player is that's going to do it.
That's a fair comment, yeah. There was a lovely little exchange between the bowler and the captain there about long on. So he's now going back too long on because it's the end of the over. They're protecting the over. But he came into the ring and the bowler wanted him on the edge, on the boundary. And the captain said, no, get yourself into the ring. I like that, just to squeeze. He's now gone back to protect the over, which is quite right.
Dot ball to finish. I suppose there'd be a mindset that they'd rather give the single to get James Sales on strike for the next one as well. Overdone, 2 runs from it. Alex Thompson, 6 overs, 1 for 21. 36 done, 136 for 6.
That last ball of the over there was wasn't a short ball, but it was back of a length, and James Sales correctly judged the length, went back deep into his crease, looking to just work it into the leg side, but it kind of just tennis ball bounced on him a little bit, and he wasn't able to get, and there was no pace on it when it got to him, so he couldn't get any purchase on the ball to find a gap. So it's not straightforward, but you would say it's not 136 for 6.
No,
well.
It felt like the kind of delivery that, with a few more runs on the board and maybe a couple less wickets, that would have been rocked back and pulled over the cinch stand for 6.
Yeah.
That's nicely played by Tom Taylor for a single out into the offside. So Connors has got 3 left, including this one. I wonder whether the thought is that they'll save 2 for the death, or whether potentially they look at this stage now and they think, well, if we can break this partnership, Kerrigan, White and Sanderson to come, we're right in the tail, and almost use your sweets up now to win or to finish this innings as early as possible as first slip. Or I think it is. I don't know, Phil. I don't think you're going to be that impressed with that position from Harry Kane. I think that might be 1.5 slips.
1 1/4.
Very short that time. I think that is going to be a noble. Yeah. Good pace, good carry. But that was very, very short from Sam Connors. So much so, I don't really think James Sales even ducked, to be honest, as that one went over through to the wicket keeper.
So what have we got? We've got 3 overs from Reese of seam, haven't we?
Yeah, 2 from Harry Moore.
Okay.
4 from Mark Watt. 4 from Alex Thompson.
I don't know if it's my imagination, but Connors looks to be bowling a little bit quicker now. He was earlier.
82 mile an hour, that one that just clocks off on the speed gun.
Is that, I haven't noticed, is that quicker than he was bowling earlier, or about the same?
Don't think I could tell you.
Oh, we'll say it was quicker then.
He certainly looked as lively as anybody else as I've seen here at Wantage Road in the One Day Cup. Nicely played. It's going to be some work to do on the boundary. James Sales is going to come back for a couple. Still can't find that boundary. The Steelbacks. He's going to be able to bend his back, isn't he, Sam Connors, to have been given that England Lions recognition. England are going to be desperate for those guys that are going to be able to bowl mid-80s. I don't see England investing in bowlers that bowl that kind of low 80s, the high 70s kind of area. I kind of feel like they're going to be looking for the pace, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you'd say Sam Connors is a fast bowler. You'd say he's kind of fast end of fast medium. He's not express, is he? He's not in the Mark Wood sort of Mitchell Stark category, but he's got enough pace.
Yeah, last boundary was off the bat of Lewis McManus at the end of the 31st over off the bowling of Mark Watt. So it's been 5, getting on for 6 overs now without a boundary for Northamptonshire.
There have been 10 boundaries in total.
On the money.
10 fours in total in what's now pretty much 37 overs. Kind of tells you a story, doesn't it?
Yeah, Derbyshire, they've just got the 3 outside the 30-yard circle, so still very much on the attack. You've got players that are inside the 30-yard circle, are inside the 30-yard circle as well, if that makes sense. Cut away that time, straight at the man for a single for James Sales. So he will keep the strike. Single off the last ball of Sam Connors' 8th over, 142 for 6. 13 to go then. 100 runs in 13 overs, is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. As I've said a few times, it's not an easy wicket to bat in a minefield by any means, but it's not one where you can just hit straight through the line and get away with it, because it's sticky. But yes, it is possible. What will need to happen is Derbyshire will need to drop their level a little bit, And these two guys in particular will need to have an afternoon out, which they're both very capable of doing. We've seen a lot more evidence of that from Tom Taylor, but James Hales can play as well. And I think that gets Northampton to 240, which is a number which is kind of minimum, isn't it? You think it's the minimum that they'll be able to defend.
Shorter from Thompson.
And again, evidence of it being a bit sticky there.
Yeah, I think once you're chasing 240, I think you've got a score that you don't really have to do a great deal to get near it.
Correct.
You might not chase it down, but you've not got to do anything bonkers to get close.
Yeah.
And you then know that somebody could go out there and score a 30 or 15 at the end and go, oh, okay, well we're there or thereabouts, if required. But I think to set at 4 and over, I think you'd consider that to be disappointing.
There's a lot of pressure batting first, isn't there? When you're looking at the wicket, and these guys know what they're doing, they'll have assessed that wicket as, it's a bit tricky actually. It might be kind of 250 might win this game. But then playing to that is another thing. It's quite, there's pressure on you.
Nicely played. Just tucked off the hip.
A bit of smoke coming across the ground.
So you know what? I was about to mention something, but then I didn't want to say, just in case you told me I need to go to Specsavers and get my eyes tested.
I was wondering. It does look a bit smoky.
You can smell it actually, can't you? Now that you've
you can.
Now that you've said it, it's drifting across either. Well, hopefully that's just someone's barbecue and they've at least not burnt the sausages.
Rather than the balloon festival.
Absolutely. I did wonder. Reverse sweep, gone. Tom Taylor, the danger man, has been picked up by Alex Thompson, and that is huge in the context of this game. 143 for 7. That shot that we've seen Tom Taylor play so well in the last couple of rounds has been his downfall this time. He's been clean bowled by the Derbyshire spinner.
Yeah, you said earlier on, Dan, about the angle that he's coming round the wicket basically, and the angle makes it more difficult to play the reverse sweep, and so it was proven. Went behind his front leg, and on target hit the stumps, and that's the end of Northampton's real danger man. And you'd probably say Northampton's any hope of getting up to 250 is probably extinguished. Hopefully that file will be extinguished soon as well as Tom Taylor walks off. Good cricket from Derbyshire again. Yeah. Good basic cricket. If you want to play the reverse sweep, you're going to have to fetch it from leg stump from round the wicket. Good luck with that. It's a much harder shot to play from there, and so it's proven. So again, Derbyshire haven't really put much of a foot wrong in this game, and they've forced an error and capitalised.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of smoke, isn't there, coming up from that row of terraced houses just to our right-hand side. You can see the cameraman just picking up there slightly. A few players looking that way as well. It's never nice, is it? Just not playing cricket with that kind of thing going on, but it's just not a nice smell.
No, it's not. No.
Fortunately for you on stream, we haven't quite got to that stage. We haven't got 4D yet. But it's just gripping, isn't it, Thompson? He's just getting it to straighten. That one, it just straightened as it landed.
Yeah.
And whether that then kind of took away that reverse sweep for Tom Taylor. But yeah, 143 for 7. Simon Kerrigan now in at the crease with Jack White next and Ben Sanderson to come.
It's obviously, it's premeditated, isn't it, the reverse sweep? He probably knew early, that's a difficult line. His front foot went sort of down off stump, which perhaps didn't help.
Kerrigan off the mark straight away with a quick single through to Harry Moore. Derbyshire have been on it.
Yeah,
Phil. They've been fantastic today. They're not in the qualification hunt at all. They're towards the bottom of the table. They're currently sat in 8th as it stands, having won just one game this year. They're down a bowler as well. Anuj Dow's gone off the field earlier on today with what I would guess would be a finger injury. It would make logical sense to come to that conclusion. So they're a bowler down. They've been fantastic.
It must be a nasty one as well, because it was his left hand, and he's obviously a right-arm bowler, so it must be a nasty one. We're probably looking at a break or some webbing or something. He didn't go straight off, which suggests to me it's not webbing. because that would bleed and he'd need to go off and get that sort. He stayed out there for a short while and then it was too painful.
Yeah. Mark Watt's back. Well, he kind of had 2 in quick succession, didn't he? But straying onto leg stump that time. Kerrigan comes through for a single.
Loves his batting, Simon Kerrigan. He's not the worst. Ideally, you don't want him coming in with 12 overs left, but he's not the worst.
Yeah, plenty of pressure now on James Sales and the young man's shoulders. He's going to have to lead this batting lineup, isn't he? For what's left, he's cut that away powerfully. Fielder out there does the tidying up. Where are the fielders on the boundary now? Is there just a 2 out, Phil?
Yeah, I think there might be. 2. No, you're right. There's 2.
There's 2.
Yeah.
This fielder's well on the squeeze. Appeal from Mark Watt.
You can't give that out.
Kerrigan's come a long way down, hasn't he?
You can't give that out. And Mark Watt, fully aware of that. Bluff.
Worth asking the question, though.
Oh, absolutely, of course.
You never know.
But he'll have a smile with the umpire, Malland, there. But he is creating a theatre. That's what he does.
Bit of a celeb appeal. It's definitely gripping, isn't it? It is gripping. Rob Keogh and Simon Kerrigan will have a lot of work to do in this second innings. There's that theatre again, Phil.
Just putting doubt in. Doesn't stop, does he? He is a competitor.
Spinner versus spinner. Kerrigan pulls away this time. Down the ground again.
Wow.
Dropped into the offside for a single. I think Mark Watt's going to enjoy this this battle between himself and Simon Kerrigan. They're engaged in conversation. You can see there. I think Mark Watt's smiling.
Slog sweep is an option.
Instead just defends it back down the pitch. So I think just 3 runs coming off that Mark Watt over. 147 for 7. 39 overs done. And, well, that half an hour's flown by. So hand back over to Mel Farrow if you're ready to go.
Took me by surprise.
Mel, what's the fire? Did you go and have a look at the fire
Do you know, I have been outside. I can't see it, but boy, can I smell it.
Yeah.
Really strong, smoky smell. And I did hear some sirens as well out there. So, not quite sure what's going on, but...
Our house is over that way.
It's down the pitch. Shot. Beautiful shot by Kerrigan.
Wow.
Straight as a die.
I'm not sure we've seen a better shot than that today.
Probably is the best shot we've seen today. Beautifully played. I saw a great tussle between 2 left-handers in the last over with Mark Watt, but this time against Thompson, straight down the ground. Finds a bit of space just behind point. It's just looking at the score from that other match as well. Sussex 169 for 7 against Worcestershire.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it, is it?
Moot point, of course, if Northamptonshire does not win today, so the Steelbacks need to concentrate on things here. Most of all, that other game only becomes relevant if they win. They need to win their 2 remaining games.
Just a quick update on Anuj Dowell from the Derbyshire media team to say that he's left the ground to go to hospital to get an X-ray on his hand. No specific info if he will be back for Derbyshire's innings, but potentially doubtful, obviously, if he's gone off to get an X-ray. But hopefully it's nothing too serious, and hopefully he's on the mend soon.
Really nicely bowled, held that back. gave Kerrigan no pace to work with at all. Simon will back himself there. As I say, he can bat. He doesn't normally find himself in this position with 10 overs to bat in a white ball game. But he's scored some handy lower order runs over his career.
And he's gone. He's gone, Kerrigan. There won't be any handy lower order runs, not anymore. Went for it and departs. So this just subsiding now. Kerrigan gone for 8. And it's the 8th wicket down as well for Northants. The Steelbacks, 153 for 8. At this stage, we'll be fortunate to bat out 50 overs. The way things are going, it's been a frustrating day with the bat. They've found it very difficult to get on top. They lost early wickets, and Derbyshire have just been on top ever since.
So the question in my mind, and probably in the mind of most people watching, is, was that the best option for Simon at that stage? With 10 overs to bat, he'd started brightly, knocking the ball around nicely, played a lovely straight drive using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball in the previous over. But did he need to play the reverse sweep at that stage? Had he hit it for 4, you know, everyone would have said, well, a good shot, but he didn't. And then you have to wonder about the option.
Well, the reverse sweep has actually been quite productive here at this ground, particularly for the home side. But it's not been easy today. Have really closed off that option, have Derbyshire.
Yeah. And
it has not been productive at all. In fact, it's brought about a couple of wickets. So they're up against it now, the home side, the Steelbacks. As Jack White comes to the crease, facing Mark Watt. Off the mark straight away. That won't make Mark Watt happy. Oh, that was Sales, rather, I should say. Now we have White.
I think I'd be encouraging Jack White to have a look at a few and then play his natural game. His natural game is to put his hands through things.
Just bringing that fielder just behind square leg up a little closer.
Played.
Yeah, nicely played onto the offside. Mark Watt loved doing that. He loves just tweaking his fielders just a little bit, trying to give the batters something to think about. Dearly love to pick up a wicket here. Not for 34. Halfway through his 8th over. Again, just a little bit of space there on the leg side.
Like James Sales is having some difficulty kind of reading length from Mark Watt. Seems to be a bit stuck on the crease there. He's kind of played back a couple of times to quite full balls. He got away with that one.
Well, as we did say, it's such a mixed bag of tricks from Mark Watt. That one's full. Floated up a little bit more, so it can be challenging enough, I think, for batters higher up in the order to work out what's going to come. For tail enders, that task becomes even more difficult.
Shot.
Does play back and gets that one away for a single. End of Mark Watt's over, so he's now wicketless for 36 after his 8.
Certainly played his part, hasn't he, in
Yes.
this overall performance, which has been about really just taking the oxygen out of the Northants innings from the very beginning. When they've tried to rebuild and gain some momentum, they've lost wickets at regular intervals. And Mark Watt's played his part in what has been to date a really strong performance with the ball from Derbyshire.
Yes.
They've bowled very little rubbish. They've kept men in when they've needed to and put a squeeze on, but it's not an easy wicket to get away on. And what they haven't done is served up many release balls. There's been 1 or 2 in the whole innings. So credit to them. That's why they find themselves in the position they do, which is right on top.
Oh, and that was aerial for a while, but managed to get in between the fielders. It's Moore doing the chase down the boundary. Saves a couple of runs. Yeah, that spell where Watt came back, his second spell, I think in particular, was so tight. Just really gave very little away. And that period with the spinners in the middle, which can often be the bit where you milk or attack,
yeah.
Almost not able to do either.
Well bowled. Previous ball was a little bit full, allowed Jack White to put his hands through it, and just held that one back onto a lovely length. Same line. He's been very, very accurate, Thompson.
And that's managed to get past the fielder. That'll go all the way for 4. So swipe across the line from White, but it's a productive one.
For me, you just give him a free play now, because if he plays inverted commas properly, we might edge up to some kind of number. But actually, he has got the ability to score really quickly. We need to play that card. We need to win this game. And so we're not bothered about net run rate now. This is about winning this match, and Jack White needs to walk off 50 not out and needs to play shots.
He plays another one, but can't pierce the field there, the inner ring. Fieldering close in that catching extra cover position.
Likes the ball a bit fuller. Or bowled again. Or fielded.
Yes, got a fair bit of work to do. Prowling in close. And it should be said too, before we give it away, okay, it's not a big score by any means. It's not even probably a modest score, but that's going to help it along. Down on one knee, launches, and that's 6, the first 6 of the innings. And very welcome it is too for the local fans who have come in here today to enjoy the Cummins Community Day. Sales just unleashing their, White it was rather, unleashing the man who has looked to be the one who can perhaps be a little bit aggressive towards the end of this innings.
He can, you know, he's got good, as I said before a few times about Jack, he's a dangerous man because he's got, he's unencumbered with really worrying about technique. He has got great hand-eye coordination. He's got good bat speed. He's got, for me, he's got, as I said earlier, he's got a free play, and if he walks off 50 not out, Northants will have something like a number that they might be able to bowl at. If he tries to play for James Sales and gets stuck and then the pressure will build, it won't work so well. So I'd say for James Sales, get Jack White on strike.
Well, something James Sales was really good at in that partnership that he had with Tom Taylor here against Worcestershire was that he was able to quite easily get a single early in the over. And also Tom Taylor trusted him enough that he didn't mind taking a single himself midway through the over or early in the over if it was on offer, because he just had that ability to find enough space to get the strike back to the other batter. In this case, just another dot ball though.
2 really good balls. I mean, the Derbyshire, Sam Connors will know the game here for James Sales right at this moment. It can change quickly where we are in the game, but right now, from a Northants perspective, the best plan is to get Jack White on strike because he's got a free play. He's bowled him 2 great balls, hasn't he? He's back of a length, absolutely immaculate line and length, really good bowling.
I thought about a single there, but sent back by White. So he's keen to get the strike to his partner, but he's just up against a bowler who's having a terrific day in Connors. 3 for 29 he is.
Pressure's building on the young man here. There's still time in this innings. We don't need James Sales to do something rash and get out here. Well played. That's good cricket.
So he finds that single. 2 balls left in the over now with White on strike. And he's certainly of the two, the one who looks most dangerous, the most willing to free his arms, find the boundary, clear the boundary if possible. The only Steelbacks player today who has cleared the boundary.
Oh,
Look nice.
I'm running there. Are you running there?
Yeah, I'm running.
Yeah.
There. I think I'm running.
I am. It's virtually on the edge of the circle.
Well, it's only 1 ball left in the over as well,
Yeah.
so you could get yourself strike.
Yeah, he's
for the next
left-handed as
over.
well. It's Lewis Rees gone to his right. He's left-handed. I mean, look, if he threw the stumps down, I'd be spewing. So I'm running on the shot, probably, Mel. I'm running on the shot.
It's easy to run from the commentary box, isn't it?
Apparently so.
Easy to dive.
Ball.
Short ball to finish, and it's a well-delivered one as well.
Just one off the over. That's a great over.
And is a very good over from Connors. He has been terrific. As have all of the bowlers visiting from Derbyshire today. 170 for 8 after 43 overs. So still plenty of balls left, plenty of overs left, 7 of them. Problem is only 2 wickets. But if we can see Jack White get the strike regular intervals at this point, perhaps he can just lift that up sufficiently, give himself something to defend when play resumes after the lunch break. So looks like Harry Moore is coming back
Harry
into
Moore's
the
back
attack.
on. Involved his last 2 overs, I guess. Be interesting to see what options he goes to. I would stick with length right to start with.
Just had enough width there to guide that one down towards the deep third boundary.
And what he won't want to do here is if he gets anything like a fullish length. I mean, you know, Jack White could always miss it and get cleaned up, but that's Jack White's area really. He likes to put his foot down the wicket and swing through the line of the ball. So back of a length or short is a good length to him. Wow, that ball sort of died on the pitch, didn't it?
And that's the other factor as well. I think that's what the point I started to make, and then I think I got excited and distracted by the 6. Is the pitch, how it's going to play in the second innings. Hasn't looked particularly easy, but Derbyshire have bowled well and haven't batted well. At periods, they've given away, you felt, a few wickets. There have been some tame dismissals.
Yeah, I mean, collectively it's been not a confident performance, has it?
That's it. There hasn't been a lot of zip,
Yeah.
I think, in their batting.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, there's some zip in that shot, though. It'll only go for 1. But confidently played by White.
You kind of want someone in this, well, not in this situation, but earlier in the innings to sort of come in and say, okay, all right, it's not easy. It looks a bit tricky, but this is how we're going to go about it. Broad shoulders, look the bowl, look the scoreboard in the eye. Say, okay, I'm going to get ones. Now I'm going to play. I'm going to a bit, you know, an experienced senior batter to come in and lead the innings, lead the rebuild. Play around me, fellas.
An easy single on offer.
It's the role that, you know, looking at the card, it's a role that a couple of people could have played. Rob Kerr in particular could have played that role, and he has, as you said, he's made contributions throughout the competition. Wasn't to be for him today, but that's the role that really we needed. Stick your chest out and lead from the front.
And I think that's what Prithvi Shaw gave them, was that bluster right up front. Even when you made, what, about 27 here, earlier when it just having someone who has that brashness about them and that attitude when they come out to bat, and everyone else sort of seemed to feed off that.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's leadership in that, isn't there? Just in the way he went about his business, really.
Well, and just a confidence.
So where are we? We are 44 overs in, 173 for 8. Score could be a number of things here, couldn't it? It could be 180 all out. It could be 230, but it probably won't be. But it could be if Jack White gets going. Played.
It's just turned around the corner.
Yeah.
Connors?
Offense desperately a couple of 20 overs back to back here, don't they? I can't see where it's coming from, but that's what's required. I have seen Jack White play some special innings.
Well, we saw Justin Broad come in and play that kind of innings with Tom Taylor here earlier in the competition as well. Oh, backs away. You see Sam Connors, hands flew straight to his mouth there.
I think that was close, eh?
I think it was. He backed right away, exposed his stumps. They were there for the castling.
A.B. de Villiers was the first person I heard say this. He said, I batter so there's no stump. And he could do that. Not sure Jack White can quite do that.
Well, that didn't go where he wanted it to, but he'll get a run for it. Just got to give themselves every chance, every run from here. When you're 8 wickets down, every run feels like a bonus, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It's James Sales has he's got to time his run here, hasn't he, James Sales? I don't think he can afford to get out just yet, you know, but he must be tempted to have a go. But I think he's got to stick in. Just you know, maybe one more over. It's a very hard position for a young man to be in, isn't it?
It is, and that psychological thing too. When you're going out to defend and you've only batted, if you've only batted for 45, 46 overs,
yeah,
then it just, I guess it can be hard to then pick yourself up because you feel that you've really not given yourselves the best possible opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Sounded nice off the bat.
It's unfortunate, wasn't it? It was a lovely shot, but he hit the extra cover. If misses extra cover, he probably only gets 3, maybe 4. But he's played. I think he's played well. He's not been rash, as we've said a few times. James, son of the Northants great, the Northants legend David Sales, who was a pretty fine tactician. He's obviously been listening to how his dad would have gone about things. He's played pretty well. But he's just not getting anything to get off strike easily.
No.
That's 45 gone.
Straight to the fielder. And just the 2 singles coming off that over. So, again, Derbyshire just giving absolutely nothing away with their bowling. I think they were feeling, too, that they didn't have a lot of depth in their bowling with players going off, various players unavailable, but...
Well, that's right, and Anuj Dal would have been scripted to bowl 10 overs, and he obviously has gone to hospital for an X-ray on the finger. So they've coached with 3 seamers, and they've done brilliantly actually. Is it all in? Is it all in now, to use another poker expression? Do we just go all in and try and clear the boundary both ends? 5 overs to go.
Now with 5 overs to go, you almost think. You almost think the old Shane Warne tee off not recklessly.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Alan Lamb's was 12 and over, no risk. That was one of his.
Oh, that'd be nice if you did it. Did it every time.
Certainly Whitey's got card. He's got a pink ticket. He can go.
Final over this one for Moore, Harry Moore. Oh, and it's a direct hit.
Oh, do you know what? I
There's
think that's
an
really
appeal.
close. I think his bat's in the air there. I'd like to see the replay of that.
Oh.
The Derbyshire lads think that's out, and I kind of think I might be with them because it kind of. Here we go. We've got a replay, Mel. Oh, I can't see the line, but I think his bat might have been in the air. So. Oh, we don't see. Unfortunately, we don't see it. Okay. Good camera work on getting the throw away. Couldn't do everything.
Absolutely. That was Harry Kame there. Brilliant with the throw, direct hit.
We've got a boundary, haven't we? Yes.
Yes, boundary. Much needed one off the bat of Sales. Just pulled that one with control. And so it looks like they are going to try and make the most.
Here's the run-out replay, Mel. Oh, that's out. Yeah,
oh,
that's out.
Very fortunate to have survived that one. It was tight. It was always going to be tight. So luckily for North Ants, still there.
North Ants have found it really, really hard to, certainly, well, to hit boundaries, yes. People might have thought I was going to say that. Very hard to hit boundaries. That's credit to the Derbyshire bowlers. But they've also found it very hard to get the ball into gaps, to time the ball into gaps.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier about a lot of singles.
Yeah.
Not many twos. That's a swipe, a bit of a wild one. It comes off the edge of the bat, but they've run that one well. Come back for two. So pushing up now, 182 for 8. I think almost psychologically, if they can make sure they at least get to that 200 mark, that's helpful, but I'd certainly love to push it up beyond that. If you get up to 220 from the point they were at, take it. Oh, that's a nick, and it's fallen short.
I'm looking for positives, and you know, the team talk halfway through will need to be positive. There's no point being any other. And you know, I'd be looking for the captain or whoever gives the team talk for North Ants to look at the lineup for Derbyshire. We'll come back to that.
Last ball for Moores. Just pulled for a single. So Harry Moore, the 16-year-old, finishes his 10 overs at 1 for 43, and he's impressed as well.
Well, he really has. 16 years old. That's fantastic. 'Cause he's just bowled like like an old timer, really, hasn't he? It's been a sticky wicket. He's banged it in around about a length most of the time. He hasn't been flustered. His first ball, don't forget, went for 4. The next one was a no-ball free hit. So add that into the equation. His second professional game of cricket in the first team. Yeah, he's got a future, I think. I think Mickey Arthur might know what he's talking about. Obviously, Mickey Arthur does know what he's talking about.
Of course, he's brought through a lot of young players internationally. Coach of South Africa, Australia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. Most experienced coaches in the game. So Mark Watt is back. He's got 2 overs left. None for 36 off his 8, but he has certainly been an important part of this relentless Derbyshire attack today that's given very little away. He tosses that one up. First of all, it's a bit of a tempter. Come and get this one.
Kind of T20 mode, really, isn't it, for Mark White? That's his T20 field, and he's bowling at the end.
One's shorter, but it's vacant space there through mid-wicket.
But he's just going to go into, okay, this is a T20 over for me now.
I'm so disappointed we haven't seen the notes.
Yeah. He probably doesn't know too many of the North Ants players.
That would mean he'd need more, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, yeah. What would I say? Definitely don't bowl slot or something. More words.
We'd dearly love to keep them to just a few singles. Again, that vacant space through mid-wicket, and they're thinking about a second. Been lucky to survive a run out already.
I would now like us to be swinging.
Yeah, what's the point now?
But there's absolutely none.
47th over. Ball's got to be there
Yes.
for that to happen, though.
Yes.
And they have been tight. Beats a fielder, but protection in the deep. So again, just the single given away.
Got a quick ball, that.
It just varies pace quite a bit. Marquardt doesn't just rely on turn by any means. It's a third single through that mid-wicket area, so happy to give those away at this stage. 5 singles coming
Great
from
over that.
the over.
That was a great over. That's experience. That's international experience of bowling under the pump. A lot of T20 cricket and a lot of hard overs against top quality batters on very good pitches. It hones your skill, and that's what you get.
Well, I was up in Edinburgh watching some of the qualifiers up there, the European qualifiers for the T20 World Cup next year in the Caribbean and the US. Marquardt, a big part of that, of course. They went through that undefeated, beat Ireland in the final. High-scoring game that was.
That's a big rivalry, that Scotland-Ireland, isn't it?
Oh,
huge rivalry.
Isn't it, though? And Scotland have had the wood over Ireland.
Yeah.
They beat them in the 50-over qualifiers in Zimbabwe, and then beat them in the final match of the T20. So they'll Marquardt, assuming that he stays injury-free, imagine he'll be appearing for Scotland in that T20 World Cup next year. So it's Rees. First ball, it's the 8th over. What about the second again? Settle for the single. He's bowled another one who's bowled well today.
Yeah, he's
one
bowled
for 20 off his first 7
bowled
overs.
really well. He bowled almost exclusively at Luke Proctor, and gave him nothing to hit at all. In fact, he could have got him out if he'd had a catcher in. Would have got him caught at slip as well. He's bowled very, very well.
That wind howling around.
Oh.
Okay, wind out there. Certainly the flags are blowing.
Nonchalant, Jack White, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was just nicely clipped away. Very casual.
Shot of a man who's on 150. Yeah, I just knocked that over there. We need some boundaries, gents.
Just a few. Get past that 200 first of all, and then just see how much further you can push it through. Again, that's nicely played. Beats a fielder on the 45. It's another couple to the total. So they're edging closer to that 200 mark, 192 now. You can see the players' shirts flapping about as well, trouser legs. So wind, I think, really has picked up out there. Oh, full toss. Just reaches out and bunts that one. Won't go for 4.
Oh, it's a great bit of fielding on the boundary.
Really well fielded.
Limited that to 1. The diving stop on the boundary, and the ball went straight into the middle of his mitt, and he got the throwaway very quickly. What always looked like at least 2 was restricted to 1.
I think that might have been Hyder Ali. It was.
Hyder Ali in Sunset Boulevard.
Sounds like a film. And clipped away, so there's some singles on offer. But there's just been very little else given. You have to really commend the efforts by the fielders and especially the bowlers. for Derbyshire.
Jack White's just called for a drink. Just spur him on for the last six or so balls. 12 balls.
I freeze his arms for that one, but it just rolls along down to deep mid-wicket to finish the 48th over, 195 for 8. What can they get this score up to? I'm going to hand you... No, I'm not going to hand you back. Dan's saying, well, I was thinking, it was coming up to a half hour, but he's sitting next to me, he's leaning back in his chair, the thing that your mum tells you never to do. He's got his sunglasses on, his hands on his head. He's enjoying just watching the cricket. Why not? So I'll take you through to the end then. As we see Mark Watt just waiting to bowl his final over, trusting to the experience of the international. As you say, it's a bit like, well, he goes into T20 mode now, death bowling. Sales on 31, White on 21. And I think we might just see them try to launch as much as possible now, if he allows them to. But he does not allow them to with balls like that, just giving very little room to move.
Oh, he's just very clever, isn't he? He's very clever. He's got his areas, he's got his options, and he bowls them at the right time as well. I wonder if he'll hold one back to Jack White. He'll be brave, but he's a brave bowler.
Oh, goes for the reverse sweep. And it's a third wicket to fall to that shot. The first wicket for Mark Watt, who's bowled brilliantly today. He's been tight, he's been challenging, and he is finally rewarded. 9th wicket to fall now for the home side.
So it never looks good, does it? If you play a reverse sweep and you get out, it never looks good. It looks worse than any other shot, and it's not worse than any other shot because you're out. So it's the same. It's exactly the same penalty if you don't execute a shot particularly well. What I would say is it a good option for Jack White? And he's put his hands through a couple. He's got a couple of boundaries away. The only 6 of the innings. Get your front leg out of the way and swing through the line, Jack.
But that is the 3rd time we've seen a wicket fall to the reverse sweep today. It has not been a day for that shot. White it is, departs for 21.
But it's about options, isn't it? And if Ben Duckett gets out playing the reverse sweep, well, he is absolutely one of the top 2 or 3 in the world at playing that shot. I'm not sure that Jack White is, and Jack White's got other options as well. Now, this innings isn't where it is because of Jack White, so let's cut him some slack. But it's still about thinking. It's about me. For me, it's about clear thinking, and I want him to move his front leg out of the way and swing hard through the ball with long arms. That's what I think he can do well. And we've seen him do that. We might not get the 200.
Well, he's had a just reward now, Mark Watt. He's bowled really well and perhaps been a little bit unlucky not to pick up another couple of wickets. He's certainly kept things tight. He's challenged us plenty of questions, as they say. Gets his reward in his final over. He has 4 balls left, and it's Sanderson on strike.
Get a 1. Ben.
Oh, goes for a little scoop, and boy, I was perhaps a little bit fortunate because there was a fielder there. Ran to his right, Alex Thompson.
I think that was the 24-yard delivery as well. Anyway, I wanted him to get a 1. I don't care how he did it. He got a 1.
I can cross the 24-yard delivery off my bingo list.
Yes, that's right.
Swipes hard at that one, but just get a single for it.
Part of T20, part of death bowling, let's call it death bowling because it doesn't really matter on the format, is getting hit to where you want to get hit to, and Mark Watt has done that very, very well, as have other bowlers. But at this stage of the innings, you want to get hit to where your fielders are, and he's done that brilliantly.
Could have picked up a wicket with that first ball. Wasn't far off. Sanderson plays it straight to that fielder again. That's exactly what Phil was talking about. It's good bowling if they're hitting it precisely to where your fielders are set.
David Willey does that very, very well. In white ball cricket, it gets hit to the boundary man a lot. That's a skill. It doesn't happen by chance.
Final ball for Mark Watt, and he's just going to make him wait a little bit longer before he bowls it. It's a full toss, but it's only going to go for a single down to deep mid wicket. So that's the end of Mark Watt's 10 overs as the 200 does come up for Northants, 200 for 9. So perhaps just a little psychological boon, a little bit of encouragement as you see the 200 come up on the board.
That was a bigger ripple than I thought it might be. I think the crowd are probably a bit grumpy having watched this performance to date. It hasn't been easy, but no doubt Northants are under par. But yeah, a nice encouraging round of applause.
So final over of the innings, and it's going to be bowled by Rees. It's short and wide, but it's just sent straight down to long on. So just pick up the one.
That's clever bowling, isn't it? Gave him no pace to work with. He had to fetch the ball from outside off stump, and it becomes very difficult to get it over the boundary or past any of the boundary men, and he couldn't do that. It's good bowling by Lewis Rees.
Something we've been saying. I don't think there have been many times today that we've said that was poor bowling or a poor ball. Oh my goodness. Well, Ben Sanderson, that was unusual.
Did I just see what I thought I saw?
Well, he just took a one-handed swat.
Yes.
It's a tennis shot.
That's what I thought I saw. It looked
one-handed forehand.
It looked deliberate. Oh, thank you, Dan. Well done, Dan. Dan is informing us, reminding us that he has a wrist injury on his left hand.
Oh, he does, right.
Okay, Dan, thank you. Sanity has returned. I thought it turned into Roger Federer.
It's still unusual to see, goodness. And he doesn't survive the next ball. So he is bowled Ben Sanderson. Looked as though he might have been struggling if he was batting with a wrist so bad he didn't want to risk it while playing a shot. And that is the end of the Northamptonshire innings, 49.3 overs. So they almost got to the end, all out for 201 with Sales the not out batter. Well, Derbyshire won the toss and elected to field. It was a good decision for them as it turned out, with Northants losing 2 early wickets. The openers, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay, falling just 22 runs. And from there, it really was a case of trying to rebuild, but before anyone could really launch and get going, another wicket would fall. In the end, Luke Proctor was the top scorer with 39. James Sales out there at the end on 35, and Rob Keogh on 30. And they were the only ones to make it into the 30s. It was an all-round excellent performance. Sam Connors and Alex Thompson each took 3 wickets, 2 for Lewis Rees, 1 for the experienced Mark Watt, and the 16-year-old Harry Moore as well. Your thoughts to sum up that innings?
Yeah, so let's talk about Derbyshire first. They bowled brilliantly, would be the first thing to say. I thought Derbyshire bowled brilliantly. They gave very little width to Northampton to put their hands through. They held their lines and lengths very well throughout. There was a couple of wides and one front foot no ball, so they didn't give us too many extra balls. And in that respect, it was a thoroughly professional performance with the ball. They read the play well. What they needed to do was use the wicket. They didn't go over length, didn't go too short, just held length really. They were a seamer down as well. Dahl had to go off the field with potentially a broken hand. He's gone to hospital. So they had to fiddle around with their part-time spinners who supported very well, just bowled wicket to wicket really, and made it difficult for Northants to suck the life out of Northants. Particular mention to the young 16-year-old Harry Moore. It's great to see a young seamer coming through. It's his second first-team game, and he looks one for the future. So we'll keep an eye on him because he looks a good prospect. From the batting perspective, it's difficult not to be too critical, really. As well as Derbyshire read the conditions, Northants didn't appear to read the conditions particularly well. There were 3 very soft dismissals from top order batters who were in: Vasconcelos, Whiteman, Keogh. 2 of them caught in the ring. It was a difficult wicket to time the ball. You had to let the ball come into you, and they got themselves in and then got themselves out, which is why Northampton end up with a very under par score of 201. Positives: James Sales played well. Showed again that he's an all-rounder in the making at this level with the bat as well as with the ball. But at half-time, Derbyshire clearly firm favourites to win the game. That said, you know, both teams have got a bat to make a game of cricket. I looked down the Derbyshire card. There's some good players there. Harry Kane's a good player. Lewis Rees is a good player. Tom Wood's into the side. He's a good player, of course he is, but he's not a front-line player. Hyder Ali looks a big wicket if we can get him in to get him out quickly. And then put some pressure on the middle order. Northampton have got to squeeze, they've got to gamble by keeping men in for as long as they can, keeping their catches in for as long as they can. Bowl really well, catch everything. Who knows, but at half-time it looks a really tough task.
It does, but certainly haven't given up the ghost. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Northampton. It's the Cummins Community Day here as well. So it's a lovely atmosphere, and they will all be hoping that the home side can come out and defend. So the equation is Derbyshire need 202 for victory, and we'll be back with you after the lunch break for the second innings.
Which is predicated to increase by 30% this decade. Northamptonshire's local science charity NAB have a community team
Welcome back, everybody. Second innings is about to start here at Wantage Road in this Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture between the Northants Steelbacks and Derbyshire. Derbyshire require 202 to win in this second innings. It's Community Day here at Northamptonshire, sponsored by Cummins. There's a great crowd in, plenty of people. The outfield was a picture at the break. Loads of kids out there playing cricket, having a good old run around. We have got Harry Kame opening the batting and Ben Sanderson opening the bowling from the David Capel end. Jack White making his way down to the boundary in front of us. Undoubtedly, he'll take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. And Phil, well, it looks like you've had a coffee and a biscuit for lunch, but how was it?
I had a coffee and a biscuit and a sausage roll.
Fantastic.
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lunch of
out of 10.
8.6.
Oh, that's a good sausage
Strong,
roll.
isn't it? Yeah.
Sanderson to Kame. There's that hit ball, as you said, about Vasconcelos at the start of the day. Gets off the mark straight away and down the non-strikers. And Lewis Rees, the other opener for Derbyshire.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of Lewis Rees over the years, and this is a compliment when I say too much, because he has scored heavily against Northampton in various formats over the time. He's an accomplished cricketer at this level. Harry Kame is also an accomplished cricketer at this level, but I've seen less of him. And he was on the staff at Hampshire and got released. Derbyshire snapped him up, and he seems to be going from strength to strength. It's a good signing, I think.
Yeah, absolutely right. And well, Hampshire scratching around for an opening batter somewhere, potentially missed one.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
Harry Kame. Lewis Rees's first ball. Left well alone.
I thought you were going to say Harry came and went.
Not quite, not quite. I'll save it. I'll save it.
You can have that.
Thank you very much. There's another one up my sleeve as well, but it's slightly more positive in the Derbyshire eyes than the Northants one.
Is that like you're just tempting us with that? Are you not going to let it out now?
Well, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair.
Oh, okay. Is it like a Latin phrase?
It's along those kind of.
I think I've got it.
Along those kind of lines. Cut away. That's going to be. Oh, brilliantly fielded. No. Half brilliantly fielded by James Sales. As he got back to his feet, the ball released over the boundary. So it was, in fact, the first boundary of the innings. Powerful cut shot from Lewis Rees. And James Sales couldn't do enough to keep it inside the rope. 5 for no loss. 2 slips in. Vasconcelos at first and Emilio Gay at second. Sanderson fantastic with the white ball in the T20 blast. Certainly got it to move, didn't he? Was swinging it both ways during that competition. Going to be a tricky customer for Lewis Rees and Harry Kame to come up against here at Wantage Road this afternoon. And then obviously Jack White will be his opening partner from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And what can Northants, how do Northants go about defending this total of 201, Rowie?
Wickets.
Keep the fielders in for as long as you dare, or well, yeah, I suppose you have to keep them in for almost the entirety of the innings, don't you?
You've got to squeeze. There's no point elongating this game if you're not taking wickets. You've got to run the risk of the game being over a lot sooner than the scheduled duration in order to put pressure on the opposition, because you've got to get wickets. We can't defend this score. We either bowl them out or they win.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 out on the rope, then 1 at deep third and the other at just on the leg side boundary, just in front of square. End of the first over, 5 for no loss.
A boundary early on. It was a release ball from Ben Sanderson. He doesn't bowl many cut balls in a season. There was one. It's a rare item. It eventually went for 4, despite James Sale's best efforts on the boundary. But just looking at the Northants innings, Northants scored 13 4s and 1 6, so under 50 in total in boundaries, which credit there to the Derbyshire bowlers. Tells you a little bit about the pitch as well, that the ball's not coming on particularly well, but it also tells you a bit about the intent from the Northants batters that was sadly lacking, really.
Yeah, well, Jack White then to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Had a good cameo with the bat earlier on, didn't he? That 6 that you just mentioned came off the bat of Jack White into the Jackson Grundy. Just going to bowl to Harry Kane. It's drifting down the leg side, half an appeal. I think that's going to be 4 leg byes to start Jack White's first over.
That's a scruffy start, actually. I was about to say, and almost luckily I didn't say it, but I'm going to say it now. I watched Jack bowl in the lads come out early and bowl on a side wicket, and he just hit they bowl with one flexi stump. He hit that almost every ball that he bowled and hit the top of it. It was a beautiful line and length. And I thought, if he can take this into his spell, and then the first one's gone down the leg side.
Well, he might do yet. A bit like that then.
A bit like that, yeah.
Much better from Jack White. You can't really afford to bowl those bad ones, can you, in the context of this game? Just 4 runs per over required. Obviously Derbyshire have already got that from this over.
The ball did nibble a bit, didn't it, with the new ball? Did nibble, and it did a bit tennis bally at points.
Nicely turned around the corner.
I was going to use the term pecky bounce, but I got hammered on that last time out.
Yeah, what was your nickname at the end of that?
Perky.
Perky, yeah.
Well,
that stuck?
That was David Ripley, because he's referencing a story I might have to tell you of where that name actually came from.
I think I and all of the Northamptonshire viewers would enjoy that story of how you got the nickname Perky.
Okay, coming up.
Nice shot from Lewis Rees, just flicked off his pads for a single. I'm kind of hoping, I don't know whether I'm right, but I'm kind of hoping there's a pinky involved in this story. But
there certainly is.
Oh, fantastic. You've got my attention.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, the punchline isn't kind of hidden in this story. It comes out. But my boys had hamsters when they were little. They had 2 hamsters. One was called Pinky and one was called Perky. And Perky got a bit poorly and had to go to the vet. And I was told I had to take the hamster to the vet. So I duly did. An appointment was made. I turned up and I go up to the counter and I said, Mr. Rowe with the hamster. Come back to that. And I'd queued up to get to the front of the queue, and it had dawned on me that when people were checking their animals in, they were saying, for example, oh yes, it's Rover, the Alsatian. Okay, and so on. And so I got to the front of the queue, and I thought, I'm not saying. So I said, it's Mr. Rowe with the hamster. What's hamster's name? Perky. Okay, thank you. So I sat down, and about 5 minutes later, a booming voice came over. Perky Rowe, room number 2. So that's where it came from. And as I picked up the cage to walk through the crowded vet's waiting room, everyone was sniggering, not hiding it particularly. I just kept my gaze high, but I'm not going to make any eye contact. Perky Rowe. So I told David Ripley that in confidence, and he's now broadcast it. So that's where it comes from.
Well, thank you for sharing.
There you go. It's not my finest anecdote.
Do you know what? Well, firstly, it was a good end to the over from Jack White.
It was.
Secondly, I can see the benefit of a veterinary surgery needing to or wanting to know the name of a dog. Because I've had a couple of dogs in my time, and they are quite responsive to names. So I can see the benefit of that. Cats I don't trust, full stop. And I should imagine fish probably don't respond that well to name calling.
Yeah.
But I'd put hamsters in the same category as fish.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd wander around the woods trying to recall your hamster going, Perky, come back, Perky. Do you know?
I do.
So I think the veterinary surgeons, the receptionist has stitched you up.
I think so. I think they really enjoyed it.
They've done that on purpose.
They did. Oh.
Nice shot from Lewis Rees. Out to Rob Keogh in his pretty compulsory position of mid-off. Some excitement going on down there somewhere. I'm not quite sure what it is. Phil, some kind of sounds like the noises that come from a Mexican wave, but
yeah,
haven't seen it go around the ground yet.
What's happening? I fancy to snick off. I'm fancying a Sanderson, good length, nipping away. Reese nicking, catch gone.
Off the back foot, cut away, just bounces over Luke Proctor at point, and that's going to be 4. It's a cracking shot from Lewis Reese, and as you said, he's a real quality player, isn't he?
He's a proper cricketer, this kid, yeah, he really is. Ben Sanderson is not on his A game here already. I mean, he may well drag it back, but he's already bowled 2 short wide cut balls, and you know he doesn't bowl those in a month. He doesn't bowl 2 of those in a month normally, and he's bowled 2 in 2 overs. So that's led to him going around the wicket, and then he's got 2 straight, and he's tucked into the leg side for a couple.
It's going to be an easy 2 as well, isn't it? It's 11 off 10 now, Lewis Reese.
This is not the start, is it? You know, that can change very quickly. Of course it can, in a ball. But it's not the start Northants wanted to make with the ball. There was a sloppy leg side ball that went away for 4 leg byes from Jack White's first over, and then Ben's just bowled both sides of the wickets and just not like him.
Good comeback from Sanderson. Do you think in this type of situation there's a low total to defend? Wickets, as you said, desperate need for wickets. That we're down to 1 slip already with this change of angle. Vasconcelos has gone into a short mid wicket, but can you chase the game a little bit too much? Can you try too hard as a bowler to get those easy, or not easy wickets, those quick wickets is probably the better way to word it.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very fair shout, and it's very easy to do that and to get kind of blinkered. The way you're going to get your wickets is by doing the basic things really well. Using the new ball, you know, no width, no over length, just smashing that good length early on, hoping that when you do nip it around that they do nick it and it goes to a catcher. That's kind of, you know, so keep it simple really. Don't get too fun, don't push too hard. You sometimes see that, you know, on wickets, for example, that bounce a bit, that bowlers come in and bang it in, which is crazy because the extra bounce really matters when it bounces from a normal length. And by bowling shorter, you're giving that advantage away. But it's what inexperienced bowlers do, but experienced bowlers usually settle into their work pretty quickly.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Jack White goes up, McManus goes up, and the umpire stays down. He's not interested. Keen to have a watch of that one back. Maybe a little bit of height on that.
I think not out for height is how he's judged it. Oh, it didn't quite behave as I thought. I think that's probably missing leg bail.
I think it probably is, isn't it?
I thought it had swung on him and hit him square and turned him round a wee bit, but it just went in on the angle, didn't it?
Yeah. Not a good sign from Northamptonshire's perspective when, well, you could see off stump, couldn't you, with a little bit of middle as well. It's a bit of a giveaway, the fact that that's not as adjacent as what we first thought. Nicely played into a bit of a gap there. And as a batter as well, we spoke in the first innings, didn't we, about the difficulty with regards to setting a total, particularly on a pitch that's got a bit about it for the bowlers, a bit of stop, a bit of turn. You walk out there to bat now and you know you need 202 to win. It's a completely different ball game, isn't it?
Totally.
201 felt like hard work. 202, you feel like you know where you need to be, don't you, every single time.
Absolutely.
Down the leg side, it's going to be a wide. Actually wasn't that far away from that. Just a little tickle through to McManus. Would have been a nice burgle to have started the innings for Northants.
When you look down the Derbyshire lineup, I mean, Derbyshire are fairly low in this table. They'll be there for a reason because they've not played particularly well. They've played brilliantly here today so far. But if Northants can get a couple out very quickly, very early, there'll be jitters in the Derbyshire lineup, and you never know.
Oh, shape back in, wasn't it?
It was good delivery, that. Well played as well. Had nothing to do with it, did he? Very well left. But you know, Kerrigan and Keogh get going in tandem. Get a bit of spin, get a couple out, men round the bat. You know, it's almost like a Mark Watt spell in micro really. that we need to give the illusion that things are happening and put pressure onto the side, even though the pressure may be on ourselves.
Yeah, completely agree with that. Good delivery again from Jack White. Goes past the outside edge of Lewis Rees that time. So do you think we might see an early bowl of spin?
I would.
Maybe in the power play?
I might well do that. If we're none down after 8 overs, I would.
Yeah.
Particularly given that Ben Sanderson not started brilliantly. If that continues for another over, then I might well think, okay, well, let's get some spin on because we need to get wickets, and they may take a risk. They may well not. You know, you're asking them to blink.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned about Simon Kerrigan being a big enthusiastic poker player, didn't you?
Yes.
Last time here when we played Worcester, and it's a similar
Oh, that
chance.
could be out.
Oh, that was out for all money. For a second, I thought that was wildly missing for something. It appeared to kind of straighten and swing
swung.
back.
It
yeah,
did. It swung, didn't it?
and ended up missing, well, what would have been off stump if a batter was stood there.
So when the ball swings, when you throw it like that, you've thrown it with the seam up. And the skill is, and it's a real high quality skill this, is to get the ball cross seam in your hand before you let it go. It's so hard to do that quickly. But if you don't do that, you run the risk of it swinging offline, which is what, had that ball been thrown cross seam, we were right behind it. I think it's online.
I thought it might have missed the what
other
would have
way.
been leg stump,
Okay,
you know, if
yeah,
it hadn't
yeah.
have swung.
Yeah. Okay, that's, yeah.
But I'd be prepared to concede. Feet used by Harry Kane. Strokes that one into the offside. It'd be important for Harry Kane not to get frustrated in this situation. They're already 20 runs off this target, and 3 off 9 is fine, isn't it? Whilst your batting partner at the other end's 11 off 15.
Well, as you said earlier, the difference between setting and chasing, and particularly when you're chasing a low number, is you don't really need to look at the scoreboard. You can just play what's in front of you, and until someone says that's game over and you walk off. There's no run rate pressure at all on the batters, which is a lovely place to be.
Yeah, benefiting from the hard work of the Derbyshire bowlers earlier in the day. Sanderson on the money, honing in on the stumps.
He hasn't always, Ben Sanderson preferred to go round the wicket to left-handers. It's something that he's worked on more in recent times. His standard would always be, his starting point would always be over the wicket. He lost his line a wee bit, hasn't he? So
yeah,
that's why he's gone round.
Just swinging the ball across the batter, which I suppose is why that second slip's come out.
Yeah.
So quite difficult, isn't it, for a right armer to swing the ball back into the stumps from that angle. I might be asking you a question that might require some kind of answer in the world of witchcraft, but how much of a difference does the white ball behave once floodlights are on? It was like we saw Sanderson swing the ball both ways in the blast. Obviously lights would have been on at that point. Does it make a great deal of difference in your experience?
Yes.
These batches of ball seems to change each year.
Yeah, the lights make a huge difference. Yeah, they certainly do. If you think about, in particular, where that's shown more than in any other format is when you play pink ball cricket under lights, because it's good luck, really. Good luck batting against a pink ball. And you've seen, you know, even with the few games we've had already with a pink ball, this is already teams are declaring so that they can bowl with the pink ball under lights. There might be a few runs light, but the benefit of bowling with the pink ball under lights makes them declare their innings.
Oh, squared up. Genuine edge from Lewis Rees. It's going to race down to the boundary. James Sales this time picks up clean and fires the ball back into McManus. But well run 2 in the end. It was a closer 2 than what I thought it might have been.
Yeah.
Covered the ground well.
I think Lewis Rees would say, I think you're right there, Dan. But JJ Sales, he covers ground very, very quickly, doesn't he? And he's got a bullet arm as well. I don't think he finds himself at third man very often.
He's a terrific fielder, isn't he? I suppose he'll be doing the work on that boundary edge today with the absence of Justin Broad from this team.
Good on the floor. Well done. That's out.
Oh. It was out if he hit, wasn't it? Jack White, brilliant by Jack White at the 45.
It was brilliant. That's a cheeky run. They've run on the fielder there.
Yep.
And any fielder can run you out. You know, a bad run's a bad run. So had that ball hit the stumps, he was gone skiing. That looks like an appalling bit of cricket when you need 4 and over.
Yeah, he'd been a long way short, wouldn't he? Again, though, that's that proactiveness that we didn't see from the Steelbacks.
That's a fair comment. I was going to say I do like the intent, but it was still a bad call, you know. But yes, the intent was there, and also that's communicated, isn't it? We've seen that. Northampton players have seen it. They've seen these guys are not here to absorb balls.
End of Sanderson's 3rd over then. 23 for no loss after 5.
Well, it's good. It's good to see, as chairman of the Ben Sanderson fan club, it's good to see him back in his normal slot.
Is there a player board that you're not on? Aren't you chairman of Rob Keogh's testimonial?
I'm certainly not. No, they've got a grown-up doing the chairman.
Chairman of the Ben Sanderson fan club.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up to that one. I think I'm president and chairman of that fan club, according to a few.
I'm sure you told the story about how you saw Jack White as a bit of a batter early on in his career as he deposited that ball into the Jackson Grundy for 6 as well. So there's another one that you're in the committee for.
Well, it's nice when the lads cross the line that they know the coach has got their back. So, one of the coaches has got. I mean, Rips would be absolutely alongside that. I think. I'll come back to that. I need to clean that up.
After he threw you under the bus with Perky, you're still there to tidy him up.
You're either loyal or you're not, really. You can't be loyal some of the time, can you?
No, true.
So, I'm only kidding. One of the things that has helped myself and Rips in the roles we were in for that period was the players. They knew we were backing them. There was no doubt. And particularly the head coach who picked the team most of the time.
Lovely shot. It's definitely a drive ball from Jack White, wasn't it? And Lewis Rees has timed that lovely down to Rob Keogh at mid-off.
You know, Rip's picking the team, and the players knowing that he has absolutely got their back allows them to play with more freedom.
So are you saying that you've basballed before basball? Because that's definitely one of the trademarks in this England team then, isn't it? It's that kind of, we will back you to the hills.
What was it we were accused of? Moneyball. I think there was an article written about Moneyball for some of our signings, which is clearly not true either. When you haven't got any money, any money you spend that turns good appears to be Moneyball, but it's just all you had anyway, so it wasn't a choice, it was enforced. But I think, you know, he's not here, so I can give him some praise. And I know the players would say this, is that it really has helped the players in Northamptonshire's time under David Ripley as head coach, that they absolutely knew he had their back when they crossed the line. And that was it. You know, once he's got you back, he's got you back, and that's it. Off you go. And it's not universally the case. You know, there's a lot of players who take the field and look over their shoulder, and they're trying to change the opinion of them that the coach holds, and it's not a nice place to be. Rips would always give someone a couple of more games than others might do, and guess what? They often came good in those couple more games.
Yeah, as we've seen with England over the last 18 months, it does make an almighty difference, doesn't it? With when you've got that mindset, and well, you've only got to look at Zach Crawley, case an example. I mean, there would have been plenty of opportunities in other management committees to have said, thank you very much, Zach, I think it's time for you to go and find a bit of form at Kent, but they stuck with him. And
absolutely,
I don't think many people would have sat at the start of this year and thought he was going to be England's leading run scorer in the Ashes.
Quite right, yeah. It's a tough game, and he's opening the batting, which we talked about earlier, the hardest job in the game. You are going to go through periods.
It's been a good over this from Jack White, isn't it? Just the one leg by from it.
Now join the dots up, Jack. Out.
Oh, it's come back big, isn't it? I thought there was a little inside edge, a little tickle on the way through, but it's a fantastic over, a maiden for Jack White.
That's a great over.
3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. It's just getting the ball just to do something from the Lynn Wilson centre end in that over.
I thought, I mean, obviously we didn't because there was no appeal, but I thought there was a sound there.
Yeah, that's one of those deliveries. You can see Jack there on screen. It's one of those, it's gone past the inside edge, over the top of off stump, and you've thought, how have I got that through that gap? And nothing's gone my way.
1986. Dan, I bowled a ball like that. August 1986.
I remember it well.
I do remember
it was a
well.
Tuesday.
At Horton Cricket Club. It's a Tuesday.
Flicked off his pads for a single out to Sam Whiteman on the boundary there. 3 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, bowling down the hill with a tailwind.
Oh, now, everyone will now know that story is fictitious. I was never allowed to bowl down the hill. That was for the proper bowlers. I had to bowl up the hill. If there wasn't a hill, find a wind he can bowl into.
I'd love to say that's the reason why I don't bowl and I keep wicket, Phil, but I think it might be because I don't bowl because I can't.
Everyone can bowl.
Well,
Odd.
really keen on those singles, isn't he, Harry Kane?
It looks like they're aggressive runners, these two, doesn't it? I remember here a game a couple of years ago, Lancashire, and Keaton Jennings opened the batting with Alex Davis, and they were taking 4 tight singles and over. The score was something like 24 for no wicket, and I think there was 1-2. They just ran us ragged.
And you can do that, can't you, if you've got a team that's just on their heels a little bit.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's come back. Little tickle on that into the abdomen.
But what a great attribute to have, you know. It means it just takes so much pressure off. If you can score at that rate, as they did, there wasn't a bad run there. You know, there was no run-out chances. It was difficult to watch from a Northamptonshire perspective.
Yeah.
You just thought that they're not giving any chances here. Score at 4 and over.
And these two look like they've batted together a lot as well, don't they? It's the running almost looks autonomous.
Yes.
No ball. Sanderson's just overstepped, so it's going to be a free hit. But it does. It looks automatic. They both know when there's a single. They both know that they trust one another as well.
Yeah.
I think it's important, isn't it, to stick with an opening pair for as long as you possibly can do.
Absolutely. You look at the best teams in the history of the game, and people can remember. If they can remember one of the opening batters, they'll remember the other one. You know, they batted as a partnership.
Yep.
Free hit, isn't it?
I think I've opened with about 6 different people this year in my club cricket.
This year already.
Yeah. Short ball, it's gone up. Obviously, this won't count. The crowd think it does, though. The crowd loved it. Just a little reminder that it was a free hit, folks. Fantastic catch, though. Vasco covered a lot of grounds.
Was a good catch. And now there's probably 170 conversations which are starting. Well, why has he walked off? What's going on? That was a very good round of applause for the catch.
It was, wasn't it? I hope it was genuine as well.
It was.
So they'll be walking back. They'll be playing next Saturday. They'll skew one up in the air. The catch will be taken and go, "What do you mean I'm out?" Yeah, just the single coming off that free hit. So a good delivery from Ben Sanderson. Scorers have that down as over, including the no ball. Umpires have another one. It's on the money. A chance for a run out. And again, it's wild and it's missed Lewis McManus' glove by a distance. I think Lewis Rees probably would have made it home.
I think there's a run there.
I think there probably was.
Yeah, I think there is.
Well, Rees was going to the danger end, wasn't he?
He was. It was. You know, we complimented them on their running, and they got that one wrong between them. But it was. It's 2 things about that. I think it was a really good run, but it was a really good run in an area where there's not normally a run. And I think that's what was in Harry Kane's mind, was they can't possibly be. You know, that can't be right. But I think extra cover was just too deep. Lewis Rees had spotted that.
And is that a fielder that's just switched off a little bit, or is that kind of a reduction of the squeeze that's needed? What do you think that was?
Concentration, I think.
Yeah. Jack White, nicely played. Just opened the face up, didn't he, and found incredibly small gap between, I think that's Tom Taylor and, is it James Sales at point?
I think it looks like James Sales, yeah.
Found the gap there, didn't he? So Harry Kane adds a couple of runs to his tally.
Didn't he play that well? Right under his eyes, that. Just opened the face up.
Sounded nice as well, didn't it? Off the middle of the bat.
Something almost old-fashioned about the way he played that as well. Bat and pad really close together.
Good delivery from Jack White, targeting those stumps. Just a quick update from Worcester. I know we've got one eye on that fixture at the moment. Sussex were all out for 190. And Worcestershire in reply 41 for no loss off 11 overs. So they need 150 to win from 39 in that game. So if Worcester win, then they take one of the quarter-final slots from Group B. Obviously, Northants need to win both of their remaining fixtures. Well, there was a bit of all sorts going on there. I really enjoy the proactive running.
Yes, me too.
I don't mind the fact that both commit, but then there's a loud call, isn't there, from Lewis Rees to turn around and say no and send Harry Kane back. And then just quietly, I think Vasconcelos got his studs caught in the matting and fell on his bum.
I thought that's what happened, because I thought he's dived to stop the overthrow when the ball didn't pass the stumps.
Yeah, yeah. I think
he obviously tripped.
He's twisted and his spikes have got stuck, and he's ended up on his backside.
Well, I hope he's okay.
He looks like he's all right. I think he was in the perfect position all the while the ball didn't hit the stumps. 3 balls to go in Jack White's 4th over. He's just gone for 6 runs so far off these 3.5. Bowling to Harry Kane, who's 6 off 18. That's a nice shot down the ground. Simon Kerrigan picks the ball up. Stops that going anywhere outside of the circle, but a nice looking on drive from Harry Kane. Fun fact about Harry Kane. Do you like a fun fact, Rose?
Absolutely.
Great grandson of former England captain Walter Robbins, who played in the 1930s.
Wow.
There you go.
That was it. That was the fun fact.
That was the fun fact.
Good fact. What? So you repeat that?
He's the great grandson of former England captain Walter Robbins. He would have played. Nice shot from Harry Kane. Opens the face up, runs it down to deep third. Yeah, he played, I think, Middlesex, a lot of Middlesex. 1929, 1936, I think, from not from memory, but from my research. So it was slightly before my time.
Just a bit. But there's some pedigree there, isn't there?
13,884 first-class runs from 379 first-class matches.
Well played, sir. And how many test appearances?
19.
Only captained within those 19. Okay. Shot.
Lovely shot. Straight at Rob Keogh, though. He does well to keep that down to a dot ball. So another very good over from Jack White. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. And Mel, if you're ready to go, I'll hand over to Mel Farrell. Stream powered by Daffabet. And Derbyshire are 31 for no loss.
There you go. And oh, pardon me. Enjoying hearing about Walter Robbins. Actually bowled Don Bradman out at Trent Bridge.
Did
1930, yes.
Wow. How many was he on at the time?
Gee whiz, he give you a fun fact and you want the whole wisdom match report.
He's saying it's not fun anymore.
I can tell you he bowled him with a googly.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did it turn?
Oh, I wasn't there.
He seems to know a lot about it.
I'm not that old. Meanwhile, another 2 runs to Kame, to Harry Kame. He's England selector too for a long time.
Okay.
So comes from some pedigree. Does Harry Kane?
Yeah, like a number of the players in this game on both sides, but in particular in the Derbyshire side. This is his 2nd county. Didn't manage to forge a way into the Hampshire side, and their loss has definitely been Derbyshire's gain. That's really well bowled.
Well defended in the end. He has been in good form in this tournament as well. Scores of 40, 73, 94, 44, 19 and 34. So for an opener, seeing off the new ball, that's pretty handy. And this is one thing that Dan and I were talking about before, during the lunch break. I'll tell you after this ball. It's defended there. When I was going through and doing some research for today and going through the Derbyshire players and looking at their scores for this season so far in this tournament, it really struck me how much better their individual scores were compared to the Northants players.
Okay.
So they've only won one game. They're 7th on the table. But their batters all round have been putting up individual totals. Whereas when you go through and do the same thing with the Northants players, when you take Prithvi Shaw out of it, probably when you take Tom Taylor out of it, the scores overall, there hasn't been anyone with that kind of consistency of what I've just said about Harry Kane.
And it's not just about opportunity, because it would be easy to say, well, if Prithvi Shaw's getting them, then other people can't get them. But actually there has been opportunity, hasn't there?
Well, only 2 games that he's played in.
Yes, exactly. And Tom Taylor's got runs down the innings as well.
That's in the air. That's going to be caught, and caught quite easily. So Harry Kane goes for 9. First wicket to fall, glimmer of hope then perhaps for the home side. The Steelers taking their first wicket, and it is that of Harry Kane, 33 for 1. So the wicket coming in the 9th over. So that's positive for the home side. What did you make of this, Phil?
Just looking back at the replay, he bowled really well at him during that over and been hitting a great line and length and running it back in. Has been coming out of his crease, came a little bit further out of his crease, and he looked determined to pump it back down the ground. The ball just wasn't there for me. It wasn't in the slot to go aerial over the top. Perhaps it sat on the wicket a little bit, perhaps it was a little bit of a cutter from Ben Sanderson, but there was enough in it. It wasn't in the slot to pump it back over the top. He went early, got off the bottom of the bat, and that was that. I think, I'd probably say there wasn't a need for him to do that necessarily. By all means, shuffle down the wicket, but if it's not there, then just respond accordingly. But he went through with the lofted drive and came a cropper.
Well, that will give the local fans something to cheer anyway. They were all out on the field. It was a wonderful sight as we had lunchtime to see all the families out on the outfield, kids running around, pretending they were their heroes and stars as they had a little bit of a bat throwing a ball around. Wonderful sight. I love seeing that, and you don't see it very often. You don't, and I said to you, Mel, as we walked around, that was me sort of 50 years ago doing that. So it's lovely to see, and actually, it's important, because when you're out there, it just feels like you're part of it, and I want to get out there and play in the middle at some point. It just strengthens that relationship with the game and with the county. Wouldn't have thought you'd been born 50 years ago. There you go, Phil.
Oh, wow.
Tom Wood. There's a big shout straight away. Whistles past the bat.
Just one final thing now that Harry Kane has gone.
He came and who went?
Don Bradman was 131 at the time that Walter Robbins got him out of 287 balls, striking at 45.6. You're welcome.
Did he give him a send-off as well?
That doesn't go into detail. I can't get a video replay of it either.
Well played, Sir Don, would have been the send-off, wouldn't it? I very much apologise for getting you out and spoiling the enjoyment of the crowd.
Oh, it's thanks for that, Dan. It's good to have that.
Just in the middle of all that, Mel said something nice.
That's why he came in.
To stop it.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the cricket. But no, it was brilliant to see so many kids on the outfield. It's lovely.
Oh, Jack White continues his spell. Oh, that's given him a bit to think about straight away. Reese.
It's the odd one, isn't it? Has bounced more than normal. And when that happens, that means the ball's in contact with the wicket for longer than it would normally be. So it slows the ball down a little bit. It bounces a little bit more steeply, and it makes timing the ball much more difficult for the batters. That has contributed towards the low number from Northamptonshire's perspective, no doubt about that. Not straightforward.
That was certainly a feature, just the fact that it didn't look easy to time the ball. It wasn't a matter of, yeah, it might have sounded like we were being quite harsh at certain times, and it was frustrating to watch as players were going along at strike rate of about 50, but it also didn't look like it was easy to time the ball sweetly.
Which makes getting in and then getting out even more criminal than usual, actually. In the game, the comment would be, it's a wicket you've got to get yourself in on. Meaning you've got to get the pace of the ball and the extra bounce there. So be cautious, take some more balls to get yourself in. And the idea, of course, then is, okay, now I'm familiar with what's possible, I can play accordingly. The frustrating thing from the Northants' perspective is that the three of their batters did exactly that first bit, but then got themselves out quite softly. This is good from Jack White.
Yeah, and this is also a bit of a feature of what we saw earlier, and that's just batters hitting the ball straight to fielders.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy, but it's, what is a lot easier from a Derbyshire perspective is that they know what the number is, and that is quite helpful.
Well, that's a feature of timing, though, isn't it, too, when you're hitting it to fielders?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's Jack White round the wicket with a pretty new ball still, running the ball into middle stump, and Lewis Rees, left-hander, will expect the ball that he plays with a straight bat to run square off towards square leg and to miss the fielder at mid-wicket, but actually he's hit him 3 times this over, so the ball is going straighter off the bat than it might otherwise do. So yes, it does become tricky. What you then try and do is manoeuvre the bat face to get it into that gap. You get a leading edge and it flies to a fielder somewhere, and you look like a chump. So it poses questions.
And it's a few times too that he's dropped it on the offside. They've shaped up as if to run, and then realised that would have been a very, very bad idea. So the end of the 10th over, 33 for 1.
It was a great over as well, wasn't it? It was a maiden over, which who doesn't like a maiden over? But also they were challenging dot balls. You can have a maiden with 6 stump balls that the batter leaves every time. But that was a challenge. Every ball was played at. Every ball asked a question. Lewis Rees responded to each of those questions. So that's a real contest. And the last couple of the Northants didn't start strongly with the ball, but actually the last 3 or 4 overs have dragged it back. The wicket has helped. Another Northants can go bang bang now, and it's 33, 35, 40 for 3. It's a different game, and then the spinners can come on, and Rob Keogh gets his big fingers around a couple and rips a couple square.
And that's the thing too, when it's not a big total, sometimes you find chasing teams, it becomes, especially when you lose a wicket or a couple of wickets early, it then becomes a bit of a mental thing about how to pace it too. Whereas if it's a big total, I think it leaves a lot more clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. Clarity is really key, isn't it? In this game, clarity is absolutely key in this game. So sometimes, when you're up against it and you have no alternative to do X or Y, that's clarity.
Yeah.
Right? And guess what? You do it pretty well. It's when there's uncertainty and lack of commitment, lack of confidence behind what you're trying to do that errors can creep in. So being committed is really, really important.
Derbyshire's only win came over Sussex in this tournament. It was a big win, 8-wicket victory, a big win over Sussex. But again, they're another team that hasn't got in the habit of winning recently, and that can sometimes prey on the mind as well, can't it?
Absolutely.
In that sort of situation, when you're not used to doing it, and then it becomes tantalisingly close. Just how you go about it. Emotions.
You can see it in body language as well, can't you? If a team is used to winning, they expect to win, and they just do things automatically and with confidence and clarity. When you're not used to winning, you're kind of hoping in a way. Ben Sanderson is right in the slot here. I'm loving this.
Oh, that's in the air. There's a fielder running in. It drops just short. So that's a bit streaky from Wood. Short ball. You said you liked what you were seeing from Sanderson.
I've watched Ben a lot, a heck of a lot. He started poorly. He won't mind me saying that because he will know that. But he hasn't played for a while. He played in the 10-over game, bowled 2 overs, so he hasn't really got a lot of match overs under his belt. But he hasn't taken long, and he's into his spell now, and it's like he's never been away. He looks threatening. Reese is a big scalp. Can snick Reese off. That's. Then we're in this.
Oh,
well played
again. Does get the single. I mean, I just wonder how sore his wrist must be, because when we saw him bat earlier, he played an extraordinary, well, I'm going to say a weird shot.
Well,
it was weird.
It was weird.
It was weird. It
Yeah.
was like if you were watching a tennis player playing a forehand, it was very much like that. Just one hand. Cross bat shot. Oh, and there's a big shout. They like it, but umpire is unmoved and Wood survives.
He likes an out, Neil Mallender, so this must be not out, because he does like to give them out. A very good umpire that he is.
Bit hard to tell from that
Hard
angle.
to tell. Yeah, we might get a straight one. It does. Ben Sanderson coming in batting one-handed does somewhat explain why Jack White and James Howes weren't going for broke for the last few overs. They obviously knew that he can only bat with one hand. That's now become clear to me.
Yeah, he just had that one-handed swipe at it and then was bowled the next ball.
Yes.
So clearly must have been in some discomfort or concern.
This is a replay of that the appeal, I think. Oh, I've seen them given.
Boy, that was definitely worth a shout.
Do you know what helped him there a bit, I think, Mel, is that the ball went up off the pad, so it had the impression of height. I think where it hit him was probably on the knee roll. And had the ball gone down, I wonder if it might have just removed any doubt that was there. But because it went up, the umpire might have thought it was a bit high.
Well, the end result is that Wood survives that appeal. 11 overs have gone, 36 for 1. As Jack White continues. From the Lynn Wilson end.
This is perhaps one more for the purists, but I'm really enjoying the work of these two seamers now. As I said, the first 4 overs weren't great. Since then, they've been all over them. But if it stays one down, then the battle has been certainly won by the bat over the ball.
Yeah, it does feel like now this is perhaps an important little mini period of 5 overs with the 2 bowlers who are on at the moment in Sanderson and White. Managed to winkle out 1 wicket.
I wouldn't mind seeing another short ball the way the Wood flapped at the previous one.
And tucks that one away. Oh, they thought about the second, but gee, does sometimes feel like they really are chancing their arm with some of this running between the wickets.
It looks a bit team orders, doesn't it? It looks like they might have it looks to me as though they've had a reminder about the running between the wickets, and they're not going to be the one who gets accused of being a slouch, because there have been some hairy runs. There was never 2 there.
Hairy, all right. Reese, has he nicked that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought there might have been a little noise, but no, I think they would have been a bit more upset if that had been the case.
It was very slow. Tom Lungley was very slow signalling buys there, but it was buys. There was no nick on it. It hit the keeper hard, didn't it?
It did.
I think the seam stood up in it. It wobbles. Ball wobbles after the bat here horribly. It's keepers union there, Dan. Just looking after the keepers and the mitters. I was a mitter for a while. It does wobble.
It's an outside edge, but I get a single from it. And 2 more balls remaining in Jack White's over. Again, this has been an over where it's not been easy to score, and it has felt like there is genuine pressure on the batters.
Yeah, it's been great stuff. Can't leave wicketless though. Don't leave the arena without a wicket against your name, Jack. You deserve a wicket here.
Well stopped. Crowd appreciating that one.
Feels like the crowd are staying with the team here, which is good to know. You know, sometimes with a poor first innings, the crowd can get a bit down and maybe not get excited. That was a nice bit of fielding. That perhaps there's expectation in the crowd because they can sense that it's difficult for the batters out there. They can sense that these two are on really good form with the ball. Sense a wicket's coming.
Again, it's off the outside of the bat. Gets a single. I think maybe too, it's also when you look at it, as we finish the over, 12 overs gone, 40 for 1. That mentioned the fans being able to go out onto the outfield. Just the fact that it's a lovely day, they've been able to come in for £2. There's lots of things going on around the ground. We've had kids having sessions in the nets, all sorts of stuff going on. The ice cream van's out. And people are just enjoying a Sunday at the cricket. It's a lovely ground, this. It has a lovely intimate feel. And I think that's probably partly the reason as well. Lots of kids here, so lots of families here enjoying the day out. And they've certainly not given up the ghost on victory here today for their side either. Sanderson's first ball is a dot.
Ben Sanderson's first 2 overs are unrecognisable from the rest of his spell. I was saying Dan earlier that he has missed some cricket, hasn't he? And yes, he bowled 2 overs in what was effectively a 10-over game the other night, but he hasn't really got many match overs under his belt in the last few weeks. So it's taken a few to get into it.
A short ball pulled firmly and manages to slip between the 2 fielders out on the rope. So there was the short ball, but it was very, very well dealt with by Rees. Moves on to 21.
I like it as an option. I think it's, we've got to try all options. He's gone upstairs and, wow, Lewis Rees played that beautifully, didn't he? Got it down quickly, middle of the bat, no fuss, straight between the 2 men.
Yeah, it was very businesslike.
It was.
It was a businesslike pull shot,
yes,
if there is such a thing. This time goes straight.
Ricky Ponting springs to mind in terms of business-like pull shots. He used to treat short bowling with disdain, didn't he, when he was in? I've not seen too many better at that shot than him.
Yeah, that was certainly his trademark shot.
Michael Vaughan at his best was very good there as well. Made it look easy. I'm thinking of guys who made it look easy. It's not easy, is it, as we know, but guys who made it look easy. Vaughan was very good at that. Well bowled, well played.
It's funny, isn't it, how some cricket shots, it's one of the things I actually find really fascinating, is that certain cricket shots sort of make you purr. Other cricket shots get the adrenaline up a little bit. And the different players can play the same shot and it has a different effect on you.
Yeah, that's very true. There's more than one way, isn't there, in this game, which is, as you say, one of the beauties of it.
Clipped away for an easy single. What's your favourite shot then? What's your favourite? Come on, I want to know.
I've got to be honest here.
No, please do. I don't want you to lie.
I've got to be honest.
That would not be a good start.
I've got to be honest, because there'll be a few people listening to this who know what my answer is going to be. I love a brilliant, aggressive, dominating forward defensive shot.
Wow.
Because you can communicate a lot to a bowler from that. I'm talking about a proper one, you know, not a defensive one in that sense, but a proper, I'm coming into your space, bang, big profile, the ball bouncing once, being fielded by the bowler, and you dominate. They can't see the stumps. Kevin Peterson, forward defensive shot.
So this
That'll
came
bring
up
the crowds
recently.
back.
Well,
Road
ball. Do you know, it's funny. I was having this conversation, I think it was with Shield Berry, by the way, 13 overs have gone, 45 for 1. With Shield Berry about that. And okay, so I like a lot of shots that he plays, obviously, but I really like Ben Stokes' forward defence for precisely that reason. And it's really funny you say that, because I see the same when he plays that. And there have been lots of times, even during the Ashes this summer, where he wasn't scoring quickly when he's getting himself in, and he would play that really aggressive forward defensive shot that looks like it's made of granite. You know, nothing is going to get past it.
Absolutely.
And we were talking about just that. So it is funny that you said that, because
okay.
no,
Good.
I'm glad you're honest.
Yes, well, I just love it because it can commute. It's a specific. It's not a standard forward defensive shot. It's a dominating forward defensive shot, because we know where does the bowler want to bowl it? Top of off. That's where the bowler wants to live. And what you're saying is, I'm coming into your house and I'm going to dominate there. You're going to have to do better than that. That's what Ben Stokes says when he's playing that, or words to that effect, I think. You know, it's kind of, here I am. You're going to have to get me out.
Well, that wasn't where I expected the question to land, I've got to say, as we see Rob Keogh coming into the attack now. Oh, just a little prod outside the off stump.
Had a little fiddle at it, didn't he? That's the kind of the biggest mistake he's made so far. He's made many mistakes, Lewis Rees, for him. That was an error.
He gets back to this next one.
There's another example of hitting that fielder. You've got to miss that fielder.
There's a huge space. There's
Yeah.
a fielder down just behind deep square leg. So things have just tightened up a little bit now for Derbyshire.
Yeah, they have. It'll be interesting to see how they respond to that. They shouldn't blink, just keep playing, but they might do. Good start. Yeah, someone just said, nice start, Keys. I'd echo that. Straight on it, 4 balls. Leave him up. Leave him up.
Oh, I'd say they've just sent mid-off back down towards the boundary. Mid-on, rather. Another dot ball. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Get a sense, don't you? Something's building.
It definitely feels like the pressure is building. They're going to scamper through for a single.
Good cricket.
Spoil the over, yeah. Kept the pressure on. That was a terrific first over from Rob Keogh. Just a 1 run coming from it. A little bit of applause up here from Phil. He was very, very happy with that.
Small things. Just a good bit of backing up, Mel. That's what it was. The reason it, I think, was so good, James Sales is at long off, and the ball went down to short fine leg. It didn't look like Ben Sanderson was going to throw it, but he did, and he threw it quite wide of the bowler's stumps. But James Sales had made the run into the edge of the circle to back it up just in case. It kind of, you know, is it going to change the world? No, but it's just good cricket habits. His dad would be very proud of that.
So we have a change in the bowling. Tom Taylor, for the first time in the innings, has been a star with the bat for the Steelbacks, and he has also at times been incredibly impressive with the ball. Beats the fielder point. Just a single.
So Mel, your answer would be, wouldn't be a forward defensive shot, would it? What would your answer
Well,
be?
though I really like that. So
You can have the same.
yeah, I mean, I admire that. I don't know. Look, I have a lot. I have a lot. I mean, I used to say I'd marry Kane Williamson's cover drive.
Oh, okay.
But also, then, if Ian Bell's cover drive came around asking,
Oh, wow.
I'd be tempted to be unfaithful to Kane Williamson's cover drive.
Mel, I thought better of you.
Oh, come on. That's understandable, surely.
What's a girl to do? Ian Bell's cover drive was ridiculous because he never hit the ball. And it used to then hit the boundary board.
Yeah.
And you couldn't, you know, I've seen it so many. How can that little effort result in that big an impact in terms of the ball pinging off the bat? It's fantastic.
He's pretty impressive.
It was, and it was kind of like understated as well. The minimum of effort and fuss. Gee, he was an attractive player, that guy. Oh, bold. This is good. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this from Northants. We're up for the challenge here. Good standards. I felt we came out of the blocks a little bit lethargic. That was the word. It was on. That was for 4 overs. But actually, now we've switched on. The standards are very, very high.
Yeah, and it's just good to see that they haven't dropped their heads. That's what worried me in the first couple of overs after not posting a big total, being a bit disappointing with the bat, probably. They are looking positive, and at the moment, they're putting the pressure on.
Oh, that's a good cricket shot.
Results in no run, though. And that's the sort of thing that's going to start to annoy these two out in the middle. When you play a good shot and you get no reward for it, it starts to frustrate batters a little bit.
Yeah. Jack White is wandering around down at third man. He looks under enormous pressure to stand in the right place. Mark the ground with your studs, Jack.
Oh, that's another wicket to fall. Well, this time Wood has driven it straight to the man in the covers. And that is exactly what the Steelbacks wanted, to make more inroads. They've built the pressure. And now they've gained the reward. Wood departs for 4. And Derbyshire, 47 for 2, chasing 202 for victory. And may just start to get the wobbles if Northamptonshire can keep the pressure on.
Went hard at the previous ball, didn't it? It was a lovely drive, the previous ball, and very well fielded at short extra cover by Simon Kerrigan on the previous ball. The next one comes along, and it was pretty much an identical ball, but he just didn't get the ball down. He on top of the bounce again. It carried this time to short extra cover. Simon Kerrigan took a fairly comfortable catch. It was hit hard, but you'd expect him to catch that, and he did. And all, reward really for a good bit of fielding the ball before. A little bit of frustration possibly coming into Tom Wood. He was 4 off 13 balls. There's been a lot of dot balls both ends. Just went a bit hard at the ball, didn't get it down. We said earlier it's hard to get the ball down on the drive. Carried to extra cover and nicely pouched. Northampton, they're in this game. Add 2 to the old classic. Add 2 to the scoreboard. It's 47 for 2. At 47 for 4, then we've made it a contest.
Well, I do feel like, obviously Taylor took the wicket there, but it felt like that was a real team wicket because it's come from combined pressure of the fielding. You were talking about the good backing up, fielders being in the right place, all of the bowlers. Right, just even the pressure on them to take those runs and a few times some risky, hairy runs. They have kept up the pressure, and that reward belongs to all of them. Hyder Ali is next man in. Defending first up. Love it, love it. You hear that call, and they do love the fact that they've taken their second wicket. That's the end of 15 overs. 47 for 2. Hyder Ali is the new man in, and I'm going to hand you back to Dan.
Thank you very much, Mel. Yeah, 47 for 2 in this must-win game for the Steelbacks. Rob Keogh is going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As you said a moment ago, Phil, things were just starting to happen. Things were building, weren't there? And we just got that wicket caught at short cover. And Kerrigan might have had to have gone off for a little bit of treatment as well.
Oh, really? We don't need him to have any finger issues here.
I think he's because we got Justin Broad at mid-on. Well run.
It's well run, but
again.
it's yeah, okay. A slow reaction from the fielder. Not usually in that position. It's be interesting to see the way Hyder Ali plays Rob Keogh. Generally, you'd expect Hyder Ali to be a very accomplished player of spin. More so than generally English players. On average, it's generally true. Face more spin generally growing up. See how he starts here. Rob Keogh's on the money so far.
Yeah, he's just trying to work that one into the leg side, isn't he? I don't think, from memory, I don't think he thrilled whilst in the blast game, did he, here between the two sides? I'd have to go back and check the scorecards. Well fielded in the end by Vasconcelos, who seems to be having a bit of a torrid time of it with that matting, doesn't he?
It's hard there, isn't it, on the square? It's you know, the square is harder than the outfield, and he's landed heavily there. I think I can see Simon Kerrigan about to retake the field. Hopefully.
Yeah. Oh, not far away. In the air, wasn't it, as it went past Vasconcelos. Lewis Reese is going to come back for a couple. Well run. Good arm in from James Sales too. It's 50 up then for Derbyshire. There is maybe 3 people in the crowd giving that a round of applause, of acknowledgement. Clearly a partisan Steelbacks crowd in today at Wantage Road. Oh, it's Emilio Gay, sprawling chance at the bowler's end. Jack White.
How have they got a run there, Dan?
I don't know.
So if you look at where Jack's picked that ball up, it's kind of like less than 10 paces from where he started, and they both got in comfortably.
Nicely turned as well. Vasconcelos on that matting again. I think he might be asking Lewis McManus if he can go somewhere else, I think. But you just look on the screen there. You can't really see it. Maybe we can get an angle of it where that matting is, but it's a bit of a horror kind of position, really, isn't it? You've got wicket ends that look, well, I mean, I guess it must be even worse with the fact that there's quite a lot of grass on the square. That you've got bare wicket ends with fairly green grass with a bit of AstroTurf matting, and
I think I said earlier on, at this time of year, the square is normally a lot browner than almost grey. So there has been quite a lot of water around, as we know. So the square is greener than normal, which means if you do go down on the square, that it's going to be slightly softer than normal. But the square at Northampton gets very, very dry normally. It's a difficult place to field. As you say, the old wicket end. So the fielding positions of extra cover and mid-wicket are usually near the wicket ends, and it's brutal in there, particularly in white ball cricket when the ball is hit so hard. And you see a lot of guys get themselves in front of, perhaps get a bit too tight. Richard Levy was one that springs to mind, who used to find himself extra cover and just make sure he was in front of the old wicket end, but then he was too tight and altered the angles for everyone. Oh, that's
nice shot.
Cricket shot. Wow.
James Sales is going to cut that off though. It's just going to be a 1. Don't think there's 2 out to James Sales on that boundary. He's fired a few in, hasn't he? Just to liven the Derbyshire batters up whilst they've been running between the wickets.
A nice shot. It was a classy shot, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very nice.
I wonder if we can get another man in the ring.
Where's he coming from?
I think he's coming from square leg, probably. Yeah, I'd say it's probably coming from square leg. I don't really like square leg though as a position, but I want another man in the ring from somewhere. Got 5 in at the minute. I'd like one more. And Lewis Rees currently 28 off 55, so a strike rate of 50.
Nice shot. Well fielded by Rob Keogh. I don't know whether Tom Taylor just took a little bit of pace off it. Rob Keogh sprawling it mid-off and does really well to save his team a couple of runs. So he's on 28, isn't he? He's kind of gone about his business pretty quietly. I suppose deep square only really comes into it if Tom Taylor elects to drop the ball in short from with this field.
Well, the reason square leg might be a position today is because it's been difficult to time the ball through there. So that might allow him to come in and get involved in the game. There's been a number of balls that have been bowled on middle stump where Lewis Rees has tried to go through that kind of just in front of square on the leg side gap, but he's actually ended up hitting the ball to mid-wicket because it's just bouncing a little bit and slowing the ball down, so it goes straighter rather than squarer. So that does suggest that you could get square leg in then, but the only downside of that is you can't really bowl a bumper.
Another nice looking shot, well fielded there by Ben Sanderson at mid-on. End of Tom Taylor's second over. He's got 1 wicket for 2 runs off the 2 overs. So a good start for Tom Taylor. Let's look at the numbers of Haider Ali, and kind of an interesting one. I think he's only 22 years old. 22 years old, just his birthday's and maybe next month, but you look at the averages, and you can't always look into that, and the strike rates as well. T20 international cricket, he's played 33 matches at an average of 18.5 at a strike rate of 126, which I don't know how, that doesn't particularly excite me as a batter.
They're not what I thought they might be. Not quite. Okay, so that's interesting. Change of fielder that Simon Kerrigan has got himself into that position on the 45, and Jack White's at mid-off now. Okay, so it's a busier position.
Nicely bowled by
Beautifully bowled.
Rob Keogh. Just he holds that back really nicely, doesn't he? You can tell he's disappointed.
Yeah, look, he's getting a nice acknowledgement from the batter that you did me in the air there. That was quite a nice little tap on the shoulder. What wasn't so nice was Ben Sanderson was so slow off the mark. Yeah. And perhaps could have stopped the single on another day. But we don't mind this matchup. Keogh to Rees. Oh, that's a shocker, Rob.
Yeah, that's one of the best balls followed by one of the worst, and he knows it as he kicks at the ground for 5 wide signalled, in fact. Have to bowl that one again. That's a real kind of insult to injury, isn't it? Lewis McManus tried to get around and just couldn't get there. Run rate required just crept up to 4.4. It started at 4.
Yeah.
Going at 3.5 and over.
Oh, that's a release that doesn't go down against either of the batters, but it's on the number and it will make the batters just relax a little bit.
Yeah. Rob Keogh just moving Emilio Gay. There is that flighted delivery, a nice shot straight at Vasconcelos that time. He's been guilty of what we spoke about earlier today. He's hit the fielders, hasn't he, quite frequently, Lewis Rees, in this innings of 28.
It has been a feature of the play today, hasn't it? And so, you know, it's happened to so many for all day. You wonder if it's a little bit about the slowness of the ball coming onto the bat. Just changes the angles a wee bit.
Rob Keogh just sending Jack White back out of the circle. On the money. Now take a single to Simon Kerrigan this time.
That's a good run. Nice run. Finding it difficult to pierce the field, then there's a real premium on taking every quick single that you can. And the intent, as we've said, running between the wickets has really been evident.
Yeah, it's looked frantic at times. He uses his feet, and he's hit that straight to Jack White, who's come back inside the circle. He's created a full toss for himself, and he slapped it straight at Jack White at mid-off. And Northamptonshire have 3. Haider Ali has to go for 4.
What a very good catch that was by Jack White. I've been kind of a little bit critical about his reactions off the mark when he's been on the single. He's on the edge of the circle there, to the right-handed alley. And actually, first, let's go back to basics. I like squeezes in this cricket, and it's so easy to put the mid-off back there on the boundary. But no, Rob Keogh and Lewis McManus, no, come on into the circle. They said, make him try and beat you. He did try to beat Jack White. It was a low full toss. He hit it pretty hard, but very, very low, and Jack White had to kind of make sure his hands got forward and under the ball. You see those kind of knocked on so often. They hit the wrists because they're coming in flat and low. What he did really well is he got his body low, got his head low, so his elbows could be relaxed. Hands are softer, the ball goes into the middle and stuck. That's a very big wicket, but credit to Northants for keeping that man up, and they got its reward very quickly there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, they're in a position that's, well, the scoreboard suggests that they have to have those fielders up.
Well, they don't have to have those fielders up, do they?
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
They have to have a certain number in, but well, sorry, the scoreboard says that. Yeah. Yes. But again, a number of people are going to put that man back.
Well, that's what I was about to say. If 260 was on the board, would that fielder have been there?
No, probably not. Should he have been there? Yeah. So 3 down, new man at the crease, and a big scalp gone. So yeah, we're in the game. Northants are in the game.
Just an interesting position, isn't it? 61 for 3, 141 needed from 32 overs. Nice shot again by Lewis Rees. He's 29 off 61. And the new man for Derbyshire is Matthew Lamb. .46 first-class matches throughout his career. Debuts at Warwickshire. Nicely played. Emilio Gay out there, keeping that down to just a single. So Matt Lamb will face his first ball of the day.
Yeah, he played a bit of first-team cricket at Warwickshire. Wasn't necessarily first choice, but he perhaps wasn't getting the opportunities in the order that he felt he deserved. I think he went on loan initially to Derbyshire and then made the move permanently. I don't know whether Ian Bell, who's been doing some coaching work at Derbyshire, was part of getting him across there. Obviously, Ian Bell played all of his career at Warwickshire, so we'll know Matthew Lamb.
Oh, leading edge. Oh, it's not carried. Simon Kerrigan's in there, very close at cover, and it's just dropped in front of the left arm spinner. Big leading edge, wasn't it?
It was, and we said earlier, didn't we, that you try to manufacture, manipulate is the word that I should use. You try to manipulate the bat face to find a gap that you would normally naturally find because the ball is slower onto the bat. The problem that brings in is leading edge, and that very nearly carried on. I'm surprised it didn't carry. He's quite close, no criticism of the fielder. Didn't reach him. Oof, that's a strong shot.
It's a very powerful shot. He looks like a big boy, doesn't he, Matt Lamb? And he's just the leading edge that's just fallen short of Kerrigan. He's done that international cricket sign of the ball's just stopping in the pitch slightly. Everybody knows what it means. It doesn't really mean anything, but he's just done that kind of...
Yeah, pecky.
Yeah, pecky. It's a pecky pitch. It's got a bit about him. But he does, doesn't he? He looks like a big boy. Tall lad, like wide shoulders.
He's certainly come hard at the 2 balls that I've seen so far. Very hard into the ball.
Well bowled, Tom Taylor.
And again.
So is this the moment that is this the batter for Derbyshire to twist, if that makes sense? Is Matt Lamb's job here to take the aggressive role and try and up that run rate from 3.3 up to that 4.5 for a while whilst he's in at the crease, and give Lewis McManus and Northants something to think about? Because at the moment they have kind of had it all their own way, haven't they, at 62 for 3?
They have. You don't really mind someone coming hard at the ball if it's slow off the deck, though. It's not a good combination.
Just tries to cut that one away, and that pace off the pitch has done him again there, hasn't it? 19 overs done. 62 for 3.
If it's a flat pitch and the ball's skidding on, someone coming hard at it, okay, well, they can get in, you know, that's they've got more opportunity there. It's more sort of natural free timing. But on this pitch, you have to watch the ball onto the face of the bat, and you have to readjust and manoeuvre the ball a little bit more, and it's not easy. It's not easy. So someone coming hard at the ball, trying to hit it off the top of the bounce, so that's a hard skill to continue to do.
Rob Keogh to carry on then.
We saw with Tom Wood, he played a lovely extra cover drive that was stopped, and then the next one he couldn't quite get down. He came hard at the ball, couldn't get it down in time. Well bowled, Rob Keogh. Jeez, he looks like a confident lad with the ball at the minute, Rob Keogh. It's really good to see.
Bowled beautifully, hasn't he, today?
He has, and in this tournament so far, I think he's bowled really well.
Nicely played by Lewis Rees. Just opens the face up, doesn't he, and guides it out to Sam Whiteman on the boundary on the offside. I'm pretty sure he's the Steelbacks leading wicket taker in this competition, isn't he, Rob Keogh?
I think that's right. This will be an interesting matchup. Now, it looks like Matt Lamb has decided to put his hands through things. It's not easy to do that.
Goes for the sweep. It's going to be down the leg side. Just fired that in, didn't he, as he saw Matt Lamb just move.
Yeah, I'll be tempted to go the other way and just take pace off against Lamb. Make him find me.
To the surface that time. There's definitely a bit of grip in this surface for Rob Keogh. Fielders out. We've got deep backward square, deep mid wicket. We've got Luke Proctor down here in front of us at long on. A long one out of deep cover as well. Uses his feet, comes down the ground, and a whole lot of work there. And he's just turned that round the corner to Tom Taylor.
Nicely bowled, wasn't it? Saw him come in, dropped it in. Good skill. But yeah, he's gonna be the aggressor, isn't he? He's maybe summed it up and said, look, I need to play my natural game. Got to get some boundaries away.
This one's just kept a little bit low, I think, that time. Brilliant work by Tom Taylor. Definitely saved his team a run there. End of the over, 4 overs for Rob Keogh, 1 for 17 so far, 65 for 3 after 20. And Derbyshire required 202, so...
Yeah, it's interesting. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as we were talking about earlier on. And you've got to play to your strengths, and you've got to know what your strengths are. And it looks like Matt Lamb wants to put bat to ball, which is fine. It's difficult to do that if the ball is not very full. You've got, on this wicket, to get the ball off the bat face down, you've got to wait till it comes right under your eyes and make sure that your weight is over the ball. If you don't do that, and you are more upright when the ball gets to you, you've just got to be lucky, find gaps, really. But I like it. He's busy. There's intent there. Lewis Rees is probably thinking, I need to walk off here, not out. Can bat through the innings. And if he gets out at this stage, Derbyshire are still favourites, but the swingometer swings back towards the Northant side. It's still on Derbyshire's side. They're still favourites. Yeah, Lewis Rees cannot afford to get out here.
Well, he's used a lot of balls up, hasn't he, for the 31.
Yeah.
He had a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. As we said before, he's a really, really experienced cricketer. Been around for a long time. He's played this game before. He's read the script, hasn't he? He knows exactly what he needs to do.
Absolutely. And just to add to that, absolutely right, he has got the skill to play a variety of different innings. So it's one thing is to know what's required. The next thing is, can you do that? And he can do that. So as I say, his job really is to walk off with the crowd at the end of the game, having got a not out, whatever number he's got, and he's on the winning side.
He's not prepared to throw it away, is he? He's 31 off 68. Watch for innings from the Derbyshire opener. Some very tight bowling from Northamptonshire too. So Derbyshire won't be panicking at all, though, will they? Spoke at the start of this innings. They know exactly what they need to do. They don't need to go crazy. It's not a huge score to chase down.
You know, I would say don't look at the scoreboard, because the scoreboard will get to you if you're not careful.
And there is that big shot. It's up. It's just not quite carried out there. James Sales was interested for a short moment, wasn't he? I think realised quite quickly it wasn't going to carry.
Looked to me as though Lewis Rees deliberately hit the ball aerially. I think he was going over extra cover, and it's kind of skewed off the face a little bit. It's easier, this pitch, it's easier to go up and over extra cover than it is to get the ball down and past extra cover. So I don't mind that as an option. He lost his shape a wee bit in doing so, so it looked ugly. But in terms of batsmanship and the decision making, it's quite a good decision, but poorly executed is what I would say.
Yeah, wonder whether it was that kind of look up at the scoreboard. And
it's possible.
There's a lovely shot from Matt Lamb through the covers. Simon Kerrigan didn't move, and that's 4. That's the first boundary for a little while, but Matt Lamb plays it wonderfully.
What he did very well there was he let the ball get to him. It was a fuller ball, wasn't it? He got a big stride in, so he's getting closer to the ball, so it's not bounced so high by the time that he intercepts it with the bat. And he absolutely drilled it through extra cover. There's not been many balls hit harder than that today. A great shot.
Oh, powerful shot again. Tom Taylor does well to stop that one, because I think otherwise that was racing down the ground for 4 as well. End of Tom Taylor's 4th over. 21 done, 71 for 3. I really enjoy this move from Derbyshire and Matt Lamb as well. I think it's a really positive sign, and potentially something that was missing in that first innings as well. It's a statement. It's a statement piece. It might not work. Let's kind of say that it might genuinely not work, but it isn't going to take long, is it, for Lewis McManus and Northants to kind of have a look at this and go, okay, we need to change our plan slightly here. As I think you might have been sharing your plans with Luke Proctor as you looked up at the...
I was suggesting Procky bowls him a back of the hand slower ball if he does get on, because he bowls that very well, and it might go up if he does so. And I think Procky's being very polite and saying, yeah, that's a really good point, and probably thinking, what is he talking about? But it looks like it's his natural game, and why not? Why not? Yeah, Lewis Rees is looking at the wicket there. For all money, thought he'd get that ball into the whole square of the wicket, and couldn't do so. But yeah, you've got to play to your natural strengths, and he's done that very well there as Matt Lamb. But it's a matchup. I'd like Rob Keogh to bowl more balls at him if possible.
Nice shot. Lewis Rees just opens up the offside and takes the single. Hands over to Matt Lamb. It's a bit of a, if you've been sent out with that role, Rob Keogh, we said, has taken a lot of wickets in this competition, but it's a little bit of an ego check, isn't it? Are you prepared to face balls against the off spinner?
Absolutely.
If you've been sent out there to get on with it.
Yeah, and he's having a good look at the leg side boundary as well.
Just lays it down the ground to Luke Proctor. Nicely played.
And the reality is, obviously, Northants have to get Matt Lamb out. So, if they're to win this game, so the question is, what's the best way of doing that? I think staying positive.
Oh, goes past the outside edge of Lewis Rees that time. Dot ball to finish Rob Keogh's 5th over. So a good over for Northamptonshire. That pressure still just slowly building on Derbyshire. You say if Lewis Rees isn't looking at the team score, we all know as cricketers, when you know you haven't rotated your own score, you haven't ticked your own score up for a little bit, then that does start to kind of play on your mind, doesn't it?
It can do. Yeah, it can do. He's a very strong minded young man, Lewis Rees. Pretty intense competitor. Nothing wrong with that at all. So hopefully he'll just be thinking about keeping it simple, being not out. If he's not out, they win.
Oh, that's hit those wicket ends, isn't it? And it's died as it's bounced and gone under the hands of Luke Proctor, but fortunately Sam Whiteman was out on the boundary there doing the tidying up.
I think we've got an injury to Lewis Rees here. I think he's pulled something as he's just taken that single. I think yeah, look, I don't know if they're calling the physio on. It looks like he's got a problem there. The front with his right knee, I think.
Hopefully he's okay. Obviously okay to continue
we'll know when he next runs, won't we?
Yeah.
How it is.
It's on the money from Tom Taylor.
Said a few times that there's a few in the Derbyshire lineup who have played at other counties. And of course, Tom Taylor started his career with Derbyshire.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a trip around the Midlands,
The
hasn't he?
Midlands, yeah, it's lovely, the Midlands. Started at Derbyshire, and I was surprised, actually, to be honest, when he moved to Leicestershire. But when John Sadler came across from Leicestershire, he was very keen that Tom Taylor was one of the early signings.
There we go. Is there a rule here with the physio slash kind of medic for Lewis Rees? Does he have to wait till the end of the over to get treatment, or could he have got treatment after the first ball of Tom Taylor's over, if he has, of course, tweaked something?
Well, yeah, he can. I mean, the thing is, if he's worried, he would. If he's got the presence of mind and he's particularly worried, he should just sit on the floor, and then the physio will run on, and no one's going to send the physio off. And that's. But he looks like he's getting through it. I hope so. Yeah, he looks to be moving reasonably well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But it was I saw Lewis McManus. I think he must have exclaimed something, because Lewis McManus quickly inquired, "Are you okay?" And it did look like he was going to take a standing count, but he's flexing his knee a little bit.
Yeah, he was on his haunches, wasn't he, for a bit?
Yeah, the last thing Derbyshire need.
Well, I mean, you say that, but Rob Jones was on his haunches for Worcestershire for a short while, wasn't he, on Wednesday, and he ended up with 100 to his name.
Didn't he? Yeah. Played well, didn't he?
He certainly did. Just dialed in, isn't he, at the moment, Tom Taylor? Wonder if there is an element of bit of treatment at the end of this over, maybe a painkiller. So there's not been a look to rotate the strike here, has there, from this over from Tom Taylor, which is kind of the first time of that in Lewis Rees's innings anyway.
There's probably a little game within a game going on just in this very, very specific period. Is we'll bowl dots at Rees, and we want to bowl some balls at Lamb and try and get him out.
Yeah, he's turned that one into the leg side. Well, I mean, I would say that he's run that single fairly well.
Yes, I'd agree.
Phil, but 23 overs gone, 75 for 3, and I'll hand back over to Mel.
Thanks, Dan. And we have a game on here. 3 wickets falling for Derbyshire. Just made things very interesting, and I'm just wondering, as I've been watching in the past half hour, and you were a bit critical of some of the batters who, for Northants, were going at a strike rate of about 50. How much of it in this game, as we see Lewis Rees going at less than 50, how much is to do with the pitch, how much is to do with the batting, and how much is to do with the bowling?
And I'd add one other, is they know what number they've got to get to. I think the wicket is difficult. I think it is difficult to normally get the ball. There's no pace on the ball when it arrives at you, so it's hard to get that ball into gaps as you normally would. The ball's coming straighter.
Keogh?
The ball's coming straighter off the bat, and we've seen Lewis Rees in particular hit mid-wicket an enormous amount of times when you can see from his reaction he thought he was going to get the ball square and into a gap. So that's
big
out.
shout.
That's out.
And the finger goes up.
Yeah,
and there's the wicket that they've been hoping to get. The set batter, Rees, departs for 34. Keogh has his man. And that is the 4th wicket to fall now for Derbyshire. Just wobbling a little more in this chase. They only need to get 202, but they're now 75 for 4.
Lewis Rees looks disappointed with that decision, but I think it was pad first. There was certainly some bat in it. Tom Lungley agrees that it was pad first. We'll just watch the replay. Certainly it's hit him in the middle of the pad in front of middle stump. It's difficult to tell from up here. He did look very disappointed with the decision.
Well, look at that reaction from Rob Keogh.
And actually, one of the things that I've learned to do when looking at those replays is look at the reaction of the non-striker, and that can sometimes give you a clue as to whether that it has been a dubious decision, whether the ball has hit the bat first. And Matt Lamb looked like he expected that to be given out. That's not the whole story, but it's something. We need another replay now. Let's keep these coming. Who's round the wicket? Well, it's definitely hitting the stumps. That's not a question. The only question is, did he hit the ball? Did he hit his pad? Did the ball hit the bat after the pad? I don't think so. It's a very good appeal. I can see there's a lot of reasons to give that out, to be honest.
It's academic now anyway, because he has gone. So Brooke Guest, captain, comes to the crease. Needs to get his side out of trouble, needs to get this chase back on track. Two relatively new batters now at the crease as Keogh continues. Flights that one. And that was probably the easiest single that I've seen in quite a while, down to long on.
I'm amazed at that. I am amazed that we have let Brooke Guest get off strike so easily there.
Well, we've seen so many times ball being hit straight to the fielder. And again, there's the easy option, the single to long on. And as a scoring option, that's an easy one when you need to get less than 5 and over. 4.8 is the required run rate. They're going at 3.2 at the moment.
Yeah.
And there it is again. 3 in a row, 3 singles down to long on.
You do this all winter in the indoor school, put your cones out in the gaps, and you throw 50 balls. How many balls are you going to get in gaps? And you measure it and you try and improve it, and then you've got to hit specific gaps. And this is just practice. That's what that is, Mel. That's just practice hitting a gap, and it's too easy for me. I can understand it more for Lamb, but not for the newie.
This time gave himself some room, Lamb. At the end of Rob Keogh's over, it's 78 for 4. Successful over for Keogh. The wicket of Lewis Rees.
Really is game on now. It's still, I would say, Derbyshire are still favourites, but now it's getting closer to being an even contest. The run rate required has crept up to 4.8. which in the normal scheme of things is no damage at all, but very few players have scored individually at that number in the game so far, and it's 4 wickets down. So yeah, and we've got a new batter at the crease, who's a very good batter, very good young player, but Northampton sniffing something, and has led to Jack White coming on at the David Capel end.
Yeah, change of ends for White. Yeah, it's a sort of match where you, in normal circumstances, if you sort of need 5.5 and over, it's not a big deal. But at this stage, they don't want it to creep up there. The tails are up a little bit at the moment. The Steelbacks off the back of that wicket.
Just a bit. That ball kind of hit most of the bat there, and there's a half appeal. And umpire Neil Mallender is giving Simon Kerrigan what you might call an old-fashioned look. It's like, this is not my first rodeo, Simon.
But it's as much for the batter, isn't it?
It is.
Just,
it is.
You've got two batters out there, not really set. Found the gap there down to deep cover. So it's a sort of match where you do feel, in normal circumstances, just going for the easy singles, waiting for the opportunity to go for the boundary ball. But so many batters in this game have been bottled up.
Yes. Yes.
Can't time it, hitting it straight to fielders.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Matt Lamb, I haven't seen much of his cricket to know whether this is exactly how he plays, but one thing you can see is that the acceleration in the bat starts very early. So it's not as though he's accelerating the bat late in the day. It comes very early. He's coming at you. He's definitely coming at the ball hard. Now, that could be the right way to go, but it's difficult to do that. Everyone's found it difficult to do that on this pitch.
Oh, and there is a lot of vacant space on the leg side. And that's exactly where he was going for. There's a short mid-wicket there. There's a mid-on, and there's a deep square leg as well. And that's it in that whole quarter of the ground. So you can see what he's thinking about doing.
I think the way he's trying to play is the right way for him. He's got the game to do that, and if he bats for 10 overs, he's probably broken the back of the chase. So it's right to back himself and go this way in the context of the game, I think. Got fielded.
And well fielded at backward point.
Rob Keogh back in at backward point. He's probably the best fielder in the Northamptonshire side, but has spent most of the season at mid-on or mid-off because he's got serious issues with some of his digits on his left hand. But he's back in the slot there, and that's a really nice bit of fielding. Hopefully that means his fingers are healing.
And there is that little gap there in front of point, so they're able to get a single.
So even Matt Lamb, who he's looking to be aggressive, more aggressive perhaps than anyone in the game so far. He's still only scoring at a strike rate of just as 55. He's 10 off 18 balls, and that really tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's the halfway mark. That is the end of 25 overs, and the halfway mark 80 for 4. So it's been a bit of a tentative chase so far, a little bit uncertain. And the falling of wickets only adding to that uncertainty. So we see Simon Kerrigan come into bowl for the first time today. Saw a great left arm on left arm contest between him and Mark Watt earlier. I'm sure he'd love to repay the favour and be bowling at Mark Watt.
Well, let's hope he gets the opportunity. This will be a big over this, because Matt Lamb will not want Simon Kerrigan to settle. Around the game, there's still a great deal of respect for Simon Kerrigan, but what you do know is don't let him settle. Get into him early. That's well bowled.
Well bowled again. It was a good bit of fielding too there by Vasconcelos in that previous ball.
Wasn't it? Fast off the mark.
Well, it's signalled wide.
This is a big battle, this, isn't it? Simon Kerrigan looking to restrict width, and he's just overdone it with the leg side wide. He knows Lamb's coming for him.
Nicely driven, just for the single. The gaps are there. They've just been difficult to find for most of the batters today. And there's another good one as well. That's one of the reasons that they have been difficult to find. So we talk about the pitch, but both teams have bowled well. So I have to give a fair bit of credit to the bowlers. He's racing through this over, Kerrigan, as well.
He's a minute and a half over, yeah. He doesn't hang around.
Down the pitch.
I thought he'd run past that one, Mel, for a second.
Well, he doesn't stage, so that's the end of Kerrigan's first over. The 3 runs coming from at 83 for 4.
And the run rate ticks up with the run rate required. There we go. That's a difficult thing to say for me. Ticks up to 5. So in normal, as I said earlier, in normal circumstances, no great shakes, but it's only going north at the moment. And the fewer overs that remain, the more overs that you don't hit that number, it goes up. It can go up quite quickly. Then add a wicket or two onto that. Suddenly, it becomes a very, very squeaky run chase.
And it hasn't been the sort of match where, in normal circumstances too, you think, look, I just need a couple of decent overs from the chasing side. You know, you can have a couple of overs that go for 15, and all of a sudden, that run rate comes down quite a bit. But it just hasn't been that kind of day. A few more clouds coming over as well at the moment. It's been a lovely afternoon here. Very, very breezy. The flags to our left are stiffly blowing in the breeze.
Yeah, sorry, Mel.
Oh, I was just going to say again, just especially on the offside, really having trouble piercing the ring.
I was going to talk about balloons.
Oh, please do. Why are you talking about balloons?
Well,
Perky?
it's the balloon festival. It's the balloon festival. Terrible. It's the balloon festival today. I don't know if I mentioned that. Northampton Balloon Festival, hot air balloon, and it's just too windy. They're not going to get off the ground, so that's a real shame because I've been here on days when the balloons have set off and they fly across the ground. It's a lovely backdrop. Good batting, that.
Yep, there's an easy single as he tucks the ball around. When was the last time you went up in a hot air balloon?
I have been up in a hot air balloon, and the problem we had was there was virtually no wind. So we were bought a wedding present actually for hot air ballooning, and had to ring a central number to book it in. My house is about 15 yards from the racecourse in Northampton, and the lady said, your voucher's is nearly expired. We've got one flight that you can book. So we said, well, we better book that one. And she said, yes, it takes off from Northampton Racecourse. So on the day, we walked out of our front door, across the road and into the basket. And
wow.
After quite a lot of rigmarole, and I think the technical term is faffing, the balloon was inflated and the basket left the ground. It just sort of stayed there for quite a while. Eventually there was a gust of wind and we ended up landing, locals will know, by the Britannia pub in Northampton. So we did actually fly across the ground, which was quite nice, but we didn't get very far.
Yeah, there's that vacant space on the leg side. We'll just get the single. Oddly enough, it's been almost 6 years since I've been in a hot air balloon.
Okay.
And of all places, it was outside of Pune
Oh, right, okay.
in India.
How was it?
It was amazing, actually.
Was it good? Yeah.
It was beautiful, yes. At one point, there was a lake, and we were probably about 5 meters just almost floating along the lake.
Wow.
Yeah, that was quite an incredible experience.
Lovely. Pune or Northampton?
I'll just took a little step down the pitch. They've run hard on this one. They're going to get safely back for 2. That was good running between the
Cricket,
wickets.
wasn't it? It's good cricket. There's a couple of times this over where Brooke Guest has advanced down the wicket, and the first time Jack White just went too short and Brooke Guest tucked it into the leg side for a single. The next time he advanced down the wicket, he just got a little bit too straight, tucked it into the leg side, and really good running. They went for 2. So Jack's not quite, it's a small thing, it's a very small thing, but he's not quite responded to holding his line and length when he's seen the batter advance at him. So don't be surprised to see Brooke Guest continuing with that tactic.
So 4 runs off that over from White. 27 overs gone, 87 for 4. On a day that's proved difficult for batting. Simon Kerrigan it is who is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
And I think I've just seen Luke Proctor get the nod to take over at the David Capel end the next over. I think that's what the sign was. Well.
Bowled, well played down to long for a single. Yes, Luke Proctor's fielding just below us at our position in the Lynn Wilson centre stand. It's at long on, and he's been exchanging a lot of looks with Phil while he's been out here fielding.
Not all of them polite. Actually, all of them polite, all of them fine.
I'm worried that he might have heard that I described his stance as crabby and crouchy.
He's aware of that.
Oh, don't say that. Don't tease me.
I let him know the first time I heard it.
You did not.
I did.
Oh, dear. I'm not going to ask what he said.
No, of course I didn't.
Oh, God. This is what you don't understand about me. I'm very, very gullible. Yes, I am.
God, it's late in the day to tell me that.
Leans back, tries to carve it through point, but only finds a fielder at backward point.
I think Luke Proctor will know a bit about bowling at Brookguest. Brookguest, I think, is ex-Lancashire, so they will have some knowledge of each other. I would imagine their careers did overlap. They will have certainly played some club cricket together if they weren't on the staff at the same time against each other. Oh.
Goes for the sweep.
Oh, Jack.
And they end up getting 2 runs from it.
A little paddle sweep, wasn't it? That could have gone straight up, that.
It could. Well, it did go up, but ended up landing safely. Adds 2 to the total. 1 ball remaining in Kerrigan's over, as he just fiddles with his field a little bit. And again, straight to the fielder, so another good over from Kerrigan. He's bowled 2 overs, conceded 3 runs in each of them. So he has kept things very, very tidy from his end. It's 28 overs gone, it's 90 for 4, so it's moving the score, but at a pretty ponderous rate at the moment.
This will be interesting from with Luke Proctor. He bowls a good bumper. Sometimes gets it slightly too high, but generally bowls a good bumper. And we've seen already in his innings that Matt Lamb likes to commit to the front foot and likes to hit the ball on the up. So there's kind of as you release the ball, there's 6 studs coming at you from the bowler's perspective. I wouldn't be surprised to see Procky go short, bang a couple in, get it up around the ears, and see if Lamb can make the adjustment to that. A couple of short balls wouldn't go amiss. But he's certainly hit the middle of the bat more than most, hasn't he, Matt Lamb?
Yeah, he has. He's in a way looked the most likely, even more so than Reece.
Yeah.
That's certainly what Derbyshire need. Oh, I had no idea where that ball went.
Bounced, didn't it? That really did bounce. It's a good start from Proc.
Just walks down and just does a little bit of gardening, Lamb, just trying to settle himself after that. A little bit of unexpected bounce. It's just played that shot firmly, but again, straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. No way through. There is a lot of vacant land still out there. If you get it past that fielder at short mid-wicket, then it's 4 runs.
I feel like pressure's just building a little bit on Matt Lamb. Oh, he's off strike. That's the thing to do. That's good cricket. I mean, it shouldn't be necessarily the run rate's just clicked up to 5.2 required, so no great damage, but it's the amount of balls that you face sometimes. And as I've said a couple of times, don't look at the scoreboard, just play. It's easier said than done. I just feel Matt Lamb was just getting a bit twitchy, so he got himself off strike with a single out to the sweeper. That's good cricket.
Same area of the ground, same fielder, same Whiteman out there. They'll just get another single.
Sam Whiteman probably knows all of them people sitting in that stand pretty well on first name terms.
Well, actually, it was funny when I went over to get a coffee earlier, someone walked past where he was fielding out there on the boundary.
Ooh, that's bounced.
And has bounced again. Another good ball from Proctor, giving up just a couple of runs from his first over. Someone walked past as well and just said to Sam Whiteman, "Pint," and he turned around and laughed and went, "Guinness." I have absolutely no idea what the context or the meaning of that two-word conversation was.
That was lovely. I think it was code.
I have no idea. I don't know if he was suggesting one afterwards or recalling a fond afternoon spent in a pub. I don't know.
That's lovely. That is lovely. I think you never know. You never want to know either, do you? It's just
No, I was happy in the moment.
Yeah.
Kerrigan continues.
He bats like a keeper, this guy, doesn't he, Brooke Guest? I mean, that's a compliment. Just busy, on the move, one and run, getting in a hole somewhere.
Well, that's exactly what they need. They need a bit of busyness. But all too often that's what's happened. The ball going straight to the fielder.
I can report Wendell is sitting down.
Finds the gap there, Lamb. Wendell, the flag bearer. Yes.
He's the man. Yes.
I see. I'm starting to get to know.
Yeah.
Starting to get to know things.
You'll fall in love with this place, Mel.
I've had a wonderful time
Gets
coming
under
down
your
here.
skin. Gets under your skin. That's good batting.
I'm coming back for one of the days of the championship game early on against Lancashire in the championship resumes. So I'm looking forward to that.
Well, let's hope you bring some luck, because Lancashire are a team that I prefer us to do well against. Yeah, I've said that politely, haven't I? Yeah.
Why is that?
I think it's one of those things. I think they're very combative. Very combative side.
Final ball of the over. It's a dot ball, so Kerrigan finishes his third 10 runs off his 3 overs so far. He really races through them.
He does.
I'd like to see a bit more of that in international cricket.
Oh,
Might see fewer points deducted in the World Test Championship.
it's just too much, isn't it, now? It's too much. It can be done. I'm sure that over 8 can be achieved without any detriment to the fielding team. What do you think, Mel? You watch more international cricket than I do, certainly.
It frustrates me as we see Luke Proctor continue. I do get frustrated when we lose a lot of overs. But having said that, I'm not sure the current system works. There's a single on offer out there as Whiteman comes running in. They tried the player fines. Player fines I don't really think work. Osman Khawaja made a complaint about that, got it changed midway through the Ashes, got it applied retrospectively. But then also the deductions for the World Test Championship, I think, have the effect of went for a big pull there, but unable to get hold of it. I think what it does is it ends up devaluing the World Test Championship, because I think teams that get pulled up, like Australia did last time, they missed out on the final because of it. England have lost 19 points, Australia for the 10. I just think teams are going to end up going, oh well.
Yeah.
Oh, inside edge, lucky not to chop on. And they're going to come back for a second. Maybe Gay not coming in too quickly. So 2 runs there. Yeah, I just think that the teams and fans less likely to engage if they see their team win series but then lose so many points.
Yeah.
I have wondered about in-game penalties. but I haven't thought that through yet. Because often you think, okay, this is a great solution, but you have to
Yes,
think it through.
You do. So let's talk about that. So in-game penalty would be some kind of runs, would it?
It could be runs.
Okay. You're not talking about 20 press-ups.
No. No, you would think that's what I've heard suggested most, that you have runs taken off your batting total. I think that's the one that is more likely to, because when it comes to it, in games, within the moment, players worry about winning test matches.
Yeah.
And it's all about winning the test at that time. And that's one of the reasons that you see the slower over eights.
That's nice cricket. Nice cricket all round, that. And I think so
that brings up the 100 there. 100 comes up for Derbyshire in the 31st over.
I think it's clear. I think it's clear that something's got to be done, and it's getting drastic in terms of the rates are only going one way, slower and slower.
And that's nicely pulled. It's going in between the two fielders, but Emilio Gay picks it up one-handed, saves a couple of runs. And I think the other thing too is this, the rigidity of times as we see the end of the 31st over, 102 for 4. I think Dan's going to come
Close
back on
of play
soon,
times and things.
Yeah, or start of play.
Yes,
where Dan and I were talking about this, whether or not in England they could start at 10:30.
Yeah.
Dew might be a factor, I'm not sure, but wouldn't think so in the summer. But it's certainly something for the game to think about, and that's what I'm going to leave you with as I hand back over to Dan.
Certainly, I'd say something needs to be done. The over eights are only going one way. It would make. It's a big thing. It sounds easy to say in terms of run penalties. That's a big move, but sometimes big problems need big solutions. And I've got a feeling that's the one that's going to hurt you, isn't it? As a team, that is going to hurt you. It can't be sort of one run for every over. It's got to be significant in order to make a difference. But nothing else seems to be working, as we've said.
No, and there seems to be a real reluctance just to get on with it, I think, is probably the real kind of uneducated way to go about saying it. It's like Mel said, start earlier. We've lost time the day before. Just get out there. Why are we waiting till 11 o'clock when, like the middle of June, middle of July, we don't get the dew on the grass in the morning. Just get out there and get on with it.
Yep.
People can be there for 10 o'clock in the morning. We don't need to start at lunchtime. And yeah, as you say, monetary penalties don't seem to matter. Points penalties don't seem to matter. But hey, 10 runs and over for each over that's not been bowled by the end of the day.
Yeah.
That sounds like quite a punishment to me.
Yeah, and I agree. It's worth trialling, isn't it?
I think so. Or you have to get one designated person in your team that just shouts quickly round at the end of each over. That could work.
Lovely. Oh, Simon, just a bit too straight.
Yeah, sliding down the leg side. Sanderson's going to do well to haul this back, and he does. Saves his team a couple of runs.
He is very, very quick. Always surprises people when they hear me say that for the first time. But in sprints, he's always in the top few.
It's a real positive buzz about the team that last half hour whilst I was off comms. Oof, is that a chance, Phil?
I think it was no. I think he hit it into the ground.
Ball.
Yeah.
But there was a real buzz and a real energy around the team for that half hour that I wasn't on comms. I stood out on the gantry for a bit, and there was that amazing bit of fielding by Vasconcelos at cover. Keogh backed one up straight away afterwards, and you felt like there was a real kind of, this is a must-win game, and we're gonna win this game. It was fantastic to see.
It's good to hear, and it's visible as well. And we've bowled well, haven't we? And we fielded pretty well. Certainly in this game, no question. Definitely in this game. I mean, as I said a few times now, I think Derbyshire are still favourites. This is a key partnership, but Northampton not out of it. We've fought very hard in the second half of this game to get ourselves something in the game. There's a foothold there. Nicely held back by Simon Kerrigan there.
Yeah, that run rate for Derbyshire is at 3.4, and the required has come all the way up to 5.2. What have we got? 19 overs, 18 overs left in the day. 95 to win. Powerfully struck out to deep cover. Played a bit of a gem of an innings, Matt Lamb, hasn't he? 23 off 37. Possibly not quite the way he thought it was going to go for him when he walked out to the middle, but he's done really well.
I would say he's played well so far. I wouldn't yet say it's a gem of an innings, because I think if he's out now, then he's not done his job. So, and I think also the other thing I'd say is, and this is a compliment without any hesitation, is he has just wound it back in a little bit from where he started. He started coming hard at every ball he faced, and I think he sort of quickly realised actually this is more difficult than. But he has maintained strong intent. He's played more positively than anyone else in the game so far. And if Northampton are to win this game, they have to get him out. So, yes, he has started very, very well. But his is a key wicket in the context of who's going to win this game.
Yeah, it's a big partnership this as well. When you look at the rest of the cards. Oh, it's nearly snuck through, isn't it? Nearly snuck under the bat. Did that keep a little bit low from Luke Proctor? But yeah, you look at the rest of the card: Alex Thompson, Mark Watt, Sam Connors, Harry Moore, and Anuj Dowell. We know Anuj Dowell's got that hand injury that kept him off the field for a long time in the first innings.
Well, can he grip a bat?
I was about to say, you look at this partnership and you think, have we got an end open if we get rid of one of them?
Thompson can bat.
Nicely played.
Yeah, Thompson can bat. He'll be short of runs at this level, but I think when he first came into the Warwickshire setup, I think he batted. He might have been an opening batter, you know, who bowled a bit of off spin. I might have just made that up, but something tells me that he has some pedigree with the bat, but maybe not at this level, and it's going to be difficult for anyone coming in and starting.
Yeah. Captain's innings needed from Brooke Guest. It's been enthralling so far.
Sometimes the low-scoring games are the best, aren't they?
Genuinely are.
Got to find ways, and it's more nuanced.
That Sussex game that we had here, that first game at Wantage Road was brilliant. That was 240, plays 240, wasn't it?
That was a great game of cricket. I really enjoyed that. It's the nature of the format. There are a number of 50 overs games that are over well before they're over. You know, in terms of it's only one side can win it, and it plays itself out. But when it's tight as it is now, it's enthralling.
Nice shot again, and well picked up.
Fielded.
Really well picked up by Tom Taylor. Good throw back into Lewis McManus. You can tell it's enthralling because you can hear the buzz, can't you, through the effects mic of not only the players but also the fans that have made their way into the ground today on Community Day at Northamptonshire. Like they're up, they're interested, they're engaged, they're talking about it. Good pick up by Jack White. They've taken him on a couple of times, Jack White, today, haven't they? But he made sure that time there was no chance of coming back for two.
Yeah, and that piece of fielding by Jack White kind of sums up all that you said there in terms of where the game is now and the intent that Northants have brought to trying to defend to defend this score. It strikes me that there is the right level of intent, very, very strong intent, as you said a minute ago, Dan. It's a must-win game for Northants. Didn't see enough of that with the bat in the first half, but if that was an off performance, then certainly the second half has been an on performance with the ball to date.
Yeah, we spoke, didn't we, about Northamptonshire essentially having two FA Cup finals today, and against Glamorgan do need results to go their way elsewhere, but what they need to do is clear. And what they need to do became clearer halfway through this game, having set Derbyshire an under par low total in this one-day game. Down the ground. He's used his feet really well, hasn't he, Brooke Guest? Gets to the pitch of the ball really nicely.
Yeah, it strikes me that he played one sweep. Normally keepers are sweepers, not always, but more, very many more times than not. Played one sweep, it bounced on him, and he edged it over his own head for a couple. So he's put that away and he's used his feet instead. It's nice to have both skills available to you. The more options you've got, you know, the easier the game becomes.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got some options.
Played off the back foot. I thought the ball before, I thought Matt Lamb was eyeing Kerrigan up to deposit him into the Lynn Wilson centre end. He took a big stride forward, didn't he? The backlift got higher.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, you see it early, don't you?
Feels like there might be a little bit of a battle inside Matt Lamb at the moment
I'm sure that's right.
to make sure that he puts that big shot away. Because as I say, he got through it and I went, oh, this could be going a long way. Just held himself back.
I think he's going to go at some point, though.
Nice. He played again. So we've all been there, haven't we? We know how difficult it is to comfortably keep ticking the score over, and then all of a sudden you think, 6 or 4 would be quite nice now.
Would help, wouldn't it? Look at this. It's, you know, it's edged up to 5.5 now. And is that a problem in itself? Yeah, not massively, but it's continuing to just climb, which suggests that they're not getting anywhere near that on a regular basis as the run rate is edged up.
Yeah, Proctor's bowled 3 overs for 10, so.
One slower ball bouncer to Matt Lamb, who coped with it very well. I would like to see a full pace bouncer because it's a slow pitch that can be a dangerous ball, more dangerous than a fast pitch at sometimes with a short ball.
And instead he's targeting those stumps. But at least he tried the slower ball that you were asking him to.
Well, he went into the wicket, didn't he? Yeah. Yes, he did. That's fair comment. He does bowl a good back of the hand slower ball. The fielders at mid-on and mid-off are very tight, as they should be. And it's a big ball to bowl at this stage. He's coming hard at that ball, isn't he?
He really is, isn't he? I've really enjoyed the intent shown by Matt Lamb. So you can just see he's having that little conversation with himself, which I think is a really good thing, to take yourself away from the situation, reset a little bit, remind yourself of the responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to certainly just watch that close. It's okay, he's not going this time. Sometimes batters, yes, he does. Is he going to wander off? Okay, so that's a routine. Looks like he's got a routine. He walks towards square leg, and he probably looks at the return crease there. I'm out of the arena. I'm still out of the arena. I've done my thinking. I'm back in the arena now, and I'm going to execute.
Yeah, switching on and switching off.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's a nice looking shot. He's gone if he hits. Oh, he doesn't. Sanderson misses. He's had 3 to aim at. He's fired it past, and Matt Lamb comes through for a single.
A bad run, that.
That really was. He was out by a long way, wasn't he, if Sanderson had hit?
If he hits, it's Lambs to the slaughter, isn't it?
For those wondering, he's just done a double fist pump to celebrate the pun. That's a better single. Guess just dropping that one in between Keogh and Kerrigan. One ball left in Proctor's 4th.
It was a submarine. I think they call that in baseball a submarine throw from Ben Sanderson. His head was to the side, so his arm is very low to the ground. A couple of pitchers call that their submarine throw. It makes accuracy difficult. He did have 3.
Nice shot again by Matt Lamb. He looks good for 27 or 47, doesn't he? He's played some nice expansive shots, but
a lovely shot for naught, isn't it? That
116 for 4 off 35 overs, 86 required for Derbyshire. 6 wickets, of course, for Northamptonshire, and it looks like Rob Keogh is going to come back into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre ends.
What'll be interesting here is the way Rob Keogh goes about this. So it's been difficult to score. Right? We've talked about that all day. The game's starting to get towards the sharp pointy end now. Rob Keogh should continue to bowl at the same pace as he's bowled hitherto, and it's been difficult to time that. What he doesn't want to do, just because it's getting towards the pointy end now, is add pace into the equation and just go a bit flatter and drop his arm and fire it in, because that only really plays to the batting side. So I'd like to see him continue to try and spin the ball, hold his line and hold his nerve, really, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, he's 6 overs, 2 for 22 so far. Got the wickets of Lewis Rees and Haider Ali with that brilliant catch by Jack White at mid-off. Brooke Guest 21 off 35. Suspect Matt Lamb fancy his chances against Rob Keogh.
That was I'm glad, yeah, that was a great catch. I don't know if we made enough of it at the time. I don't think I did. That was a really good catch by Jack White. So difficult when the ball is dying on you. He managed to get his head down low enough, got his hands under the ball and held on to it.
Yeah, Haider Ali tried to create that full toss, didn't he? And just never really quite got there. Came off the toe end of the bat, dropping on Jack White the whole way. Down the ground, and well, he sold Vasconcelos an absolute dummy there, isn't he? He's just rolled his wrists on it. Vasconcelos anticipated. He's run it out to deep mid-wicket.
Has he been watching, Vasco? The ball's going square off the bat. He can go. It's come down the wicket there. It can only go that way from there.
It could have been brilliant though, Phil.
Yeah, it could.
Slower, dropped into the surface. Some real tempters, isn't there, for Lamb? Just taking all the pace off of it. Didn't really bounce either, did it?
No, it didn't.
Ended up being fairly short. Just didn't get up at all, but I suspect that might be because of the pace. Pace back on there, and he's done Vasco again.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Luke Proctor, I think you should go the other way, is what he shouted.
3 singles then off the first 3 balls of this over. Down the grounds, and Luke Proctor tidies up.
Feels like a really tense part of the game, this.
It does. So I'm just picking up the body language of Matt Lamb. Each time this ball goes for a single, he seems disappointed that it's not been deposited into the crowd for 6.
Yeah.
That the head goes back, and sweep shot, nicely played. It's only going to be 1 though. It's Kerrigan there doing the fielding and tidying up. A really good over for Derbyshire. Singles off every ball of this over. 5 off the first 5.
How many boundaries Matt Lamb hit? I know the answer. I just looked it up.
Yeah. Just the 1. And Vasco's gone. Vasco's gone to his right this time, and the ball's gone to his left. He's double teapotting and staring at Luke Proctor, I think. Having taken Luke Proctor's advice on board, he's been done. 36 overs gone, 123 for 4. Really good over. 7 runs off it for Derbyshire. 79 now to win.
Shouldn't underestimate that. I hope we don't underestimate the role so far that Brooke Guest has played as well. He's playing like a very experienced senior player there. Just ticking it over, using his feet to seam and spin, trying to create some gaps to score into. This has been a really key partnership, this.
Yeah, well, you can see just how well Derbyshire have run in these 36 overs so far. We spoke about the lack of boundaries in that Northamptonshire innings, and you asked the question how many's Matt Lamb struck, and it's 1. But how many of the team struck in total is 4.
4, yeah, I was going to say 3 or 4, yeah.
Brooke Guest 24 off 38, and he's one of the batters that hasn't contributed a boundary to the score yet. So they've been really proactive with their running, and it's paying off at the moment. It's a little bit of a misfield, so that allows Brooke Guest to come through for a single. First bit there, isn't it, for the last kind of hour and a half that you'd say was a little bit of a slip up from Northamptonshire, and Tom Taylor just let Simon Kerrigan know that wasn't the standard that's expected from the Steelbacks.
Not sure quite how he managed that, but he did.
Short and pulled away to James Sales out on the boundary.
And that's the 50 partnership.
50 partnership as well between these two. 24 for Lamb and 25 for Guest.
Yeah, so for all of his intent, and it has been there, and we've all seen it from Matt Lamb. Actually, it's been Brooke Guest who's just pipped him in terms of the contribution to a really good partnership. That's a lovely length.
I think it might be the first 50 partnership of the day as well.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Yeah.
Without just having a quick glance at it, I can't see one there. They must have. They've just got the commentary through. They've just heard Lamb to the slaughter. Phil.
Takes a while, doesn't it?
Filters through. Nicely played. Nicely fielded.
Subtlety of my humour. Takes a while.
Oh, that's what he meant.
I think the effects mic is probably quite close to the wives and girlfriends and family box. And it's a certain time of the day, isn't it? I think that might be contributing towards the giggling.
Oh, it's a chance if Tom Taylor hits. Oh, he's gone again. There's a chance of overthrows. Matt Lamb says no.
Well backed up as well.
Well backed up, wasn't it? Tom Taylor. Do you know what? I think there's a chance that Brooke Guest made his ground there.
I think he might have, and he's lightning.
He's really quick, isn't he, between the sticks?
Yeah.
Really quick. And I mean, Tom Taylor is from this distance 5 yards in off that 30-yard circle as well. But he's second that ball's left the bat, he's running. Oh, there's a chance. No, big inside edge, isn't there?
Yeah, and he's shown the umpire the bat as well, which is instinctive. Yeah. It's not something he's thought about. It's just, oh, I've hit that.
I've nicked it on his stumps.
I get that.
126 for 4 then. 37 gone. 13 left in the game here at Wantage Road. Stream powered by Daffabet. 76 to win. We've got an absolute thriller on our hands. Hopefully everybody who's sat in and watched the stream so far has enjoyed it across the course of the day. It's been a real kind of bums on seats kind of game, considering 200 runs scored in the first and 126 now in the second. Don't think you'll be turning it off early.
No, it's captivating, isn't it? Either team could still win this game. This partnership is absolutely vital to the result of the game. If it's broken in the next couple of overs, Northampton will feel they've got one end open. If it sticks around for another 5-6 overs, you'd think that Derbyshire are nearly there.
Down the ground, first shot of anger. That's going to fall safe. That's going to be 4. A couple of bounces over the rope. Brooke Guest for the first time looking to go up through the gears. Looks like a bit of a tactic here to target Rob Keogh, doesn't it?
I think that's a good shot. He's gone aerial. Sometimes, as I say, it's easier if it bounces to go aerial and commit. Played it well.
Yeah, 7 off Rob's first over in this spell and 4 off the first ball in this one. Guess 30 or 44. Uses his feet again and just gets himself off strike. Single down to Luke Proctor. Guest wanted, or imitated, he might have wanted 2. I think he saw Luke Proctor just approaching that ball quite slowly, thinking that they were definitely only going to take 1.
They took the risk early in the over, didn't they? So they've bet the boundary away. They can now just milk the other balls.
Down the ground. Rob Keogh saw him coming, thought he'd snuck it past him.
I did. I thought he'd turned it down the leg side. It was going to be a wide stumping.
That was well adjusted by Rob Keogh and well adjusted by Matt Lamb in the end as well, wasn't it?
Cricket.
Let's just turn that one off his pads. It's the leg side for a single. I think that was one of those Rob Keogh deliveries where he's just turned his wrist over the top of it rather than the orthodox off spinner.
I'd like to see the fielder at cover just go straighter to a kind of somewhere between long off and extra cover. It's well bowled. Well played.
Single. Do you mean Emilio in the circle? Or
no, sorry, I mean the man on the boundary.
James Sales out on the, yeah.
it just means you just can't go over extra cover with impunity. You've got to also miss the fielder that's kind of hanging around somewhere out there.
Yeah, unless Keogh offers you that width, you're going to have to really use your wrist to create that space.
You are, and the slower it is, the harder it is to miss him. So, yeah, I think he can go a little bit, maybe 10 yards or so, just to get into the batter's head there, because it's the obvious way to go is up and over extra cover. If the man is kind of hanging around, lurking there, there's a little doubt in it. You've got to be a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, particularly with someone so quick over the grass like James Sales as well. It covers a lot of real estate out there, doesn't he? Change of bowling from the David Capel end. Tom Taylor's going to replace Luke Proctor. Taylor so far today, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11.
What are Proctor's numbers? Can you see?
Proctor, 5 overs, none for 15. Okay. Yeah, Tom Taylor's back.
So we need to break this partnership, isn't it?
Yeah. Jack White having a couple of gentle looseners down here in front of us as well, so potentially Jack's coming back into the attack too. He's got 2 overs left. Sanderson's got 3. Taylor's obviously got 5. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. Not much interest. Sanderson liked it at mid-on. Drifting down the leg side, I think. Good place to give an LBW decision as well, mid-on.
Yeah, it was more in hope than expectation, wasn't it?
Not quite as good as deep mid-wicket that you get on a Saturday afternoon, but it's never out. It was never out, mate. How could you possibly see? You're 100 yards away.
Square of the wicket.
Exactly. Nicely bowled. Good start here for Tom Taylor. 2 dots. Yeah, it looks like Jack White's definitely going to come back. Replace Rob Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre ends.
Really like it. Good captaincy. He's reading the script. Well, got to break this partnership. Don't hang around. Although Procky was only going at 3s and looking good. Actually, let's get the bowlers on who are more likely to break the partnership.
Yeah, and they've targeted Keezy's 2 overs, haven't they?
Yeah. Oof.
It's a big shot from Matt Lamb. Gonna get 2, I think. Comfortably got 2 in the end. Sure, is that Vasconcelos?
It is. In
there on the square. Just couldn't quite haul it back, could he? Like Tom Taylor and Matt Lamb might have had a little bit of a coming together as well at the
I thought that, and
at the turn, but quite sure what happened.
As I looked up, it appeared that Matt Lamb was running very straight. He must have been on the wicket at that stage. There's a guy that was coming through our ranks, and he played some first-team cricket, and yeah, had we had more resource available, we'd have held on to him, but we weren't able to financially. It was a guy called Christian Davis, and one of Christian Davis' things as a batter was he could hit the ball off the top of the bounce incredibly hard down the ground. The trouble is that he would get dotted up. He would hit the ball beautifully and hit the fielder and hit the fielder and hit the fielder, and what was a strength really became a bit of a weakness. And Matt Lamb's kind of suffering from that a little bit at the moment. That helps.
Dropped the length, and it's gone out to James Sales. He picks that up fantastically well and keeps it down to 1.
Wow.
I think Lamb and Taylor were in pretty close company with one another again then as Lamb went to turn to come back for the 2. But James Sales has done brilliantly out there, hasn't he?
He really has, yeah.
Covered a lot of ground, picked it up clean.
Does it with a bit of style as well, doesn't he? He's an athlete, can move, that kid. Quite envy. Run like a robot. He's a good mover, all right. Can we have a little thin snick to the keeper?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be timely, I think, just to keep this game interesting. Oh, it's a nice shot from Brooke Guest out to Sam Whiteman. Runs that first one really hard, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
Yeah, I think another wicket around about now, Phil, puts Derbyshire 5 down, obviously, and you kind of feel like another, what do you reckon, 15 minutes of these 2, and you start thinking that win percentage for Derbyshire starts swinging considerably in their favour. But one little wicket here, I think.
Yeah, I'd say so. 3 or 4 more overs of these two together, then the game is very, very difficult. But for Northamptonshire, they've played well, haven't they, these two?
They have.
There's a run-out chance to Ben Sanderson.
Yeah. Tom Taylor, the over afterwards as well, wasn't there?
That's right. But in terms of kind of other chances, I don't think that they've given a chance.
No, I can't think of one.
They've scored just below, but consistently just below, so the run rate's not got away from them. It's still 5.8. It's been around that for about half an hour or so. So it's a very, very good partnership. Just what was needed. It's been a captain's innings so far from Brooke Guest.
Steadied the ship. Jack White then back from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, bowling to Brooke Guest. And Brooke Guest, I mean, I don't quite know where that shot's come from, but it's not really bounced and it's gone past off stump, but it's a very un-Brooke Guest-like shot based on today's performance so far.
That was a strange bit of cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't helped because the ball kept so low, so it kind of had a weird feel about it, but it just looked like he tried to wipe him off about 4th stump over deep mid-wicket. Uncharacteristic.
Nicely bowled. Well fielded in the end by Vasconcelos.
But again, from Brooke Guest, I said captain's innings, you know, against Rob Keogh, he went first ball of the over, he came down the wicket and went over extra cover. Took the risk early in the over, and against Jack White there, he took the risk early in the over. Okay, it didn't pay off, but he's kind of saying to Matt Lamb, you know, I'll take control. Stay with me. I can take control here. I'm going to go early in the over, and then we can milk. It's a good bit of cricket now.
Well bowled, but yeah, it should be a comfortable 2, shouldn't it, the way these two have run. Sam Whiteman out there. Still doing a little bit in the air, isn't it, I think? This white ball, that one there just looked like it, unless it came straight on the angle, but it looked like it tailed in slightly
a wee bit
to Matt Lamb. So he's got 2 over, well, he's got 9 balls left now, Jack White, so Steelbacks will be desperate to break this partnership with their strike bowler. So he's wicketless so far, but that opening spell was something quite special.
Yeah, he'll bowl a lot worse than this and pick up 2s and 3s for no doubt. He's got a little bit straight here, but needs to finish strongly now. Get one on that lovely length. It just bounces a wee bit, gets a little glove on the way through. Well fielded.
Yeah, well backed up by Kerrigan, wasn't it? Taylor did his absolute best to get around to it, but Kerrigan was on it straight away.
Love that. Just little things like that. The mid-wicket can never really get that ball, but he sets off. You can't run until it's beaten him. And Simon Kerrigan has read the play and knows if he gets close to the line of the ball, they won't run at all. It's good experience from the 2 of them. I'm easily pleased.
No, I quite like a bit of fielding. Particularly good fielding, and that's powerfully struck out to James Sales. Again, running that first one really hard, but it's just going to be a single to finish the 40th over. 143 for 4. Matt Lamb 40, Brooke Guest 35, and I'm going to hand back over to Mel.
Thank you, Dan. The equation, 59 needed for Derbyshire off 60 balls. Sounds simple enough, sounds easy enough. So you see the umpire signalling second power play. But it's been a funny old day where scoring has been difficult, where it's felt that almost like they've had to dig every run out of their souls with a blunt spoon at times.
That paints a picture, doesn't it?
That's what I often say about writing. Sometimes the words, it's like I have to dig each one out of my soul. Nicely driven square. get a single for it.
Now, Mel.
Yes.
Now
Yes.
is the time for a bumper.
Right. Okay. Well.
We've bowled one short ball at Matt Lamb so far, and it was a slower ball bouncer from Procky, and he got on top of it, played it well, but he's looked pretty comfortable, really, hasn't he?
He has, and Lamb on 40, Guest on 36. Derbyshire definitely don't want to fall short of this target with 4 wickets down. Looking so frustrated, as he has so often. He's looked frustrated all innings, Lamb.
Yeah. Looking a bit sheepish.
Oh no. You know, it's lucky I wasn't on for the run out, because he almost barbecued himself when he set off for that single that was never
Brilliant.
on.
That's absolutely brilliant.
You bring out the worst in me, Phil.
Well, you know, it's a gift.
It is Lamb on strike now to Taylor. Oh, that's come off the inside edge of the bat. You heard the intake of breath from the crowd. It's been a good over. As I said, they're not going to want to get to the end of 50 overs and not make the target with 4 wickets down. Now we're starting to get to that point, as we were saying in the first innings when Northants were batting. Is it a case not of when do we go, but how do we go?
Yes.
Different circumstance. It's a chase, of course. Straight back past the bowler. That is a lovely shot. Just leaned into the drive, effortlessly, elegantly. 4 runs.
Well, there's not been a better shot than that all day, has there? That was a wonderful shot.
Well, was it Simon Kerrigan who played a lovely on drive earlier?
Yeah.
But that was better. That was a lovely shot.
I wonder why we haven't bumped him. It almost feels like a plan. And what's he been in now? 64 balls, and he's not faced a bumper yet. Slower, that one, I think.
Yeah, slower, but just deftly pushed down to Sam Whiteman, who owns that piece of real estate on the boundary.
He does. He does. It's perhaps sort of counterintuitive, to put it that way, that a short ball on a slow wicket can be a far more difficult ball to play than a short ball on a fast wicket. But on a fast wicket, you can just time it. It doesn't need any thinking about. It's coming onto the bat as it comes off the pitch. On a slow pitch, it holds up, and you can be through the shot.
It's just able to tuck that one around the corner.
Yeah, didn't offer a lot of threat there, did we, that over? That's good batting as well.
Brings up that single, the 150 for Derbyshire, 150 for 4 after 41 overs. But the only real equation that matters now is the 52 required to win off 54. Still 6 wickets in hand, so that's not a problem. The problem they are fighting, Derbyshire, is the pitch and the bowlers.
And the bowlers have done well, and the fielders have backed them up well. It's been a good second half from Northamptonshire, because at this stage, after 41 overs, Northampton are still in this game. Derbyshire are strong favourites, but there's still cricket to be played. It's nearly a run a ball. That's been difficult for people to get. These two guys are in with a well over 50 partnership between them now, so no doubt Derbyshire are in the box seat. But one of these goes, get a newbie in, and then the game can change very, very quickly. It's difficult to start on this pitch, I think, in terms of getting 6 and over, and people have found it so. So a wicket changes things.
So Jack White from the Lynn Wilson end. Jack White, his run-up fascinates me.
You love that, don't you?
I do. It looks like it's an effort for him to get into it.
Got heavy boots on.
Yes, it is a little bit. But he's been terrific. None for 21 after his 9.1 overs. So hasn't got a wicket, but boy, has he kept the pressure on. Guest takes the easy option down to deep square leg. And that's it, really. You don't want a new batter having to come in the way this pitch is played.
No, you really don't. It's been difficult throughout. It's not changed its kind of characteristics, has it? It's been consistent.
It's felt like a constant tension, certainly throughout this chase. I've heard you say several times, I feel like there's a bit of pressure building. It sort of felt like that low level pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, they're taking off for a quick single. That's well run in the end. So there's been that underlying tension that's never really let up one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been a really tight tussle.
And in fact, you know, we talked about no one really puffing their chest out in the Northants batting lineup and saying, you know, I'm here, I'm going to win the game for us, I'm going to put my mark on it. And to a degree, these two have done that so far for Derbyshire, Guest and Lamb. They've stood up.
Oh,
that's
down
out.
the pitch.
That's
and
poor
he's
cricket.
bowled him. So Guest has to depart. He's batted so well, 38. But Jack White, who has gone wicketless up to now, gets just reward for his efforts. And that is really the breakthrough that they were looking for. His partnership has nagged at Northants all the way through. And he came down, advanced.
Just lost his shape completely, didn't it? It's hit the top of leg stump. Jack White's got 2 more balls in his spell. Well, why do you get out to him at that stage?
Wow.
He's got 2 more balls in his spell. Just see him through. Knock him around for a couple of singles. Doesn't hurt. We're going at 6 and over. We're happy. But to get out with 2 balls of his spell left is very, very poor batting and poor batsmanship, really. Poor decision making.
That's a 5th wicket to fall, so 5 for 152 now. Does that change things a little bit? Pushes it back in the favour of the home side. This has been a very tricky pitch for batters to get in on. And it's Anuj Dal coming in now, who was injured in the field earlier, went off for some x-rays. He's now back out there, so must be okay. Didn't field for much of Derbyshire's time earlier.
The question will be, you know, can he hold a bat? And it looks like he's just holding it with his top hand there. It was his left hand, I'm pretty sure, that he hurt in the field. I guess they were looking after him and seeing how it came through. He was off the field for a couple of hours. But I'm kind of surprised to see him out there, to be honest.
Yeah, especially at this point.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
At this point in the match. He's got a high score of 52. Average of 17.36 in over 23 list day games. Highly rated, brought in by Mickey Arthur. Oh, it's in the air. First up. Oh, that would have been a screamer, but it isn't. It's 4 runs. Well, the excitement level in this game has picked up a notch. Anuj Dal gets off the mark with a boundary, but it was in the air. And just a fraction lower, he might have been walking straight back out.
I mean, luckily he timed that beautifully. Anything other than the purest of contacts, and that's out, caught mid-off, but he actually got right out of the middle and it just got over, just in broad at mid-off. Seen a little bit of Anuj Dal. This is a good situation for him. He's mostly a sort of nudger and nurdler, good scamperer between the wickets. It's a perfect. He can play a perfect foil, just carrying on where Brooke Guest left off. But he played such a lovely captain to Brooke Guest. Really, I was really impressed with the way he went about his work, and he kind of threw that away with 2 balls left of the main strike bowler from Northants, which is not great thinking. Had he hit it for 6? Then, you know, maybe a different bit of commentary then ensues.
Absolutely. So White is done. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Outstanding. 46 of 48 required with 5 wickets in hand. It would normally seem like an easy stroll, but there's been nothing easy about batting today, and especially not when Tom Taylor has been bowling. 1 for 22 of his 7 overs. He has also been terrific. Sanderson still has 3 overs as well.
That's the perfect line there with the field. The field they've got, I was worried that Tom Taylor might get a little bit too straight, and there's only one man on the leg side who can stop the single, but that ball was just the perfect line. It was worked into the leg side, but straight to that one man, Ricardo Vasconcelos. He seems to have fielded about 50% of the balls today. He's been a busy boy. There's 3 men out on the leg side. There's long on, deep backward square, fine leg, third man, and deep cover are the outfielders.
Oh, squirts off the inside edge. Hands in the air everywhere. They're coming back for a second, and the throw is short. So they get through reasonably comfortably in the end if the throw had been closer to the stumps. But Lewis McManus had to go a long way forward to pick that one up. So a couple of runs from it, 44 required of 46. It's getting a little bit squeaky.
Getting a bit squeaky.
Squeaky bottom time.
I'm going to say this now and hope that I don't have to say I told you so. Tom Taylor, who just in the form of his life, bat ball field, does not like to get back to his stumps. He ended up backing up the throw there up to the keeper's end, and there was no one at the bowler's end. He's got to get back to his own stumps. Bowled.
And it's well bowled. I don't think a single fan has left this afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
It's been really well supported, this Commons Community Day here at Northants. Lots of families, lots of kids. And looks like they might be in for a terrific finish as well. Nicely driven, just a single. .43 of 44.
Matt Lammers, I think I said this earlier, but it's continued. He's now faced 70 balls. Nobody has middled the ball more than him. He has, I mean, he's found the fielder a lot, and it's been difficult to find gaps, as we've talked about throughout. But in terms of finding the middle of the bat, he just looks in very, very good form.
Now, one of the things we noted in the game here a couple of days ago was when Northants were in the field, just how many twos they conceded. But that hasn't been the case today.
No.
At all.
Better lines, I think, Mel, perhaps better lines from the bowlers.
Oh, that's an edge there. It's going all the way. Yes, it is. A dive, can't stop it. And that's another 4 runs. That helps the cause immensely. Jack White unable to stop that one rolling across the boundary rope.
It's just unlucky, isn't it? He was trying to be fair to Dahl, he was trying to run the ball down to third man, but he actually edged it, and it went a lot finer than he expected, and just beat a very good effort from Jack White on the third man boundary. He went full length at that. Just evaded his grasp.
I must say too, I really like a food partnership. It's like going back to the mustard and the onions and so on. Having lamb and dal together.
Good, isn't it?
Good combination. It's making me feel a bit hungry. It's Dal on strike. Misfield, but no damage done from Vasconcelos. It's the end of the over, so 42 balls remaining now, 39 to win. It has remained remarkably consistent, the run rate required. There have been no big overs. I think a couple of Keogh's overs went for sort of seven runs. There's been a couple that have gone around that, but there hasn't been that one big over to just release the pressure for the chasing side.
No. Oh, I wonder what the most expensive over in the game has been. It might well be single figures.
I don't think there has been a big over.
No, you're right. I mean, Jack White hit a 6, didn't he? But I think that was just a one boundary over. So, yeah. Well, that tells, I mean, in a nutshell, that kind of tells the story of the game. It's been hard to score.
Luke Proctor coming back into the attack. He has changed ends. He's coming from our end, the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's been very miserly so far. Oh, and there's a shout first up, a big shout. They like this, Derbyshire, or Northants even. Derbyshire don't, except they like the decision by the umpire because it's not out. But immediately Proctor comes in and applies more pressure. He's none for 15 after 5.1 overs, which is absolutely outstanding.
Nip back, and it was going down the leg side. Good decision by Tom Lugley, but that is Procky's shape, nipping it back into the right-hander. Oh, he's pushed at that, hit him.
Oh, if he'd hit those stumps, Lamb would have been barbecued.
It'd have been roasted, barbecued, skewered. What else?
Pick your bad pun.
Sliced.
We've got them all.
Out. He would have been out. That's what
He would have been out, most assuredly. Been a couple of run-out opportunities.
Yeah, hitting the stumps is a skill. You know, they practice it a lot for a reason. Oh, that's close.
They've gone for another
Oh, no, that's a
hairy
terrible
single.
throw.
Luckily, the ball was stopped. That's the last thing they want to do is give away overthrows at the moment. I've had a little question come in for you from, hey, look, it's Alex. Phil, your thoughts on why we haven't bowled Sales? It's Proctor bowls. That's clipped away nicely. Will that go all the way? There is a chase on. And the ball will be stopped down there. So that brings up the 50 for Lamb. And he has really been the backbone of this innings. It's not been easy. He's middled it. He's found the fielders a lot, but most importantly, he has stayed out there. A well-deserved half-century. Yes, why hasn't Sales bowled?
Well, firstly, you know, look at the board. The thing's going nicely from a Northants perspective. So there's one reason not to change things up. He will have been in Lewis's mind, no doubt.
And job not done for Lamb yet. He goes through mid-wicket and picks up another couple. So keeping that ticking along.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I don't know why Lewis hasn't bowled him. The reasons why he might not have done might be he might feel these conditions are more suitable to Proctor. Just holding line and length a little bit tighter. The ball coming into the bat a little bit more. Difficult to score, splicing people up. There may be a niggle that we don't know about. That often is the case with seam bowlers. So there could be any number of reasons. Tactically, it's a fine line. Well bowled.
It's also not like anyone's bowled badly.
No, exactly. There's been no reason to look for that extra seamer. Although James is more than an extra seamer, so it's a fine judgment, isn't it? You get a feel for these things. You kind of think, okay, well, if it was a flat wicket, James Sale's got a bit more pace than Proc through the air. You might think that extra airspeed might be something we might go for. If the ball was reversing, I know we think it might have done a little tiny bit to Jack White, but if it was reversing clearly, you might go to James Sales. It's just what you get an instinct for on the day. So. That would be my reasons. I think James Sale's probably a more attacking option, and Luke Proctor probably a more conservative option. With 200 on the board and some assistance in terms of bounce from the pitch, you might go for the inverted commas safer option. But I aside from me guessing, there's some thoughts why he hasn't. It's down to the skipper. But I don't think he's. I think he's captained well. I would say I think he's captained well. If Northants end up losing the game and James Sales doesn't bowl, I don't think that's a problem for Lewis.
Sanderson back into the attack. Top ball first up.
That made any sense at all?
Oh, complete sense. What did you say? No, I'm kidding.
Well, you know, captaincy, it's fine margins, isn't it? It's fine margins. I don't think it's a... I'm not sitting here scratching my head saying, get Sales on.
Yes, that's. I think that's what I was saying, when no one's bowled badly.
Yeah. Hands, good. Good.
White doing the fielding there. Down to 32 needed off 34. So even when the odd boundary comes along, it's never been enough to really get it too much below that runner ball once it got up there. The run rate. Still 5 wickets in hand.
That's the big number, isn't it? That's the big number. If it was 3, then it's closer to evenish money, but at this stage.
And it's the obvious thing to say, but Northants could really do with another wicket. just to again slow things down.
Yeah.
And apply a bit more pressure, because with these two out there, Dahl is actually, I think the first batter is 10 off 7. First one to go up more than a run of ball, I think, today. Thought about one there.
There's a bit of anger in that throw from Tom Taylor at mid-on. I like that.
Be a bit frustrated, unable to
Yes.
perform with the bat today as he has been doing. He's bowled very well.
Sando bowls a good bumper. He bowls a good surprise bumper, Sando. We can't walk off the field having not given Matt Lamb some bumpers. One would be nice. That's
That
4.
one's flayed through backward point. Lovely shot, 4 runs from it. So Dahl has decided to take this on. He's decided he's the one who's going to go for it. Lamb has been out there. He's played slow and steady, but Dahl races to 14 off 9, and it is racing when you consider the context of batting today. So 27 now required off 31. A quick single there and forces the error from Luke Proctor. That's good running.
Was a good run, wasn't it? Because he got there so quick. Luke Proctor's no slouch in the field, and okay, he fumbled it at the end, but had he picked it up and got a throwaway, I still think Dahl would have been in. He's lightning over the 22 yards. It was a good judge of a run, that, and it was well responded to by Matt Lamb as well.
Well, it's the end of the over, and 26 now required of the remaining 5. And Anuj Dahl has clearly decided he's going to be the aggressor. He's the new batter in. Lamb needs to stay there, you feel. So this is going to be interesting. Proctor, 6 overs, none for 21, but gave away 6 in his last over. So this contest might be very interesting in this over. Luke Proctor gets the first one. Dot ball.
It's really a bit interesting, isn't it? The two Lamb came in and looked for all the money that he was going to come in and really take the game to Northants. He found that he couldn't do that because of the conditions. He just dropped down a couple of gears, and now Dahl has come in and really accelerated.
Now that's another win. There's 6 mini battles in this over here, and Proctor has just won the first 2 of them.
When you said 6 mini, I thought you were going to say magnums. 6 mini. I have got 6 mini magnums in my freezer. See where my mind is. 6 mini magnums.
I definitely don't.
Oh, hit him.
Oh, he's not realised that Lamb was out of his crease. Proctor, he was well out of his crease as well. He backed up, was ready to take the run. Didn't expect the bowler to have fielded that. But, importantly, it is a dot ball. So, 3 so far.
Here comes a change. Here comes something's happening, Mel. This ball. Here it comes.
Oh! With whistles past the bat. You were right. You can spot it, Phil.
Whoa, that was a good delivery, wasn't it?
It certainly was. Well, if I said this was about 6 mini battles, so far, Luke Proctor is winning. The question is, will Northants win the war?
Good question. On Brock.
It's full, but it's another dot. This is outstanding from Proctor. Outstanding stuff. Keeping it so tight.
That was the first time I thought Dalglish was out of shape there. He just kind of swung through the line of that ball. If he'd let it come in, he could have knocked it square, scampered maybe for two, certainly for one. Just felt the pressure getting to him a bit there.
5 dot balls. Can he make it 6? Oh, just gives away a single on the last, but what an over that is. And it means there's 25 required of 24 balls. So above a run a ball for the first time, I think, that
Yes,
we've got to.
I think that's right.
And you've got an exciting finish lined up, and I'm going to hand you back over to Dan to take you through it.
Thanks, Mark. You can stay on if you want.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
want to? You're welcome to.
So yeah, it's my last game, isn't it?
Well, you're coming back for the Lancs game?
I'm coming back for that. This is my last game of
It's all of our last
the
games.
Metro Bank.
Well,
yes.
hang on. If we don't qualify,
Well, that'll be on Sky anyway.
what does that mean?
Well, I don't think we're allowed to do it at that point.
Are we not?
No.
Oh, okay.
Rival broadcasters.
I might have shown my naivety there.
Sanderson to carry on.
I'll still be sitting watching with the headset on.
Commentating at home.
Absolutely.
Sanderson to Dow. He's 16 off 16.
Well fielded.
Really well done, isn't it, by Kerrigan in the covers. I think my thought about the James Sales
Yes.
conversation was the fact that Lewis Moranis has got so many options today. That game against Sussex, you were looking around thinking, where's this extra seamer going to come from? He's got 4 out-and-out seamers without even looking at James Sales, plus 2 genuine spinners as well.
Yeah.
He's blessed with choices.
And they've bowled well.
And they have bowled well. Down the leg side. That's a big appeal for caught behind. Must have just brushed the pads. It sounded quite woody from up here on the effects
Sounded a little
mic.
bit woody. The only one who wasn't interested, unfortunately, was Benjamin Sanderson. He showed no interest in that at all.
Maybe just flick those buckles on the way past.
Just 1 run scored in the past 7 deliveries. This is really proper death bowling at this point.
Turning the screw. That's down the ground. That's a release from Anuj Dow. That's gone down for a 1 bounce 4 into the Curo Wealth Lounge. There's a release shot. 1 run in 7, 5 in 8.
Just over length, wasn't it? It wasn't a half volley, but just the batter's side of a good length, and executed beautifully. Held his shape well around the middle of the bat. Carried most of the bat. I thought it was going to go to 6 at one point. Ben Sanderson often responds with a slower ball. As he
That's
has
gone
there.
up.
As he
There's
has
a chance. Vasconcelos is underneath
He's
it.
catching that.
He's got it. Vasconcelos picks up the catch. Anuj Dow goes. Fantastic innings, 20 off 20 for Anuj Dow, but Derbyshire are 6 down, and Sando with the reply gets the big wicket.
Well, I said he often responds with a slower ball, and so he did. It sat in the surface, and Dull tried to whack it through the leg side, got a leading edge. It went high, and it travelled outside the 30-metre circle, and it was a retreat in Ricardo Vasconcelos, who took what is probably the hardest catch in the game, the one that comes over your shoulder. He's got very good hands. He's had a tough day in the field. The ball's followed him a little bit, but he pounched it safely. And there is a glimmer. There's a glimmer for Northants.
Well, certainly is a glimmer, because we've seen it's difficult coming in as we just watch this once more under pressure. It's not one that you would have wanted to drop. It's so hard to get in where you just don't want a new batter coming to the crease at this point. 21 needed from 20. And tricky to get in. What you would hope is that you can get off the strike as quickly as possible, that Thompson can do that as he walks in.
Yeah,
And Lamb hasn't feels like he hasn't faced many balls in the past few overs.
Yes, it does. Yeah, that's very true.
They've done that well. Alex Thompson's the new man for Derbyshire.
And he can play.
He can play, and they could potentially go out with a bit of a license as well. Brooke Guest and Matt Lamb batted so well together for that partnership that they've been able to take this innings deep. They've still got 4 wickets in hand, and it's 21 to win. Potentially, Alex Thompson can come out and play an Anuj Dal type innings here and just keep this pressure on Northamptonshire and say, well, I'm going to come hard at you and we're going to keep coming hard.
Well, obviously he can play because he's gone in before Mark Watt, who scores runs at international level. Yeah. So, you know, I think Thompson was an opener when he was at Warwickshire, so he can play.
It'll be interesting to see the tactic. And Sanderson's on the money.
So Lamb has faced 1 ball in the past 17.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow. That's quite a startling stat, that.
Well, it was Dahl. Remember, he was pinned that maiden over by Proctor. Previous over, Lamb had got 1 single, so he's not faced many balls in the last period, which is what Derbyshire would want. They would consider that a bit of a win.
Yes, yes. What happened? Worcestershire win. Does that scupper us completely?
No.
Not quite. Okay. Good. It's a nice shot.
Nicely played. It's just going to be 1 though. There was a look at 2, wasn't there, off the final ball of the over, but well fielded by Vasconcelos on the boundary. So 1 off the last ball, 20 to win off 3.
But that also means that Thompson is on strike for the start of the next over. So again, that's 1 ball in 3 overs faced by Lamb. So they won't mind that. Derbyshire.
Tom Taylor's coming back from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I saw him getting loose at mid-on during that over. So he's coming back, replacing Luke Proctor. Interesting after that brilliant over by Proctor, the one before, but Tom Taylor's your strike bowler. So 18 balls left in this game, and Derbyshire require 20. I think with regards to the result for Worcestershire, it requires Gloucestershire to lose their game, with Northants winning both of these.
Okay.
So I think that means Worcester are in.
They're in. Okay, gotcha.
But it's still alive.
So McManus took the death. He's going 2 Taylor, 1 Sanderson. Looks that way. His experienced bowlers, I think that's a good shout. He's marshalled his troops very, very well, and the troops have responded well. It's been high quality from Northants in the second half. Let's see if they can finish this off.
Flicked into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. Only going to be 1. Jack White out there doing the fielding off the boundary very quickly that time and keeps it down to 1. So Matt Lamb, who hasn't seen any of the strike over the last couple of overs, is going to be facing up here. Proctor and McManus coming together and having a conversation.
That was a job done for Thompson, really, to be able to get off the strike quickly.
Yeah, it's good to see Lewis working with the senior pro in Proctor. What that's done to the field is it means that there are 3 men now on the boundary on the leg side. There's a fine leg deep square and a deep mid wicket. Justin Broad, who I think is on for Emilio Gay, is out there. 3 men on the offside on the single, a 3rd man and a deep cover.
Not a bad subfielder, Justin Broad, either, to have on the boundary.
Want you sub on the whole time, don't you, in this cricket?
Taylor goes into the body. 2's the call straight away. Are they going to take Justin Broad on? No, they're not. Phil says no. Alex Thompson says no. Single off the second ball.
Wendell says no, more importantly. Wendell's on his feet now. It's great, the crowd are in behind it, aren't they? Every ball's being clapped when there's only, one and a great bit of fielding and so on.
He's got an ice cream in one hand and a flag in the other one.
Don't start Phil on ice creams again.
Didn't get one.
He's been talking about ice creams all day.
Magnum, I've got my eye on a Magnum later.
Tom Taylor to Alex Thompson. 2 balls done in the 47th. That's gone up, it's gone down the ground, that's gone one bounce four. What a shot that is by Alex Thompson. There's a bit of pressure off for Derbyshire. Overpitched slightly by Tom Taylor, and he's just lifted it over Justin Broad at mid-on.
Take some pressure off Lamb as well,
Yeah.
for Thompson to do that. That's just telling his batting partner, it's okay, I can, if I've got the strike.
Yeah, boundaries have been hard to come by, haven't they? That's his 4th ball under a lot of pressure, and he's just lifted it calmly, 1 bounce 4 down the ground. It's good batting from the number 8.
Can Tom Taylor respond? 14 now to play with. It's a hard shot again into a gap. It's definitely going to be 2, if not more. It's well fielded by James Sales. He's been out there all day, and I don't think he's put a foot wrong out on that boundary. But 2 off it makes it 12 to win for Derbyshire off 14 balls. Phil's making some interesting gestures with his wrist, suggesting slower balls could be the option.
Absolutely. He's a tall, upright, traditional player, is Thompson. Let's mix the pace up a little bit. It'll bounce a wee bit, and he can certainly adjust to it. But if he's looking boundary-wise, then it becomes very much more difficult, as Dahl found in the previous over. Full pace he can cope with. He's got his boundary away this over. Try and mix it up.
Yeah, Justin Broad comes back from mid-on to long-on. Deep square, fine leg, deep third, and a deep cover as well are your 5 fielders on the boundary. He's gone up top, he's gone short. He's gone out to Sam Whiteman. A couple of bounces for a single. Nice pull shot by Alex Thompson. Takes a single, an expensive over this one from Taylor. It's been a big chunk taken out of this run chase.
I like the option though. I like the option. It wasn't a standard top of the bails ball. He's shown he's dealing well with those. So go upstairs, have a look. He played it well, to be fair to Thompson, very well.
Last ball of Tom Taylor's 9th over. Get out of it with a dot ball. He's gone short again. It's gone straight at Proctor. He's picked that up well, but they've still come through for a single. He's hit that so hard, hasn't he?
He really has.
He's realised that Proctor can't attack it, the power that he's hit it with. But so 10 to win off 2.
Yeah, I had a horrible feeling about that ball. It was hit like an absolute tracer, and because it was hit so hard, Luke Proctor didn't have time to get into any sort of position, and I thought it could skip past him, but he got good hands in behind it, and had he not done so, it would have raced away for 4.
This has been good from both Dahl and Thompson coming in at this stage, taking the pressure off Lamb, the one you felt has had to stay out there to guide this chase home, but they've been prepared to take risks and take on the bowlers, and it's paid off.
It needs risk. I think it's a wicket where I've said a few times, for me, it's easier hitting over the top than it is along the floor. And when people have been committed to going over the top, they've actually executed that pretty well. It's when they've tried to go along the floor but haven't quite got the ball down in time, they've been caught in the ring. And obviously at this stage, then there is license to do that. But it has been a tactic that has been successful when people have really had the nerve to do it.
Yeah, that partnership between Guest and Lamb, which I mentioned earlier, has allowed Thompson and Dahl to come out and play this way, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Almost a bit of 2 free hits really, with a smallish total left to get, and the international quality of Mark Watt still in the sheds if required. Ben Sanderson then to bowl his 10th. He's got 2 for 40 so far, and Matt Lamb, who's 56 not out, is on strike. It's going to be a dot ball. He might have just taken the pace off it, and there's a round of applause goes up around the ground.
Round of applause, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it bounced at the batter's feet and then bounced before Kerrigan as well, but
I think they just appreciated a dot ball at this point.
One hand, one bounce.
10 off 11.
Looking to target extra cover, wasn't he, as well? Just gave himself a bit of room.
Oh, it's a powerful shot.
That is a strike.
Going to put Vasconcelos under a bit of pressure. They're going to take 2 out towards Ricardo. He's hit that really well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he hit that like an absolute tracer. He timed the ball better than anyone in this game, Matt Lamb. And yet, you know, he hasn't found it easy to get boundaries, and that's a bit about the pitch, but the quality of the bowling and getting hit to your fielders in the deep, which is so important. Ben Sanderson has to bowl him a mix-up ball here, whether it's a slower ball bounce or a ball into the pitch. Got to gamble. We've got to get a wicket here. We can't defend 8 runs. We've got to bowl them out, basically.
Yeah, 8 off 10. 8 off 10 is the equation. In comes Sanderson. And over Keogh. Vasconcelos can't get there. That's going to be 4. Dive from Vasco. Could not bring it back in. And now 4 off 9 is required.
Isn't it a funny old game when you struggle and struggle to find boundaries all the way through an innings, and then with the finish line in sight, suddenly something opens up for you?
It's when they've been prepared or had to. You know, clarity, we talked about clarity, didn't we? When they've had the clarity and the need to go over the top, it has been a good option.
So 4 to win for Derbyshire. 9 balls left in this innings. Matt Lamb 62 not out. There's a great Yorker from Sanderson. They're going to run on it. There's a chance. Oh, if he hits, it's gone. And Rob Keogh this time has a shy at the stumps and can't get the coconut off the shy.
Oh, it's at least 3 times, isn't it, that we've seen it could have been a clear run out, but the ball just not hitting the stumps. Throw just off, and they've chanced it. They've pushed their luck, Derbyshire.
In fact, Lamb has been responsible for, I think, 2 of those where he would have run himself out, and they've been bad runs. I have to say that's not a good run. It's a run they don't need to take as well. But earlier in the innings, he was absolutely stone cold. Had the ball hit the stumps from Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, fielders come up inside the circle now. Really well bowled from Ben Sanderson. Good Yorker, block hole Yorker, dot ball. 3 required. Thompson on strike. So Jack White's just come up inside the circle, as has Sam Whiteman as well. Be the first, as I say, Jack White's just going to disappear back off down to fine leg.
Sam Whiteman allowed to come into the circle?
Well, you can see he's just outside, so I think he's a little bit nervous.
A nosebleed or something.
Oh no, he's in. He's in.
Oh, he's in. What's going to happen now? He's going to take a blinding catch.
I hope so.
Oh, that's hit him.
I hope he's okay, but I think looks like he's going to be okay. But that is the game. Alex Thompson has powerfully struck that one down the ground. Ben Sanderson's okay, importantly, and it's 4 for Thompson. And that is game, set and match for Derbyshire. They win today by 4 wickets at Wantage Road. What a game of cricket, folks.
It was tense all the way through. It was a tight game. A game where batting just wasn't easy for anyone. No one made it look particularly easy. Probably Lamb, in the end, certainly a high score, but probably Guest looked like the most comfortable actually in scoring for a lot of the time. But yeah, on both sides, I think the bowlers have a lot to feel happy about in the way they kept it tight. But in the end, it just wasn't quite enough on the board for Northads. Brings to an end their hopes of making the knockout stages of the competition. And it looks like a side that's perhaps a little bit low on confidence with the injury to Prithvi Shaw. And that has been a little, well, does it hurt their confidence in the batting department more than anything. But they've played an entertaining match today. They've bowled well, they've fielded well. And Derbyshire just really squeak home. It wasn't easy for them at any point. There were 6 balls remaining, but it really didn't look like an easy chase at any period throughout.
I think the main difference between the two teams there was that Derbyshire knew the number they needed to get to, and they could play accordingly. And I think that is the major difference as I see it, of a fascinating game of nearly the full 100 overs. That seems to me, the toss seems to me to be the biggest factor in why Derbyshire are walking off winning, and Northants second. They had the benefit of seeing how Northants went about their innings, how difficult it was. They knew they needed batters to bat long, to take the game deep and to finish with a crescendo. Northants weren't able to do that in their innings because wickets had fallen and perhaps been gifted a little bit at times through the middle order from Northants. So I think they can count themselves a little bit unfortunate. What I'm pleased with from a Northants perspective, firstly, start with the positives. I thought the second half was strong. That was a very strong fielding and a bowling in particular performance. 3 chances of a direct hit run out and missing all 3. That'll be something that should be talked about in the team room and worked on a little bit. No misses deliberately, but you'll hope to hit 1 of 3. We missed all 3. But a really strong second half. It needed someone to play the innings. When Lamb came to the crease, he kind of puffed his chest out a bit, didn't he? He came at the bowling, and you used the word, Dan, intent. It was, I'm here, you're going to have to get me out. I'm coming strong at you. I think this is the way to play on this pitch. As it happened, he rode backwards from there, but he's walked off with a not out, having really got his team over the line. It was grabbing the game a little bit, and the partnership, as Mel said, the partnership between Lamb and the captain Guest really was strongly instrumental in Derbyshire winning that game. And let's not forget a strong finish from Thompson as well, who came in and struck the ball as cleanly as anyone down at number 8. So I think a fair dinkum result at the end of the day, and Northants need to learn the lessons.
Was that for me, fair dinkum?
Yeah, of course it was.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. No one ever says that.
It's a pleasure to give, Mel. Pleasure to give.
No, it's been a fantastic game of cricket. So hopefully those of you at home have enjoyed the coverage of the day's play. I think after 100 overs, I'm still a little bit perplexed as to what maybe par was on that pitch. I think Northants would be disappointed that there wasn't a contribution from the top order to maybe get that up to 230, 240, 250, but then it's still a number that, as you say, you get the benefit of knowing, and you're able to orchestrate and manufacture your chase in reply. Some positives, I think there really are for Northants, the way they fought in that second innings. They've taken that deep. They've really made Derbyshire work hard for that. They've bowled well. And it's not necessarily just the bowling for me, but the intensity in the field, the energy, the camaraderie, I think was really, really good to see. So yeah, unfortunately, that is the end of the Steelbacks' chance of qualification. They've got 1 more game left in this competition against Glamorgan. But hopefully that energy, that passion, that enthusiasm can be taken forward. And sorry, I'm a bit distracted now because somebody's walked out to the middle and I'm not quite sure what's going on. Anyway, it's been a great game of cricket.
It has, yeah, and as it's the last game that I'll be doing this comp, thanks for having me, Dan, and Mel, nice to meet you, pleasure working with you, and all the best.
Well, it's been great to work with you too, Perky. We'll be remembering it for a long time, having your insights throughout. I'm not sure anyone who knows this Northants side as well as you do, and is able to impart the knowledge in such an entertaining fashion as well. So it's been great to work with both of you.
Said with a straight face.
Thank you very much, both. Fantastic. See you next here for the championship game against Lancashire.